Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is the fourth part of the point of Divergence Uzumaki resonance principle. In this canon-adjacent, high-stakes alternate universe, actions have permanent, devastating consequences. The Shinobi world is not a fairy tale. It is a brutal, unforgiving meat grinder of child soldiers, shifting geopolitics, and ruthless assassinations, and Team 7 is about to learn that the hard way. During the clash on the bridge in the Land of Waves, Sasuke Uchiha steps in front of Haku's Senbon needles to save Naruto. But in this reality, he doesn't wake up. The last loyal Uchiha is dead. How will a traumatized Naruto and Sakura cope with the loss of their teammate? How will the Konoha react to the sudden death of the Sharingan heir? This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by EliadS, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. If you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget leave a like if you enjoyed the video. It not only helps me but helps with YouTube algorithm. Now sit back, relax and enjoy. Chapter 13, Cages and Keepers. Scene: run with the pack, caged at the back, POV Naruto. 3 days later, outskirts of Hi-no-Kuni, 1 month and 1 day to the Chunin exams. 3 days of running with ANBU at our backs is its own special kind of hell. They pushed us so hard even Lee eventually had to be carried. Normally I'd have laughed myself stupid at the sight of Konoha's beautiful green beast, slung over a masked ANBU's shoulder like a sack of rice. But nobody was laughing. Any time one of us genin dropped, an ANBU just scooped them up and kept going. No campfires, no stupid stories, no complaining about rations. Just steel masks, rustling cloaks, and the endless slap of sandals on dirt. And me, at the rear. On purpose. They didn't bother pretending otherwise. Kurenai-sensei kept pace near me, and one ANBU shadowed us just off my flank like a personal jailer. Everyone else ran in a tight block ahead, the gap where Hinata and Niji should have been feeling like a missing tooth. Subtle, old man. I muttered under my breath. I wasn't stupid. The field debrief had barely ended before someone whispered, Jinchuriki. Kurenai-sensei had flinched. The ANBU ring had tightened. And now here we were, protecting the Byakugan and also keeping the monster at the back of the pack. I knew I should have been angrier. Mostly I just felt tired. Bone-deep tired. Shino kept glancing back when he thought I wasn't looking. Usually he was unreadable, but there was a tightness in his jaw I'd never seen before. Kiba had argued with him earlier, low and sharp, Akamaru whining between them. I couldn't hear the words over the wind, but I didn't need to. Shino suspicious. Kiba pissed and defensive. Classic. At least Kiba sounded like he was on my side. That counted for something. Up ahead, Tenten and Lee whispered to each other. Every time I drifted close enough to see their faces, Lee's brows were knotted tighter than usual and Tenten's eyes flicked back toward me before she looked away in a hurry. Niji ran in silence, pale eyes fixed forward. I couldn't read him at all. Kurenai-sensei stayed near my shoulder. She didn't say much, but every so often I'd catch her watching me with this soft, worried look, like she was waiting for me to crack. I didn't break. But I wasn't exactly whole either. You did this, I thought at the thing coiled in my gut, keeping the thought sharp as a kunai. You just had to burst out, didn't you? The fox didn't answer. It almost never did. But my stomach tightened, a faint phantom burn at my seal, and that was enough. By the time the village walls came into view, there was a knot under my ribs so heavy I felt like I'd swallowed a boulder. The ANBU didn't even angle toward the hospital. Straight through the gates. Straight up the tower. No time to breathe. No time to run. Scene S-Class Truth and the First Fractures, POV Naruto. Hokage Tower, Briefing Room. The Hokage's office had never felt this small. Old man Sarutobi sat behind his desk in full Hokage robes, pipe already lit. That alone meant business. But he wasn't alone. Aburain Shibi, Hyuga Hayashi, Inuzuka Tsum. Clan heads. I stopped in the doorway, suddenly heavy-footed. Kiba, Shino, and Niji lined up beside me. Kurenai-sensei stood a little behind us, eyes on the Hokage. "Ah, you're all here. Good," the old man said. He sounded almost cheerful. His eyes didn't match, dark, sharp, tired. My instincts screamed at me to turn and bolt. Instead, I forced my legs to move and joined the line, staring at the floor. My hands clenched in my pockets until my nails bit skin. This is bad. Damn you, you overgrown furball. Why do you have to complicate everything? Naruto, the Hokage began. It has come to my attention that you were forced to use your special gift in the presence of your fellow genin in order to fulfill your mission. Is this correct? My throat felt like sandpaper. I nodded once, jerky. Why, yeah. I managed. We didn't really have a choice. And you three all bore witness to this unnatural manifestation? His gaze slid to Niji, Kiba, and Shino. One by one they nodded. Kiba straight-backed but tense, Shino composed, Niji calm and unreadable. I see. The Hokage laced his fingers together. Niji, Kiba, Shino. Your clan heads have vouched for your discretion. Therefore, at their behest, I have decided not to submit you to the Yamanaka for memory modification like some of your peers. My head snapped up. Not submit them. Lee and Tenten flashed through my mind, the way A and BU had quietly herded them away earlier, the way they'd been hustled out of the tower as soon as we arrived. Memory modification. Mind wipe. So they'd forget everything they'd seen. Everything about me. My stomach twisted. So I can't ever tell them, is that it, old man? Even my own teammates? I thought you. What I am about to reveal to you, Sarutobi continued, is S-Class information. One of Konohagakure's darkest and most dangerous secrets. I will allow you to choose if you wish to bear it or not. Think carefully before you give me your final answer. His gaze lingered on each of them in turn, heavy as a hand on the back of my neck. Niji inclined his head almost immediately. Kiba hesitated, glancing sideways at Tsum. She just snorted, arms crossed, daring him to back down. He swallowed and nodded. Shino didn't move for a heartbeat, then adjusted his glasses with a tiny motion and gave the smallest of nods. Typical Shino, slow to commit, hard to budge once he did. The Hokage exhaled smoke. When he spoke again, his voice went softer and colder at the same time. You were all raised on the stories of Yandame-sama's grand victory in vanquishing the Kyuubi no Kitsune. He paused. That is a lie. Silence crashed down. You could have heard a saban drop. I'd heard that story since I was old enough to understand words, the fourth Hokage defeating the Nine Tails and saving the village. I'd also heard the names people hissed at my back. It didn't take a genius to connect the dots. Unlike ordinary summons or spirits, Sarutobi went on, the Bijou are constructs of chakra, immense, self-sustaining masses of living energy with a will and instincts of their own. They can be contained, redirected, even caged for a time in vessels or objects if the seal and circumstances are correct. He drew in a breath, pipe forgotten between his fingers. The Kyuubi is different. It is the oldest and most malignant of them. Its chakra is corrosive, poisonous to most vessels, physical or otherwise. Anything less than a living, adapting mind and body will simply unravel under its presence. It cannot be locked away in a tool, a relic, or a statue. Only a human soul can hold it, and even that is a constant struggle. His eyes weren't in the room anymore. They were somewhere in the past, watching fire and claws tear through Konoha streets. To save the village, Yandame-sama created and used a Kinjutsu seal specifically for this purpose, he said. He bound the Kyuubi's chakra and will into a newborn child at the cost of his own life. That child stands before you now, bearing the fox's malice so it cannot tear this village apart again. His gaze locked on me. For a moment, I forgot how to breathe. There it was. The truth I'd always half known and half refused to think about, dragged into the light in front of people I actually cared about. Niji's eyes widened for a heartbeat. Kiba stared at me like he'd just taken a punch. Shino went very, very still. My shoulders shook. I stared at the floor, nails digging into my palms hard enough to hurt. If I looked up and saw fear, if I saw disgust, I didn't think I could take it. What you bore witness to in Hakamai, the Hokage said more quietly, was a partial manifestation of that chakra. All Jinchuriki can tap into their prisoner's power, but the Kyuubi's is particularly vicious. It accelerates healing and grants overwhelming strength, yes, but it also eats away at the body that holds it, and pushes at the mind that guides it. Every time you draw on it, Naruto, it tests the cage you provide. I made myself look up. Slowly. Niji stepped forward first. He bowed at the waist, formal and low. I acknowledge your sacrifice and feel humbled by it, Uzumaki Naruto, he said, voice calm but softer than usual. I gladly accept the burden of this knowledge and accept your earlier offer of comradeship, with honor, if it still stands. For a second I just stared. Of all people, I hadn't expected Niji to say something like that. The Hyuga prodigy who'd looked down on me like I was dirt not that long ago. My throat burned. I nodded once, quick, because if I tried to talk I'd probably start bawling and that would just be perfect. Kiba shifted his weight, glancing between me, the Hokage, and his mom. Then he huffed, crossing his arms. Kyuubi or not, you're still Uzumaki Naruto, he said, loud and stubborn. You put your life on the line for us, you bled with us, you eat and sleep with us, and that's what counts. As long as you stay loyal to the pack and the village, I've got your back. A tight, painful knot unwound in my chest. Kiba. My eyes prickled. Stupid allergies. Then Shino spoke. While I understand and sympathize with Uzumaki-san regarding his unfortunate burden, he said, I request not to be placed on active missions with him in the foreseeable future. It felt like he'd hauled off and slapped me. What? The word exploded out of me. How can you say that? I used that power to save your life. I jumped into that jutsu so you could escape with Hinata and protect her and the Byakugan. Naruto. The Hokage's voice cracked like a whip. Control yourself at once. I snapped my mouth shut, fist shaking. His eyes were hard now. One more outburst, and I'd regret it. Shino didn't even flinch. I do not deny that Uzumaki-san contributed to the mission's success, he continued. However, he has also sabotaged himself with his lack of restraint, just as he is doing now. His glasses hid his eyes, but his jaw was tight. More importantly, Naruto's presence naturally deters the Kikaichu, making it impossible for me to fight properly near him. As long as he is part of my squad, I cannot perform my duties as a ninja to their fullest. I refuse to sacrifice my comrades' lives and responsibilities for the sake of one individual's misfortune, no matter how tragic. Every word landed like a stone in my gut. Furthermore, he added, the female Kikaichu I planted on Niji-san indicates that Uzumaki-san nearly succumbed to a berserker state after we escaped with Hinata. That shut me up. The memory hit like a red-hot wave, fox chakra burning my veins, the copper taste of blood, the world narrowing until there was nothing but kill the enemies / tear them apart / protect what's mine. I remembered the Jounin's face. I remembered wanting to rip and keep ripping. I hadn't turned on Niji or Tenten. But I could have. Until Uzumaki-san demonstrates sufficient self-control to address these concerns, Shino finished, I will not trust him with my back in the field. I vow on my clan's honor and my life that I will not jeopardize Konohagakure's security with this knowledge, but I will not ignore my assessment of risk. The room went ice cold. Killing intent rolled off the Hokage in a suffocating wave. Even Sum and Hayashi stiffened, Shibi's lips thinned. Before the old man could open his mouth, Shibi stepped forward, voice calm but edged like a kunai. "Hokage-sama," he said. "While I concur with some of my son's tactical concerns, I must disagree with his implication that this boy is a walking catastrophe. To claim that is to imply Yondaime-sama's work was sloppy, a ridiculous statement. He did not make such mistakes." The pressure in the air loosened a fraction. The Hokage's eyes cooled by a few degrees. "Aburame-san," he said quietly, "I leave the matter of reprimanding your son for questioning my predecessor's mettle in your hands." Shibi bowed his head slightly. "Understood. The three of you are dismissed," the Hokage went on. "Take your children and debrief them privately. As for you, Naruto, please remain. There is something we must discuss." Niji gave me a brief, respectful nod before following Hayashi out. Kiba clapped my shoulder once, a quick, firm squeeze, and left with his mom. Shino hesitated for half a heartbeat, cloak whispering, then turned and walked out with his father. The door clicked shut behind them. I stared at it for a moment, then dropped my gaze, bracing myself for whatever came next. Scene no punishment, only chains, POV Naruto. Hokage's office, aftermath. "I am not going to punish you, Naruto." Of all the things I expected the Hokage to say, that wasn't on the list. My head jerked up. "You're not?" He raised a hand. "But I am concerned about the dangers posed by the Kyuubi influencing you when your emotions are heightened." There it was. "I don't know how it happened," I blurted. "I saw Hinata take the hit and I got angry, really angry. I tried to calm down but it was already pushing power through me. Things were desperate, and I thought it was the only way to save them. I'm sorry. I know I screwed up. I'm so sorry, old man." He shook his head, sighing. For a second he looked older than I'd ever seen him. "While your choices were questionable, it is not entirely your fault," he said. "You have had a difficult childhood. You have just lost a comrade who died protecting you, and you faced Sakura's betrayal at a critical moment. I underestimated how deeply these scars have affected you." I flinched at Sakura's name. That wound still felt raw and bleeding. "This will not repeat itself," Hiruzen said firmly. "Kakashi is on his way back from a mission. When he returns, I will ensure he trains you in emotional discipline and restraint." Kakashi-sensei's idea of discipline probably meant a lot of pain and snark. Still, the thought of not losing myself every time things went sideways. I hate to admit it, I thought, but they're right. I've been sloppy. I almost let that bastard fox take over. I'm not letting it ruin what I have left. "Naruto," the old man continued, "you must understand that though you are your own person, you also contain one of the most dangerous entities in the world. I should have emphasized your responsibility in containing the Kyuubi sooner, and for that I apologize. But you must accept that its power is a double-edged sword, for you and for the village." I nodded stiffly, jaw tight. Shame burned like acid in my chest. I would train. I would take control. For Niji who bowed, for Kiba who called me Pack, for Hinata bleeding in the dirt, for Sasuke who died in my arms. And I would make damn sure no one ever looked at me the way Sakura had again. "Very well," the Hokage said at last. "You are dismissed for now. Until Kakashi returns, continue your usual training. Avoid calling attention to yourself. And tell no one else about the fox without my explicit permission." I bowed and turned to leave, legs heavy as sand. The weight in my gut was still there. But for the first time since the mines, there was something underneath it. Resolve. Scene the Hive says, "You were wrong." POV Shino. Aburame compound, forest path. My father and I left the tower in silence. Konoha's streets gave way to forest as we headed toward the compound. Normally, the hush of leaves and the distant murmur of insect wings calmed me. Today, every rustle felt like a rebuke. We moved from branch to branch until father abruptly stopped. I touched down beside him and turned to face him. He studied me for a long moment, expression as unreadable as ever. Then he spoke. "That was a disgraceful display, Shino. I thought I raised you better. His voice was low and even. It cut deeper than shouting ever could. A flinch rippled through me. I strangled it before it reached my face. Oto-san, I do not understand why you are so upset. I was acting in the best interests of my teammates, my clan, and the village. You did not see Uzumaki's transformation. You did not feel the fox's aura. They could not, he replied. Let me remind you, I and the rest of the Aburame fought without Kikai assistance in that battle. Is that it, Shino? You encountered a situation where the Kikaichu could not be used, and you chose to blame the boy who triggered it? His words hit with clinical precision. My hands curled in my sleeves. And no, father. I simply know I am ill-equipped to perform at my best without them. I thought that I didn't want to be useless. The words stopped behind my teeth. That may be true, he said, but there were many occasions where I had to fight without them. There will be times when you must as well. A shinobi adapts. He does not look for scapegoats. He placed a hand on my shoulder. The touch was light. The disappointment wasn't. I understand, father, I said quietly. But I still believe what I said. While I sympathize with Naruto on a personal level, he is a risk to our internal security as he is now. His fingers tightened. Even if you were correct, and I am not saying that you are, the decisions regarding Uzumaki-san rest with the Sandaime, father said. He has not failed us yet. We will trust his judgment. Or do you now consider yourself more capable than the Hokage in determining who is fit to serve this village? The full weight of what I had implied lodged in my throat. I had not only questioned Naruto. I had implied that the Sandaime and the Yondaime had erred. Good, my father said quietly. You finally grasp how presumptuous your words were. I will not tolerate blind dependence on our allies. It is time you learned to rely on all of your tools, including yourself. Your mother and I will determine an appropriate punishment for insulting both the current and former Hokage in public. I bowed my head. Yes, father. We resumed our way through the trees, toward the shadowed compound and the humming comfort of our hive. For the first time in a very long time, my Kikaichu buzzed with something like disapproval. And for the first time in a very long time, I wondered if my calculation had been wrong. Seen no bugs, no excuses, POV Shino. Aburame compound, training hall later. Our compound is quiet. Not empty, never empty, but filled with the low, constant hum of wings and mandibles and life. It usually calms me. Tonight, it pressed on my ears. I knelt on the floor of the training hall, hands on my thighs. My Kikaichu crawled restlessly beneath my skin, stirred by my unease. My father stood across from me, back straight, glasses catching the lamplight. Your behavior in the Hokage's office has been addressed, he said. Now we will address your weakness. I frowned slightly behind my collar. Weakness? You rely too heavily on the hive, he replied. When circumstances remove that tool, you flounder and seek a scapegoat. That is unacceptable for an Aburame. His words were not cruel. They were simply accurate. Not punished, he added. Corrected. For the next month, you will refrain from using your Kikaichu in combat training. My insects buzzed sharply, agitated. I felt the echo down my spine. Completely? I asked. Completely, he confirmed. You will train taijutsu, weapons, and stealth without their aid. You will spar against clan members at least 3 years your senior. You will adapt. A hollow feeling opened in my chest. I understand, I said. It came out more quietly than I intended. Father gestured toward the center of the hall. We begin now. My cousin Mika waited there, goggles pushed up on her forehead, kunai holstered. She blinked when she saw me. Ah. So it's finally your turn. My turn? I echoed. Everyone gets the no-bugs treatment eventually, she said, tugging her goggles down. Some earlier than others. Think of it as character development. Less commentary, more sparring, Father said mildly from the edge of the ring. Shino will fight without his Kikaichu. You. he added to Mika. Will not use yours offensively. You may, however, retain sensory link. She nodded and dropped into a ready stance. I inhaled slowly. My kikaichi pressed against the inside of my skin, eager for my chakra. I had to consciously stop the reflex to call them forth. For the first time in years I felt naked. We moved. Mika pressed the advantage immediately, fast, direct, her style built on patterns that usually flowed into bug manipulation. I found myself reaching for cues that weren't there, angles where a swarm should have filled the gap, traps that didn't spring because there were no insects to respond. Pain blossomed across my ribs as a kick slipped through my guard. Too slow, she said. I grit my teeth behind my collar and reset my stance. We clashed again. And again. Each time, I took more hits than I would ever have tolerated in the field. My muscles burned. My pride burned hotter. By the end, I was on my back, chest heaving, sweat soaking through my jacket. Mika stood over me, equally winded but still upright. You see? Father's voice carried from the edge. You have allowed your reliance on the hive to atrophy the rest. We will correct that. I stared up at the ceiling, watching a single beetle walk along a root overhead. My kikaichi simmered beneath my skin, and used. I understand, I said again. This time, I meant something more than obedience. If I intended to judge others as liabilities, I could not afford to be one myself. I would adapt. With or without the hive. Sina cage cracks, POVE Niji. Hyuga compound, Hayashi's study. Walking through the Hyuga gates had never felt stranger. Branch members bowed as Hayashi-sama passed, their movements precise and humble. I had always seen those bows as chains, living proof of our subservience. Now, when I bothered to look beyond my own resentment, I saw something else in their eyes. Respect. Even a measure of trust. Have I truly been so blind? Hayashi-sama led me to his study. I knelt across from him on the tatame, back straight, hands resting on my thighs. I braced myself for the reprimand I deserved, for doubting the mission, for questioning my betters. Relax, Niji, he said. I have been fully briefed by ANBU and Hokage-sama regarding the events that transpired. I do not understand, I admitted. Hayashi-sama, permission to speak freely. Granted. I took a breath. I found it questionable that both Hinata-sama and I were sent so close to the lightning border. I feared Kumobikyu would attempt to repeat the incident from 6 years ago, and that the village was risking Hinata-sama and the Byakugan unnecessarily. A faint flicker tugged at the corner of his mouth. Amusement? It vanished quickly. Do you truly believe Hokage-sama and the Hyuga clan would risk both the Byakugan and the heiress carelessly? He asked. I had no answer that wasn't insolent. The mission was a lure, he continued. We received intelligence that a cloud cell had been planning to abduct one of our kin for the last 2 months. I cooperated with Hokage-sama to stage your assignment and positioned several of our own around the perimeter to capture their operatives. He paused, eyes hardening. During our counterintelligence, we discovered that several ANBU had defected, passing patrol routes and schedules to Kumo. A chill slid down my spine. Betrayal from within. Always more dangerous than any enemy outside the walls. Kumobikyu has grown powerful and arrogant in recent years, Hayashi said. With the region unstable and Hakumai no Kuni relying more on their services, we knew they would try something like this. We needed to crush their ambitions and show them Konoha will not allow such transgressions again, especially not with the Wagakure watching every move. He looked me directly in the eye. Hinata agreed that risking her life and future in this way was justified for the sake of the clan and the village. So, will I have to give my life to placate those bastards again? The thought was bitter and sharp. So you and Hokage-sama can play with branch family lives like you did back then? Niji. His tone cut through my anger like a blade. I looked up, startled. His Byakugan flared for a heartbeat. I had rarely seen him so openly furious. The tragedy that befell our clan will not be repeated, he said, voice low and fierce. I will fight tooth and nail to protect the clan and all its members, branch or main. The Hyuga will not bleed for Cloud's ambition a second time. My anger faltered under the weight of his conviction. I understand, Hayashidano, I said quietly. I apologize for my insolence. I braced myself for the seal to burn across my forehead. For punishment. Instead, he waved it away. You were granted permission to speak freely. I will not punish you for doing so. However, I bear responsibility for the hatred you harbor towards your family. It is time I began to correct it. He reached into his robe and drew out an old scroll. I should have had the courage to give this to you long ago, he murmured. I feared it would tarnish your father's image in your eyes. But I can no longer, in good conscience, conceal the truth of that day. He passed me the scroll. My hands trembled as I unrolled it. My father's handwriting stared back at me, calm, steady strokes forming words that tore through everything I thought I knew. His choice. His decision to go in Hayashi-sama's place. By the time I finished reading, it felt as though the floor had dropped away under me. Everything I had built my anger on, all the chains I had wrapped around myself as proof of my fate, crumbled. The door slid open before I could speak. Hinata stepped in, one arm in a sling, bandages peeking beneath her robes. Pale, but standing. Why you called for me, Ota-san? She asked, bowing. Hayashi nodded. Sit, Hinata. She knelt beside me, offering a small, nervous nod. I inclined my head in return, the scroll still heavy in my lap. You two are the key to our clan's future, Hayashi said. Only your cooperation can redeem our honor and mend our divisions. It is time I speak with both of you about the path ahead, your individual training and your training together. For the first time I could remember, I allowed myself to think that maybe my future was not just a cage. Maybe it could be a door. Seen braver than yesterday, POV, Hinata. Hyuga compound, inner courtyard later. The courtyard garden was quiet. Lantern light painted soft pools of gold on the gravel and stone lanterns. The koi pond reflected the stars. Voices drifted faintly from deeper inside the compound, but out here, the air felt still. I stood at the edge of the pond, my sling tugging uncomfortably at my shoulder, and tried to slow my breathing. Jay, just say something normal, I whispered. You talk to Naruto-kun, you can talk to your cousin. It's fine. It's fine. Footsteps approached. Niji stepped into the courtyard, posture straight, expression composed. His eyes swept the area before settling on me. I almost bolted. Instead, I bowed. Gee, good evening, Niji Nizan. He blinked, just a fraction, like he hadn't expected to see me. Hinata-sama, he said, returning the bow. He hesitated, then added more quietly. How is your arm? It hurts less on some days, I said. The medics say it will be fully healed by the exams. He nodded, a short, precise motion. Silence stretched. My fingers tightened on the edge of my sling. Thank you, for what you did. On the mission. He looked faintly puzzled. You were the one who volunteered to act as bait, Hinata-sama. If anyone should be thanked, it is. And no, I blurted, face heating. I mean, yes, but after that. You stepped in front of that jutsu for me. You protected me and the Byakugan. I wouldn't be here if you hadn't. His gaze slid away toward the pond. Protecting the heiress and the clan's dojutsu is my duty, he said. Calm, but not as cold as before. It would have been unacceptable to fail. The old me would have let the conversation die there. The old me had stayed quiet too long. I read Father's scroll, I said softly. The one he gave you. About Hisashi Ajizan. His shoulders stiffened. I see, he said. I didn't know, I added quickly. About his choice. About what he decided. I thought you hated us because... I trailed off, twisting the fabric between my fingers. I didn't understand anything. Niji was silent for a long moment. I hated the cage, he said at last. You We're simply the most convenient symbol of it. Oh. The word slipped out on its own. I stared into the pond, watching the koi drift under the surface. I don't want you to be a prisoner, Niji-Nizan, I said. I don't want anyone in our clan to be. If there is anything I can do, anything we can do, to change things, I want to try. I forced myself to look up, to meet his gaze. And I don't want you to carry all of that alone anymore. Something in his expression shifted. The lines around his mouth eased. You have changed, he said quietly. I shook my head, embarrassed. And no, not really. I just want to be braver. Like Naruto-kun. Uzumaki, he said. I couldn't quite read his tone. His determination has a way of affecting others. He stepped closer to the pond, standing beside me instead of across from me. Hayashi-sama is correct, he said after a moment. Our future depends on cooperation. If he truly intends to change the clan, then we cannot cling to past resentment. He bowed his head slightly. I will endeavor to be a better cousin, he said. The words sounded awkward, like a kata he hadn't practiced often. And a better comrade. Warmth fluttered in my chest. I will too, I said. Thank you, Niji-Nizan. He straightened, gaze lifting toward the night sky beyond the courtyard walls. For what it is worth, he said, you faced Kumo Jounin and lived. Most Chunin cannot claim that. The branch family is not the only one capable of courage. My face went hot. I didn't. Do not argue, he cut in, a faint hint of dry humor touching his voice. It does not suit you. I blinked, then found myself smiling, small, but real. Maybe fate wasn't as fixed as I had always feared. Maybe we could change it. Together. Scene pack above fear, POV Kiba. Inazuka compound, evening. The compound smelled like home, wet dog, grilled meat, antiseptic from the clinic. Didn't help much. I slumped at the low table in the kitchen, chin on my hand, poking half-heartedly at the stew in front of me. Akamaru snored next to my thigh, one paw twitching in his sleep. Eat, Mom said. I glanced up. Sim was leaning back on her cushion across from me, one leg stretched out, chopsticks moving with mechanical efficiency. Her scar tugged when she narrowed her eyes at me. I'm not hungry, I muttered. Then act like a shinobi and shovel it in anyway. She jerked her chin at my bowl. You ran half the country and fought a jounin this week. You need fuel. I grumbled something that probably wasn't words and took a bite just to shut her up. The meat was good. Didn't taste like much. Her nose twitched. You're sulking. I'm not sulking. You smell like sulking. I scowled at my stew. Shino said he doesn't want to fight next to Naruto anymore. There it was. Mom's chopsticks paused midair. He said Naruto's too dangerous. That he can't do his job with the bugs freaking out around the fox chakra. The words came out faster, heavier. He didn't even say it to my face first. Just dropped it in front of the Hokage and our clan heads. Like Naruto was some defective weapon. And you? She asked. What about me? Where do you stand? She set her bowl down, eyes sharp now. And don't give me that I dunno crap. Your scent was all over that office. Anger, fear, loyalty, all tangled up. I clenched my jaw. Akamaru shifted closer to my leg with a little huff, like he could feel me coiling up. I was scared. I snapped. When Naruto changed out there, Akamaru almost bolted. My hackles were up the whole time. The air felt wrong. Like something huge and hungry was looking at us through his skin. Mom didn't say anything. Just watched me. But he still threw himself at that bastard to save us. I went on. He bled with us. He nearly died for Hinata. For Shino. For me. That counts for something. It's not fair to just throw him away because our stomachs flip when we feel that chakra. Silence stretched between us for a moment. Dogs barked somewhere deeper in the compound. Mom finally snorted. Good. Good? I frowned. Means your nose is working and your brain's not entirely rotten. She picked her chopsticks back up. You should be scared. Any Inuzuka with functioning instincts would be. That fox chakra is predator on top of predator. It's normal to want to get as far from it as possible. Well, that makes me feel better, I said dryly. She ignored that. Fear doesn't decide the pack, Kiba. Loyalty does. Her gaze pinned me. Do you trust Naruto? I didn't even have to think about it. Yeah. Do you trust him enough to put your back in front of his claws? The image of him in the mines flashed in my mind, eyes red, teeth bared, chakra burning off him like fire, and then right after, him laughing with ramen broth on his chin, or falling asleep halfway through a card game at our place, Akamaru drooling on his shoulder. My throat worked. Yeah, I said again. I do. Then that's your answer. Shino's got the right to be cautious. Bugs don't lie about danger. But if he lets fear make all the choices, he's gonna end up alone on the battlefield one day. You. Mom shrugged. We don't abandon pack just because their bark scares the neighbors. I stared at my bowl. What if? I hesitated. What if he does lose it someday? What if the fox actually takes over? Then you do what you do for any comrade losing control, she said bluntly. You drag his ass back by the scruff if you can. And if you can't, her eyes went hard. Then you put him down fast and clean before he hurts civilians. That's what he'd want from you. My stomach lurched. That's messed up. Welcome to being a shinobi. She leaned across the table and flicked my forehead. Eat your damn food. Then go run with that mud of yours until you can breathe again. Akamaru lifted his head, tail thumping like he'd understood every word. Mom's voice softened just a hair. And when you cross paths with Naruto, whenever that is, remember what you told the Hokage. Be the one who's there. Back him up. Don't let your fear do the talking. I lowered my gaze and shoveled more stew into my mouth. Yeah, I said around the bite. Got it. Scene leash and knife, POV, Sakura. Root underground compound, holding cell. By the time the door finally opened, my nerves were shredded. The room was all concrete and shadows. No windows. No clock. Just a basin, a toilet, and my thoughts gnawing on themselves in circles. I told you working around Danza's orders would get us in trouble, Sakura-chan, inner me sneered. It's been forever since we were stuck down here. Who knows what he's planning? I did what was right, I snapped back, fingers digging into my knees. I wasn't going to murder Ino like Crimson Eyes, or cripple Tsuji in front of Shikamaru. I would have been exposed for sure. Besides, Danza team shouldn't complain. I still took Tsuji out of the exams. That's what he wanted. The hinges squealed. I jerked my head up, heart pounding. Danza hobbled in, cane tapping. Same bandaged arm. Same bandaged eye. Same corpse-dry voice when he said my name. Haruno Sakura. My mouth opened. Danza-sama, I. Do not speak. He cut in. I have no time or patience for your excuses. Anger and fear and hate tangled into a tight knot under my ribs. I bit my tongue and stared at the floor, shoulders stiff. He drew a folder from his cloak and tossed it at my feet. It slid across the concrete and stopped right in front of me. You failed to fulfill your mission, he said. You delivered my message to the Fukuoka contact and secured a spot for yourself in the Chunin exams. However, all 3 clan heirs live, despite my explicit order that one of them be eliminated. I couldn't afford to kill the Akimichi. The words tore free before I could stop them. Shikamaru would have figured everything out. He would have gone straight to Asuma. I would have been executed for treason. His cane cracked against the floor. 2 root operatives materialized out of the walls, slamming me down before I could twitch. The concrete was cold and rough under my cheek. I warned you not to disobey me, Danza said, kneeling. Bandaged fingers flipped open the folder. He turned the first photo toward me. My blood turned to ice. Mom. I choked. My mother was chained in a cell, bruised face, split lip, eyes wild with fear and rage. The picture was grainy, but clear enough. "You bastard! What have you done to her?" I screamed, struggling against the iron grips on my arms. "The interrogation branch of ANBU acquired sufficient evidence of financial transactions made under Haruno Mabuki's name," Danza said blandly. "Evidence linked to an attempt to hire a foreign shinobi to dispose of Uzumaki Naruto." My breath hitched. "It seems your mother's hatred of the boy exceeded even your own," he went on. "Sarutobi Hiruzen has ordered she be arraigned, tried, and executed for mutiny and conspiracy to murder an active shinobi." I stared at the photo, heart hammering so hard it hurt. "However," he added, "I intercepted her transfer and placed her in one of my facilities, out of ANBU's reach. For now." I stopped fighting. "She lives at my whim," Danza said, voice flat. "She dies at my whim. The next time you decide to work around my orders, I will not be as merciful." Inner me hissed, furious and terrified. I told you he'd have a knife to your throat somewhere. "If I give you a command, you will follow it to the letter," Danza continued. "You are my tool. I will decide how and when you are used or discarded. Do you understand?" Every insult I wanted to spit at him burned on my tongue. I swallowed them and managed a tiny nod, bangs hiding my eyes. "One last thing," he said. "If you are foolish enough to seek Sarutobi's help, understand this. He will not believe you. Your mother is officially a criminal. You have attempted to kill Naruto twice and are now suspected of trying to kill another genin. If you consider such treason, your mother will die, and I will ensure you fall with her." He rose, joints creaking. "Take this filth back to her home," he told the operatives. "I have an important meeting." They hauled me to my feet. As they dragged me out, the picture of my mother's face burned behind my eyes. He had me. Completely. If I wanted to survive, and keep her alive, I would have to play along. For now, inner me whispered. For now. Scene rebalancing a cracking board, POV, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage Tower, Sarutobi's office. I finished the last line of the coded message and set the brush aside, rubbing my temples. So much for a quiet month before the exams. "It is fortunate Jiraiya is already in Amigakure," I murmured, sealing the scroll with wax. "Unfortunate that I require his presence there for this." The small toad on my desk flicked its tongue and swallowed the message. "Deliver that to Jiraiya," I told it. "Tell him to inform Hanzo that I will not tolerate this transgression, and that he had best leash his people and cease his provocations." "Got it, Pops," the toad chirped, then vanished in a puff of smoke. I leaned back, pipe between my fingers, and let myself think. First, the kidnappings. Rokushu Aoi and his associates had obligingly died of sudden brain seizures the moment Ibiki's men probed too deeply. Not a coincidence. Some form of fail-safe seal. I had seen something similar tied to certain factions in Rain before. The last time chakra-sensitive civilians had gone missing in such numbers, Orochimaru had been behind it. Now, however, most of the evidence pointed elsewhere. My traitorous former student preferred secluded laboratories and rice or tea, not muddying himself with Hanzo's petty ambition. Hanzo. That damn tyrant danced on the edge of our alliance, testing borders, prodding at my patience, using my reputation as professor as a shield for his games. No more. If he intended to dabble in human trafficking and destabilize my territory, he would pay. Jiraiya would see to that. Kumogakure, at least, was simpler. The fourth Reikage was powerful and proud, but not the warmongering fool his predecessors had been. The evidence suggested the group that attacked us had acted semi-independently, trying to reclaim lost honor after their clan head's failure to steal Hinata. Still, their failure was a tool I could not waste. I had already sent word to the Lightning Daimyo, demanding reparations and a formal apology in exchange for the return of their captured shinobi. Coupled with the stink of a second failed abduction attempt, it would keep Kumo cautious, and ideally too busy watching Iwagakure to risk a conflict with us. Speaking of prisoners, I frowned. One of the Kumo Jounin, the kunoichi with the lightning augmentation, had been left in Hakumai under Anbu guard for treatment and debriefing. They were late reporting in. I would give them one more day. Then I would send a recovery squad, and perhaps a supervisor who would not tolerate delays. The door opened with a soft creak. Danza shuffled in, cane tapping. His visible eye was as unreadable as ever. "You summoned me, Sarutobi?" he asked. "Sit, Danzu," I said, resisting the urge to sigh. "There is a situation involving Haruno Sakura that requires discussion." His brow twitched infinitesimally behind the bandages. "Is that so?" Before I could answer, the door opened again. Asuma and Guy stepped in, bowing. Dust still clung to Asuma's flak jacket from travel. Guy's shoulders were rigid, his usual exuberance muted. A moment later, Hayashi joined us, robes immaculate, expression cold. I stifled my irritation at the convergence of crises. "Hyuga-dano," I said, "while I have already reached a tentative decision regarding genin team adjustments for the Chunin exams, your urgent request for an audience has piqued my interest. As all present stand to be affected, I will hear you first." Hayashi bowed. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." He turned his gaze on Guy, frost creeping into his tone. "To be blunt," he said, "I demand that Niji be removed from Mato-san's tutelage effective immediately." Guy stiffened. The room's temperature seemed to drop. "With respect, Hyuga-sama," Guy said slowly, "I do not believe it is your place to question my ability, as your nephew's commander, without a proper explanation." "He has a point," I added mildly. "Explain, Hyuga-dano." Hayashi inclined his head. "I overlooked your disregard for the traditional graduation regimen and held my peace when you insisted Rock Lee be passed, despite his limitations. I did so under the assumption that the boy would pose no danger." Guy flinched almost imperceptibly. "Imagine my reaction," Hayashi continued, "when Niji reported that you have been allocating individual training time to Lee at the expense of his teammates. That alone, I might have tolerated. However, these sessions center on taijutsu drills specifically designed to counter and overcome the Juken." He let the accusation hang in the air. I resisted the urge to pinch the bridge of my nose. Guy's fist clenched at his sides. "I resent the implication that I am anti-Hyuga," he said, voice tight. "Their rivalry pushes them to grow, it does not endanger them. Niji has progressed impressively under my guidance." "Do not insult my intelligence," Hayashi replied, tone ice. "Niji's progress is due to his own efforts, his natural talent, and supplementary training with his teammate. In nearly a year under you, he has not learned a single ninjutsu, chakra control exercise, or taijutsu style outside the Hyuga repertoire. How do you justify that?" The point was not entirely unfair. I knew Guy had worked with Niji on endurance, footwork, and attitude, but measured in jutsu variety, the gap was obvious. "During the mission to Hakumai no Kuni," Hayashi went on, "we received a clear order: evacuate and protect the wounded Hinata and her Byakugan. Instead, his ego-driven rivalry with Niji and Uzumaki Naruto pushed him to charge a Jounin head-on. As head of the Hyuga, I refused to further jeopardize our secrets, Niji's health, and our political standing." "Harsh words," I said quietly. "But not without merit." Guy swallowed. "They are genin, Hokage-sama," he said. "Not Anbu. Their rivalry strengthens them. I will not accept having my honor, or Lee's, painted as a threat to the Hyuga." "Your passion is admirable," I said, letting steel creep into my tone. "But passion does not erase consequences. We will revisit this." Hayashi bowed again. "As always, the Hyuga respect your authority, Hokage-sama. We demand nothing regarding Lee or Guy beyond Niji's reassignment. Considering Hinata will not fully recover until close to, or during, the Chunin exams, I propose Niji be temporarily placed under Kurenai's command in her stead, where his Byakugan will be of use." "I will consider your proposal," I said. "You will receive my verdict shortly." He bowed and withdrew. Silence settled. "Asuma?" I prompted. He took a drag from his cigarette, exhaled slowly. I request Haruno Sakura not be placed on my team, he said bluntly. On our mission to Fukuoka, she showed signs of emotional instability and hostility toward Shikamaru and Chuji. I don't trust her in a squad that already relies heavily on subtlety and mental warfare. Danza cleared his throat. Professionally, he said, I believe she would benefit more from Mato-san's tutelage. She already possesses a solid foundation in genjutsu and does not require Kurenai's specialization. Nor is there a need to add another stealth-based operative to Team 10 when it already boasts a Yamanaka. Interesting. Danza was eager to keep her away from Asuma and Shikamaru. That told me as much as any report. Regardless, the argument had practical merit. Kurenai's team required a Byakugan more than a second genjutsu user. Gai's team, deprived of Niji, would gain from Sakura's genjutsu and tactical potential. Shikamaru could temper Naruto's recklessness. Naruto could provide the raw power Team 10 lacked without Chuji. And importantly, it would keep Sakura under supervision. Very well, I said at last. These will be the temporary assignments until the conclusion of the Chunin exams, after which we will re-evaluate. I listed them off. Uzumaki Naruto will replace Akimichi Chuji on Team 10. Haruno Sakura will replace Hyuga Niji on Team Gai. Niji will be assigned to Team 8 in Hinata's stead. Gai opened his mouth. But Hokage-sama, my decision is final, I snapped, hand striking the desk. The room went still. A cough rattled my chest. I waited for it to pass before continuing more calmly. You will each have opportunities to defend your methods and your students, I said. Gai, we will discuss Lee's graduation later. Do I need to remind you how tentative his advancement was? Hyugadano could easily convince the other clans to demand he retake a traditional graduation exam, a test he cannot currently pass. Consider that before arguing further. Gai swallowed hard and bowed his head. Understood, Hokage-sama. Good. You are dismissed. They filed out, Asuma with a troubled frown, Gai stiff with wounded pride, Danza with the barest curl at the corner of his mouth. I tamped out my pipe and stared at the cooling embers. Too many pieces were moving. Too many old ghosts stirring. If I wanted to keep this village from sliding back into war, I would have to be sharper than I had been in years. Seen peace through preemptive war, POV, Nagato/Pain. Akatsuki Base, Rain Country. Torchlight flickered against damp stone, casting shadows across the cavern and the body I wore. Yahiko's face. My chakra. Our dream. I watched the flames and thought of maps. The continent was tilting toward war. Iwagakure rattled its sabers. Kumogakure tested Konoha's patience. Hanzo, that relic, toyed with lives on our soil. If the villages began calling their S-rank shinobi and marshalling armies, our plans to capture the bijou would become complicated. It seems I should have heeded Itachi's advice sooner, I murmured. Conan shifted beside me, paper wings rustling softly. Orochimaru had been a problem I should have cut away early. Slippery, but arrogant. Instead, I had let him slither out of reach, assuming his petty experiments would not interfere with Akatsuki's long game. Now he had raised Takigakure and stirred the 5 great nations into deeper paranoia. Annoying. I pressed my index finger to the ring on this body's hand, channeling chakra. The kanji flared, and light sprinted along invisible lines to the other rings scattered across the world. Their astral projections appeared on the cavern wall one by one, Itachi and Kisame, Zetsu, Sasori and Deidara, Kakuzu and Haiden. Conan stepped forward to my right. Report, I said. They waited. I had already read the reports. Words now would be for direction, not information. Orochimaru has overstepped, I said. He has destroyed Takigakure and is sowing chaos to obstruct our work. My gaze settled on Itachi and Kisame. You two will hunt him down and kill him. Kisame grinned, baring his teeth. Now that's my kind of mission, Leader-sama. He chuckled, hefting Samahata. One snakeskin wallet coming right up. Itachi's eyes narrowed a fraction. Understood. Zetsu, I said. Begin gathering intelligence on any mobilization by Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Focus on their jinchuriki, strength, abilities, deployment. Report regularly. Zetsun nodded and sank into the stone, his presence slipping away like water. I looked to the others. Deidara, Sasori, you will capture the Rokubi. Kakuzu Haiden, you will secure the Nibi. The nations are too distracted to respond with full force. This window will not remain open. HN, ardent motion on, Deidara muttered, smirking. Haiden laughed something about blood and offerings. Kakuzu grumbled about bounties. All of you move, I ordered. Their projections dissolved, one by one, leaving only Conan and me with the torches and the rain-muted rumble above. She turned to me, eyes troubled. Are you certain it is wise to show our hand this soon? She asked quietly. I met her gaze with Yahiko's eyes. It is a risk we must take, I said. If we wait until after the armies mobilize, the villages will have the luxury of unifying against us. For now, they cannot pursue us with full strength without turning their backs on one another. We will use that. I looked up, through stone and storm, toward a sky no one else here could see. It begins now, I said. For peace through pain, the wheel had to turn. Seen normal streets, heavy shoulders, POVE Naruto. Konoha streets, late afternoon. By the time I stepped out of the Hokage tower, the sun was already starting to dip. The village moved around me like always, vendors shouting, kids chasing each other, shinobi coming and going through the gates. Normal life. The kind of normal that had never quite fit me, even on good days. Today wasn't a good day. I shoved my hands in my pockets and walked head down. It felt like Sarutobi's words and Shino's rejection and Niji's bow and Kiba's loyalty were all piled on my shoulders at once. Damn it, I thought, teeth grinding. I'm still not strong enough. Even now I can't shake your shadow, Fox. A shop window flashed my reflection. For a heartbeat, it wasn't me in the glass. Crimson eyes. Slitted pupils. Two sharp teeth in a predator's grin. Laughter echoed in my skull like distant thunder. No. I squeezed my eyes shut, hauling in a breath. When I looked again, the reflection was just me, blue eyes, tired and a little wild, but mine. The villagers nearest me edged away as if I'd shouted. Geez, what's with that face, Naruto? Everything all right? I spun around. Shikamaru stood there, hands in his pockets, pineapple hair spiking every which way. His posture was lazy. His eyes were not. Shikamaru, I said, forcing my shoulders to loosen. Yeah. I'm fine. Just got a lot on my mind. I can imagine. He scratched his cheek, looking at me sideways. I heard my dad say you, Niji, and Tenten took down a Kumo Jounin. That's impressive. We got lucky. I shrugged. Wasn't a big deal. The way his eyebrow twitched said loud and clear that if this had been the old me, I'd already be bragging in graphic detail. He sighed. So troublesome. He muttered, then jerked his head down the street. Come on. I'm meeting Ino and Chuji for lunch. Come with and tell us about your mission. The offer hit me sideways. Part of me wanted to say yes so fast I'd trip over the word. Food and Ino yelling and Chuji's grin sounded really good right now. But the knot in my stomach twisted. Thanks, I said, managing a crooked smile. But I'll take a rain check. I'm not that hungry. Got some stuff to figure out first. Shikamaru studied me for a moment, then stepped close enough to bump his shoulder against mine. You don't have to carry your burdens alone anymore, he said, voice unusually serious. No matter how monstrous some old stories say they are. That's what friends are for. I froze. He turned away with a lazy wave. If you change your mind, we'll be at the barbecue place. He knows, I thought, heart thudding. He knows, and he still. My chest ached in a way that wasn't entirely bad. Then the anxiety surged back, and I did what I always did when my head got too loud. I went to train. Scene Jailer vs. Monster, POV Naruto. Naruto's apartment, evening. My apartment was too quiet. The fridge rattled sometimes. The pipes groaned. But the usual yelling from outside, the clatter from the bar down the street, all of that was weirdly muted tonight. You'd think quiet would help. It didn't. I lay on my back, staring at the cracked ceiling. Moonlight leaked through the blinds in thin stripes, painting the room in pale bars. The blanket was twisted around my legs. I'd kicked it off and dragged it back on so many times it looked like I'd fought it. Every time I shut my eyes, I was back in the Hokage's office. Niji bowing. Kiba calling me Pack. Shino stepping away. The word Jinchuriki hanging in the air like a noose. You knew, I told myself. You've always known. You just didn't want it said out loud. A low, ugly chuckle rolled up from somewhere deep inside me. Awake, little jailer? My whole body went tight. The voice wasn't echoing off the walls. It came from under my skin. From the seal. From the thing coiled in my gut. Go away, I muttered. Its laughter got louder, scraping along my nerves like claws on bone. You don't command me, meat. You are a bag of blood with a lock carved into it. You don't tell the prisoner when to speak. I didn't ask for commentary. I hissed under my breath. I definitely didn't ask for you. You begged for me in the mines, the QB purred. You screamed for strength when that little Hugo whelp bled out at your feet. You tore my chakra out with your pathetic rage and wore it like stolen armor. Don't pretend you're above it. Hinata's body crumpling, blood spreading under her. That red haze when the Jounin moved in for the kill. My fingers curled into the sheets. I used your power to save them, I said. Not for you. Save them? It scoffed. They gaped at you like cattle seeing a butcher's knife for the first time. Did you not see their faces when they felt me through your skin? Terror. Revulsion. Humans are always the same. Images flickered through my head whether I wanted them or not, Lee going pale, Tenten's eyes wide, the way Shino had gone stiff and silent. Sakura, taking a step back with that look like I'd sprouted fangs. I ground my teeth. Niji bowed. Kiba called me Pack. Shikamaru told me I don't have to do this alone. You weren't there for that. I felt it, the fox said, voice dropping to a low growl. I could feel it pacing behind the seal, claws scraping at the bars. I tasted their fear, their doubt. They will turn on you in the end. They always do. Humans love their heroes until they remember what's under the mask. It pushed chakra against the seal, just a little. Enough to make my skin prickle, to make my veins hum. The marks on my stomach burned faintly under my shirt. Let me out further, it whispered. Just a little. You know how good it feels when my power rushes through you. When your flesh knits and your enemies break. You could crush anyone who looks at you with disgust. Make them kneel. Make them stop hurting you. There was a part of me, small, ugly, and very, very tired, that wanted exactly that. Wanted to see fear on the villagers' faces and know it was their turn to flinch. I shoved that part down hard. I'm not your puppet, I said. You don't get to use me to kill everyone who ever looked at me funny. Oh? Its amusement went cold. Then what will you do, boy? Die to protect them? Gasp out your last breath to shield a village that spat on you? You think their deaths will hurt you less than the ones you've already watched? Sasuke's body in my arms. Iam's dad gripping his cleaver with white knuckles when drunks muttered too loudly. Shino turning away. The fox's voice slid in around those memories, oily and smooth. Humans lie. They break. They forget. I have seen empires rise and burn to ash while insects like them screamed my name. You think your little promises and friendships will last longer than their fear? My hands shook. I dug my fingernails into my palms until it hurt. That's exactly why I have to control you, I said, forcing the words out steady. Because you want all of that. Because you don't care who gets hurt. Of course I don't. The honesty in its voice was somehow worse than a lie. Watching them break entertains me. Their terror is a sweet sound after centuries of boredom. Their blood feeds my chakra. They are meat. The seal pulsed against my skin, faint but constant, like a heartbeat out of sync with my own. So let me loose, jailer. It crooned. Let me stretch. I will tear down the ones who made you suffer. The old man with his half-truths, the girl who called you monster, the buzzing boy who flinches from you now. I will do what you are too soft to do. All you have to do is stop resisting. For a second I could see it. Sarutobi's tower in ruins, Sakura screaming, Shino's glasses cracking under a claw, the villagers running as something huge and red and laughing tore through them. My stomach heaved. No, I said. That's not who I am. You are me. It hissed suddenly, venom dripping from every word. You are my cage. My vessel. My face in this miserable little village. Do you truly believe they will ever separate us? They will call you demon and fox and monster until the day your heart stops. Accept it, and you can rule them. Deny it, and you will die their pet. I swallowed hard. My throat felt raw. People don't get to erase what I am, I said. But you don't get to erase it either. I thought about Ichiraku throwing himself in front of me. About Tucci handing me an extra egg in my ramen when he thought I wasn't looking. About Hinata standing her ground in front of Akumo Jounin when she was shaking like a leaf. About Niji bowing. Kiba's hand on my shoulder. Shikamaru's lazy serious. That's what friends are for. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, I said quietly. Yeah, I'm your Jinchuriki. I'm also going to be Hokage. I'm not letting some overgrown fur ball who hates everyone decide which part wins. For a heartbeat, the fox went still. Then it laughed. A deep, cruel sound that made my skin crawl. Good, it said. Struggle. Cling. Dream. The more you fight, the sweeter it will be when your will cracks and my claws finally close around your heart. Its chakra retreated a little, coiling deeper behind the seal. But I could feel it still, like a beast watching me from the dark, waiting. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding and scrubbed my hands hard over my face. Sadistic bastard, I muttered at my own stomach. The ceiling stared back, full of cracks I'd memorized weeks ago. My body felt like lead, but my thoughts were still buzzing. Kakashi's name floated up. The old man had said Kakashi would help me with emotional restraint, which probably meant a lot of weird exercises, getting hit with erasers, and being mocked until I figured it out. I thought about Kakashi in the mines, too calm, too steady, like nothing ever reached deep enough to shake him loose. Not numb exactly. Just disciplined. I'm gonna learn that, I whispered into the dark. How to keep my head when he pushes. How to use just enough to keep people safe and slam the door in his face. My fist tightened under the blanket. I'm not going to be your key, I said to the fox. I'm going to be your jailer. And I'll make sure you never get out. Outside, somewhere far away, a dog barked. Someone laughed. The village breathed. My eyes finally started to sting from more than just frustration. Watch me, I told the ceiling, the village, the fox, everyone. Old man. Sasuke. Even you. I'm going to figure this out. Eventually, sheer exhaustion dragged me under. The fox's presence lingered at the edge of my dreams, pressing at the bars now and then. But tonight the seal held. And so did I. Seen the man in the tree, POV Naruto. Training ground 60, late night. I was restless, the talk with the fox rattled me, it always did. I went to blow off some steam. Training ground 60 was one of my favorite places. A grassy plateau, a ring of trees, a clear lake mirroring the sky. Far enough from the busier fields that most people didn't bother coming this way unless they wanted privacy. Kakashi-sensei had brought me here to practice water walking once. Today, I wasn't planning anything complicated. I just needed to move. To hit things until my thoughts got quieter. I walked toward a familiar scarred tree and reached for my jacket zipper. The trunk exploded. 3 sharpened branches speared toward my chest. I twisted, instinct screaming, and hit the grass in a roll as splinters peppered my face. An ANBU in a bear mask stepped out of the torn bark as if the tree were just a doorway. His chakra flared, steady, heavy, controlled. My hand flew to my weapon's pouch on reflex, muscles coiling. What the hell was that for? I snapped, already pulling chakra up. He didn't answer. His hands blurred through seals faster than I could track. The ground heaved. Wood, not dirt, not stone, shot up in thick, flexible pillars, whipping toward me like snakes. My eyes went wide. That's Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. I threw chakra into the technique on instinct. Smoke burst around me, clones scattered in all directions, dodging and juking to draw fire. The wooden pillars smashed through them one by one. Each dispel hit me with a flash of phantom pain and broken angles. The last clone took a splinter the size of my arm straight through the chest. As it popped, I felt the ghost of the impact. Real wood. Not normal Earth style. Stories of the Shodaime Hokage's legendary Mokutan flickered through my mind, followed by every rumor I'd heard about hidden experiments and secret projects. Obeying my orders, the NBU said at last, voice muffled by the mask. Great. Wood tricks and a personality like a brick wall. I dropped into a crouch, hands sliding toward Bofudoki's hilt at my back, blood pounding in my ears. If the old man had ordered this, then my life had just gotten even more complicated. Quick pause, guys. If you are enjoying this story, please take 1 second to check if you are subscribed. I am trying to hit my first massive milestone of 1,000 subscribers, and every single one of you joining the community means the absolute world to me. Alright, let's see what Naruto does next. Chapter 14. Test of Spirit and Monsters. Seen the test that breaks you, POV Naruto. Training Ground 60, Konohagakure. The tree tried to kill me first. That should have been my hint that this wasn't a normal training day. 1 second I was reaching for the zipper of my jacket. The next, the trunk behind me twisted, wood creaking as 3 sharpened branches stabbed toward my back. I flipped out of the way, barely, landing in a skid of dirt and torn grass. An ANBU stepped out of the tree like it was a door. He moved fast. Too fast. White porcelain bear mask, armor, the whole creepy package, and the kind of cold, focused killing intent that said he wasn't here to chat. What the hell? My hand shot back, fingers wrapping around Bofudoki's hilt. Wind chakra flooded down my arm and into the blade on instinct. The metal thrummed, edge sharpening until it almost screamed in my grip. I don't know who gave you those orders, I thought, jaw tightening. But there's no way the old man sent you to kill me. Either way, I'm not going down without a fight. I pivoted and slashed across my body, whipping a crescent of compressed air outward. The wind extension roared toward the ANBU, easily stretching the sword's reach several meters. He exploded into splinters. Substitution. The ground under my feet shivered. Shit! I hurled Bofudoki straight up and jumped, flying through the clone seal midair. Smoke popped all around me as shadow clones materialized and grabbed my arms, hurling me away like they were tossing a sack of rice. The earth erupted where I'd just been. Thick wooden pillars punched out of the soil, twisting and coiling like snakes. They crushed my clones with ugly cracks. Every dispel slammed into my mind in a rush of phantom pain, ribs snapping, bark gouging skin. Only Shodaime was supposed to pull this kind of crap. Who the hell is this guy? I hit the ground in a crouch and reached out just in time to catch Bofudoki on the way down. A flash of metal in my peripheral vision made me turn, just in time to bring my sword up. Steel crashed against steel. The impact sent me sprawling onto my back, air blasting out of my lungs. Who do you work for? I snapped, rolling as his follow-up strike carved a line in the dirt where my neck had been. Why are you doing this? He didn't answer. His boot hammered into my ribs, and my body burst into smoke, leaving a battered log. From a nearby branch, I snapped a wind-sharpened kunai into my fingers and threw. The kunai punched through his chest. No blood. No scream. Cracks spider-webbed across his torso, and he fell apart into chunks of wood. Another clone. I swore under my breath, eyes scanning the torn training ground. The dirt shivered again, right behind me. I spun. Too slow. His arm warped, skin and cloth twisting into pale wooden spears that slammed into my side and shoulder. Pain flared and I went flying, bouncing across the ground before finally skidding to a stop. Pathetic, he said, footsteps steady as he walked toward me. This can't be the full extent of the Kyuubi's power. I forced myself up, clutching my ribs. Screw you, I spat. I don't need that bastard's help. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage, and I'm not letting some masked freak define me by him. I slammed my hands together. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Chakra surged out of me in a wave. Dozens, then hundreds, of clones burst into existence in a rolling cloud of smoke, spilling out across the plateau and surrounding the ANBU. You are overextending yourself, he commented, tone flat. Overconfident. Reckless. Yeah, lecture me later, I growled. Right now. We all inhaled at once. This ends now, 100 voices shouted. Get ready! We exhaled together. Wind chakra howled out of us in overlapping blasts. Each individual gust was a decent C-rank, but combined they merged into a single, monstrous wave of compressed air, my Kazurian no Shippuden. The gale tore across the field, flattening grass, uprooting trees, shredding the landscape. For a moment, the world was nothing but roaring wind and dust. Then it faded. The clones popped out one after another from chakra exhaustion, memories and fatigue slamming back into me in a dizzying rush. I steadied myself, blinking grit out of my eyes, and felt my stomach drop. In the middle of a barren, stripped patch of ground stood a thick wooden cocoon, smooth and undamaged. Of course. The shell peeled open like a flower, revealing the ANBU inside, unharmed. You are a genin, are you not, Uzumaki? He asked, as if bored. Do you truly imagine yourself on the level of ANBU? He stepped out, brushing dust off his armor. Your arrogance is unbelievable. It seems you need a bit more incentive to unleash your full potential. My skin crawled. Incentive? I echoed. He tapped the wooden barrier once, almost casually. By the way, he added, it's regrettable that you were so reckless you killed your own rescuer. The words didn't sink in at first. Then my eyes followed the angle of his head, toward a toppled tree along the edge of the training field. A massive trunk lay uprooted, flattened over something beneath it. Someone. Brown hair. Chunin vest. A face I knew better than my own. My heart stopped. Ichiraku-sensei. My legs gave out. The world tilted, wobbling around the fixed point of Ichiraku's still body half buried under the tree. No, I whispered. My hands flew up to clutch my head. No. The scream ripped out of me without permission, raw and cracked and full of 13 years of everything. Sasuke's back disappearing into darkness. Hinata crumpling with a bloody hole through her. Sakura walking away. The villager's eyes. Ichiraku's smile. You made me. My voice shook as I pushed myself back up, vision blurring with hot tears. You made me kill him. I stared at the bare mask and something inside me snapped. I'll kill you! Ah. There it is. The fox's voice slid through my mind, rich with vicious amusement. Such anger. Such hatred. How delightfully human. Maybe I'll stretch a little fleshling? Heat flooded my belly as the seal flared. Yuki surged through my chakra coils, thick and suffocating. My muscles seized, then burned, then felt stronger. Stop! I gasped, even as my body bowed under the pressure. I didn't stop it. Not this time. The cloak erupted around me, a boiling, crimson layer of chakra that shaped itself into a fox-like shroud. One tail whipped behind me. The air sizzled where it brushed. My skin felt like it was being peeled away and regrown in the same instant, nerves screaming and then drowned under borrowed power. I slammed my hand into the ground, forcing down the wave of nausea. Die! I snarled. A claw of bubbling red chakra shot forward, stretching out from the cloak like a whip of molten glass. It lunged at the ANBU, carving a trench in the earth. He dodged, flipping sideways. The claw jerked midair, following, smashing through a tree that exploded into splinters. I yanked it back, then lashed again. And again. He moved with infuriating precision, pivoting around roots, using broken logs as springboards. The cloak hulled around me, the fox's killing intent poured through my veins, hot and intoxicating. More, the QB crooned. Show him. Show them all. Rip and tear and... The ground betrayed me. Wood exploded around my legs, wrapping tight. More pillars shot up, coiling around my torso, arms, shoulders. In a heartbeat I was pinned, bound by thick wooden bands that bit into my flesh. I fought them, Yuki flaring, the cloak clawing and burning at the restraints. The wood blackened, but held. Enough, BNBU said. He approached cautiously, staying just outside the reach of the wild red chakra. I've seen what I needed to see, he murmured, more to himself than to me. The situation is as the Hokage feared. Let me go! I roared, straining until my muscles shook. The tail thrashed, gouging trenches in the dirt. Uzumaki. His voice sharpened. You didn't kill Ichiraku. The words cut through the haze like a thrown kunai. My breathing hitched. Look, he said, nodding toward the fallen tree. I forced my eyes over. The body, under the trunk, twitched, then cracked. The form twisted, limbs bending at impossible angles before splitting apart into rough blocks of wood. In seconds, the corpse melted into roots and splinters that sank back into the ground. No blood. No flesh. No Ichiraku. Just a wooden dummy. I stared, the rage and grief in my chest suddenly scrambled into confusion. I apologize for the provocation, but I was ordered by Hokage-sama to test your emotional control and evaluate the risk you pose under provocation, BNBU said. You failed. Spectacularly. I dragged my eyes back to him. Why should I believe you? I rasped. You show up, attack me, call me a monster, push me until I snap, and now I'm just supposed to trust you? I had to see your natural reactions, he replied calmly. If you'd known it was a test, you would have tried to perform. That would tell us nothing. He reached up and unclipped his mask. The face underneath was younger than I expected, with dark, steady eyes and short brown hair. Calm, like nothing I'd just thrown at him had rattled him at all. I've been authorized to reveal my identity to you as a sign of trust, he said. You may call me Yamato. I swallowed, shoulders still heaving. No, he added, voice firm. Calm down. The Kyuubi's chakra is unpleasant enough from a distance. Standing next to it isn't my idea of fun. Right. Cloak. Tail. Burning skin. I squeezed my eyes shut, focusing on the seal. Back off, I thought, grabbing onto the raging chakra like it was something I could physically drag. I get it. You're strong. You're scary. Now get out. For once, the fox retreated without a fight. The cloak peeled away, the tail dissolving in a red hiss. My own chakra rushed in to fill the gap, leaving behind sore muscles and raw skin. I sagged in the wooden restraints, suddenly exhausted. Yamato formed a seal. The bindings loosened and sank back into the earth, dropping me unceremoniously to my knees. I rubbed my wrists and shot him a glare. So? I muttered. You done trying to kill me? If I wanted you dead, he said mildly, you wouldn't be talking. I was ordered to test you. Now that I have, I'll be assisting Kakashi-senpai with your training. I stood up slowly, grabbed Bofudoki from where it had skewered the dirt, and sheathed it. Assisting how? I asked warily. He folded his arms. I specialize in Mokutan and water manipulation. The Hokage wants me to help you with both discipline and control. Great. Another crazy tree guy. He ticked points off on his fingers. Initial assessment: you are naive, overconfident, reckless, emotionally unstable, and easily manipulated through your attachments. My eye twitched. What? He stepped closer, expression flat. You believed without question that Ichiraku would appear alone in this training ground. You didn't stop to ask why. You engaged what you knew was A and BU level opposition by yourself instead of using the chaos to send clones for help. He gestured to the devastated field. You unleashed a wide area, high destruction Winjutsu inside village limits without considering collateral damage. I didn't want to look, but I did. Torn ground. Shredded trees. It could have been worse, if he'd been an enemy who pushed me harder. And worst of all, Yamato said, stabbing a finger lightly toward my stomach, you still refuse to fully accept that the QB is part of your life. You pretend you can ignore it until something like this forces you into a corner, and your control snaps the moment someone you care about is threatened. Each sentence landed like a punch. I didn't think, I muttered. Exactly, he said. His tone softened just a bit. You have potential, Uzumaki. A lot of it. But if you keep acting like this, you're going to get your comrades killed. Or hand your body to that fox. I swallowed hard, fingers tightening on Bofudoki's hilt. Fine, I said. So what now? Yamato slipped his mask back on and jerked his head toward the lake. Now, while we wait for Kakashi-senpai, we work on something simple. Like what? I asked suspiciously. Water manipulation, he said. And emotional conditioning. Come on, Uzumaki. I groaned but followed, every bruise and burn throbbing in time with my heartbeat. If this was what it took to make sure no one else ended up under a tree because of me, fake or not, then I'd do it. Seen a snake in the sunlight, POV, Orochimaru. Forests of Hino Kuni, caravan route. The forest of fire country always did have a certain charm. Green, endless, noisy. Birds in the canopy, insects in the underbrush, the distant rumble of wagons on the road. And underneath it all, the faint, lingering stain of old blood. I walked a few paces behind the merchant caravan, wrapped in the unremarkable body of a small brown-haired woman. Loose black pants. Sleeveless shirt. Dark green robe. A face people's eyes slid right off of. If they knew who I actually was, they would have scattered in all directions. I smiled at the thought. A snake courier had already slithered off hours ago with instructions for Kabuto and the others. They could handle things in my absence. This little detour into Konoha required a hands-on touch. The outer barrier was still in place around the village, the same intricate web I'd studied back when I wore Konoha's symbol on my forehead without irony. Hyuga eyes and seals, layered and complex. My inner robes brushed against my skin, the suppression seals inked inside them humming quietly. They blurred my chakra signature, flattened it, made me just another set of tiny flickers in a crowd. By the time the gates came into view, the sky was bleeding into evening. Passport, miss? The gate guard asked, smiling with that tired, end-of-shift politeness. I handed him forged papers with a demure smile and a faint cloud of floral perfume. He checked the documents, barely glanced at my face, stamped them, and held them out. Looks in order. Welcome to Konoha. If you only knew, I thought, tucking the papers away as I slipped into the village proper. The streets were comfortably familiar. Shops. Stalls. Shinobi moving with quiet purpose, civilians bustling, children running and laughing. It was all so very peaceful. Then I saw him. A flash of gold hair. Blue eyes. An obnoxiously bright grin as he leaned over the counter of a ramen stall. For a second, my heart stopped. Minato. No. Not quite. The facial structure was similar but not identical, younger and rougher at the edges. The chakra was different too, wild, with a thick, foul layer coiled tightly in his center. I slid onto the farthest stool in Ichiraku, ordered something generic, and listened. Oh, Naruto, you look fired up, the owner said, grinning as he turned to the pot. Good day of training? You bet, old man. The brat, Naruto, laughed. Can't wait for Kakashi-sensei to get back, though. I'm being trained by this weird guy who keeps calling me Uzumaki like I don't have a first name. He's cool, but kinda spooky. Uzumaki. My chopsticks snapped. Of course. Kushina's clan. Minato's little red-headed obsession. I'd watched them dance around each other for months before they finally snapped and gave in like the hormonal idiots they were. And now their brat sat here, happily slurping ramen, with the QB coiled inside him like a sleeping bomb. I could taste it from here. That distinctive, poisonous chakra leaking just enough around the edges of the seal to whisper its presence. You really did it, didn't you, Minato? I thought, amused in spite of myself. You used your own child as a prison. The urge to kill him on the spot was almost overwhelming. I could see it, blue eyes going wide, ramen bowls shattering, the entire village feeling the QB shudder, scream, and then go silent. Sarutobi's face when he heard. I let the idea wash over me, savored it, then let it go. Not yet. Akatsuki would be very upset if their future toy disappeared too early. And honestly, watching this boy grow into whatever monstrosity his parents' choices had set him up for would be far more entertaining. Grow strong, little Namikaze, I thought, swallowing the rest of my ramen in a single practice motion and dropping payment on the counter. When I kill you, I want it to be worth the effort. I left without another look, slipping back into the crowd. My destination was a modest house at the edge of the mercantile district. 5 precise knocks. A pause. 3 more. The door opened a crack. Kabuto peered out, glasses glinting, fake genin clothes slightly rumpled. His eyes widened when he saw me. Orochimaru-sama? He hissed, stepping aside quickly. You came personally? I thought we agreed that I should avoid Fire Country for a time, yes, I said lightly, stepping in. The skin of my disguise rippled and sloughed away, replaced by my true pallid form. Yellow eyes. Black hair. Proper limbs. Much better. Are you questioning me, Kabuto? Of course not, he said immediately, pushing his glasses up. I was merely surprised given my last report. Your last report is exactly why I'm here, I said, tilting my head. You mentioned root. Danzu. Certain trophies. Kabuto nodded and fished a folded scrap of paper from inside his vest. Coordinates, he said. The location of one of their more sensitive underground facilities. I confirmed it with the help of some of their operatives. Confirmed it, or extracted it? I asked, amused. He smiled thinly. Does it matter? I scanned the paper, memorized every number in detail, then sliced it apart with a thin blade of wind chakra. The fragments fluttered to the floor like dead leaves. It's about time I paid our dear senpai a visit, I said. We have old business to settle. Kabuto's chakra flickered uneasily. You intend to infiltrate a root base inside Konoha tonight, he said slowly. That's ambitious. Ambition is what separates legends from corpses, I said. In the meantime, continue your little balancing act. Feed Root what they want to hear. Feed Akatsuki what they want. And one more task. Yes, Orochimaru-sama? Keep an eye on Uzumaki Naruto, I said. As much as you can without tipping our hand. Learn everything. Something tells me he'll be very entertaining. Kabuto nodded, though his mind was clearly racing. I slid back into my feminine disguise and slipped out the door, letting the night swallow me. Time to go snake hunting under the tree. Seen the team built from bruises, POV, Sarutobi Asuma. Training Field 19, Kanahigakure, 2 hours later. I've lost track of how many times I've waited in clearings like this. Different forests. Different students. Same feeling. Training Field 19 was quiet in the late afternoon, just enough breeze to move the leaves. Shikamaru and Ino stood in front of me, both a little more serious than they'd been a few weeks ago. Almost losing a teammate will do that to you. I took a drag from my cigarette, letting the smoke curl up into the branches. He's cutting it close, I thought, glancing toward the path. Shikamaru shoved his hands deeper into his pockets, eyes on the sky, probably counting clouds to keep from overthinking everything. Ino shifted her weight from foot to foot, her gaze drifting every so often to the empty space at her left where Chuji should have been. Footsteps pounded toward us. Naruto burst into the clearing, bent double and panting like he'd sprinted the entire way. Scuffed clothes. A couple of fresh bruises he hadn't had yesterday. Sorry, he wheezed, straightening. I, had training. Lost track of time. Ino gave him an unimpressed look. Shikamaru's eyes lingered for a second, thoughtful, then slid away again. We'll save the stories for later, I said, flicking Ash off to the side. We're behind as it is. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Right, sorry, Asuma-sensei. His gaze swept the clearing. Where's Chuji? I took one last drag, stubbed the cigarette out against my lighter, and pocketed both. First things first, I said. Because of his arm injury, Chuji won't be participating in the upcoming Chunin exams. The words hung in the air. Shikamaru's shoulders tensed. His mouth tightened just a bit. Ino looked down, hands curling loosely at her sides. Naruto's expression shifted from confusion to concern. He'll be fine, I added. He just won't be combat ready in time. A shattered arm is nothing to play around with. Naruto exhaled slowly, some of the tension leaving his face, but his hands still clenched. And that brings us to why you're all here, I went on. Despite Chuji being out, Hokage-sama has decided that Team 10 will still enter the exams. 3 sets of eyes snapped to me. Without Chuji? Ino burst out. But we can't just leave him behind like that. Naruto waved his arms. Yeah. I don't want to steal his spot. He's my friend too. I can wait for the next exams if I have to. I hid a small smile behind my beard. What about you, Shikamaru? I asked. I expected at least one this is troublesome from you by now. He scratched his cheek, gaze distant as he turned the problem over in his head. Oh, it's troublesome, he said. But this is probably Naruto's best chance at becoming a Chunin anytime soon. Naruto blinked at him. Even if we waited for Chuji, Shikamaru continued, there's no guarantee we'd all get promoted together. It doesn't really change that. And he flicked a glance at me. Something about this doesn't feel like a request. More like an order from above. Smart kid. You're right, I said. This is a direct order from the Hokage. Naruto doesn't have a stable team right now. You two need to keep moving forward. He needs teammates. It's a neat solution, all things considered. Ino still looked torn. But what about Chuji? She asked again, softer. I talked to him, I said. He gave his okay. I let a grin slip out. I might have promised that Naruto would treat him to a month's worth of Ichiraku as compensation. Naruto stared at me. A month? He croaked. As in 30 days? Of ramen? At least, I said. Ino snorted, laughter bubbling up despite everything. Shikamaru smirked. Even Naruto cracked a reluctant grin after a second, muttering something about taking extra D-ranks just to afford it. Watching them, I felt something ease in my chest. It wasn't perfect. It never would be. But 3 kids, 1 team, this was how it was supposed to look, at least for now. One step at a time, I thought. Get them through the exams. Keep them alive through whatever's coming after. I lit another cigarette and blew smoke toward the sky. All right, I said. Enough moping. We've got work to do. Scene blossom with poison roots, POV Sakura. Training Field 42, Kanehigakure. My hands were a mess. Bandages wrapped from my palms up to my elbows, already stained where blood had soaked through. Every strike sent a hot sting through my fingers, but I didn't stop. I slammed my palm into the training post again. Wood thudded under the blow. I won't fail again, I whispered. I won't let them take you. That's right, interpurred. We can't afford to fail. Not with Mom on a noose and that fossil of a Hokage waiting for an excuse to snap it. Harino Mabuki. My mother. Branded a traitor. Accused of hiring an assassin to kill Uzumaki Naruto. Danza had shown me the file. The chains. The bruises. He'd also made it very clear that the only thing standing between her and execution was his goodwill, and that my disobedience would snap that last thread. So I trained. Taijutsu until my muscles trembled. Kenjutsu until my grip slipped. Chain drills until my shoulders ached. Lightning manipulation until my nerves hummed and skin prickled. And when my body screamed for rest, I kept going. I'll get stronger, I told myself, driving another strike into the wood. Strong enough to get you out. Strong enough to kill that fox brat, if that's the price Danza demands. The ends justify the means, Inna said calmly. They never believe you anyway. Danza's right about that much. Something shifted in the air behind me. I spun on instinct, throwing myself into motion. My hand snapped out toward a throat, fingers like a viper's fangs. When my strike was knocked aside with almost casual ease, I flowed into a spinning sweep kick, trying to catch my attacker off guard. A forearm blocked my leg without budging. I rolled backwards, landing in my hebe stance, low, coiled, ready to lash out. The man in front of me was intense. Green bodysuit so tight it was practically painted on. Orange leg warmers. Bowl-cut hair. Eyebrows thick enough to have their own chakra signatures. Mato guy, I breathed. Why, Inner asked faintly, do all our sensei have to be freaks? Oh, he said, expression shifting from serious to interested. An impressive example of the famed viper style. Then his eyes narrowed, voice going clinical in a way I hadn't expected from someone dressed like that. However, your movements are far too easy to predict, he continued. Your transitions lack the abrupt sharpness this style demands. At this speed, any experienced opponent will read you like an open book. I grimaced despite myself. I am Mato guy, he announced, straightening, power rolling off him in waves. Let's make one thing clear, Haruno-san. I do not trust you. I do not trust your master. A chill went down my spine. If you harm or endanger my precious students, he said, voice dropping into something hard and dangerous, I will crush you. I swallowed, heart picking up. He's not bluffing, Inner said. Note to self, do not poke the green beast. That said, Guy went on, some of the killing intent bleeding away. I am also a fair man. As long as we are on the same team, I will train you. I will help you grow stronger. Not because I see the fires of youth burning in you. His gaze flicked over my bandaged hands. But because I see them burning in my students, and I will not let your presence dim them. Then, without warning, his face split into a blinding grin. Oh ho! 10-10! Lee! You are early! He boomed, turning toward the path. The flames of your youth must be burning brighter than ever if you could not wait to begin training. Two shapes approached, one a tall boy in an outfit identical to Guy's right down to the hair, the other a brown-haired girl with twin buns, a weapon scroll on her back, and the look of someone who had been dragged out of bed too early too many times. The girl muttered something under her breath that might have been a curse. The boy, Rock Lee, if Root's intel was accurate, stopped dead when he saw me. He stared. I shifted my weight, letting my shoulders relax, softening my expression into something shy but strong. I smiled, just a little. Color flooded his cheeks. He jerked his gaze away so fast I almost laughed. He's smitten, Inner crowed. Perfect. Be careful, though. Gentle push, not shove. We need them on our side, not running away like Shikamaru did. Tenten's eyes went from Guy to me, curious. So that's Haruno Sakura, she said. Naruto's old teammate. She doesn't look half as crazy as the rumors say. Say, Guy-sensei, she added, blinking sleep away. Where's Niji? He's never late. Guy's grin faltered for a fraction of a second. If I hadn't been trained to watch body language, I might have missed it. Niji-kun has been reassigned, he said. After the last mission and Hyuga Hinata's injuries, his clan has placed him with another genin team, at least until after the Chunin exams. Both Tenten and Lee frowned, their brows furrowing as they hit a patch of blank space in their memories. They tried to remember. They failed. Yamanaka work. Memory seals. Clean. Guy cleared his throat. You both were knocked out early in the fight, he said, covering smoothly. You suffered mild concussions. Niji, Naruto, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino handled the rest. His eyes flicked to me briefly. He was lying, at least by omission. More importantly, he went on, voice bright again. Hokage-sama has decreed that your flames of youth will not be dimmed. Haruno Sakura will temporarily join our team for the duration of the Chunin exams. Lee lit up like a festival lantern. I see, he shouted, striking a ridiculous pose. Guy-sensei, this is a sign. Our youthful team has gained a new blossom. I, Rock Lee, will protect you with my life, Sakura-san. I let myself blush faintly and duck my head. I hope I won't be a burden, I said softly. I'm looking forward to working with you. Oh, you will not be a burden, Lee declared, eyes shining. We shall grow strong together. Hooked, Inner said smugly. Tenten didn't look thrilled at first. Fury flickered behind her eyes at the mention of Niji being reassigned, something tight and protective. But she took a breath, forced it down. If Niji has to be elsewhere, she muttered, then we'll just have to prove we can stand tall without him. She looked me over again, taking in my gear, my stance, my scars. Nice to meet you, Sakura, she said. Let's do our best. I gave her a warm, honest-looking smile. Yeah. Let's. Guy watched us, arms crossed, grinned back in place. But his eyes were sharp. He didn't trust me. Good. It meant he was paying attention. Bad. It meant I'd have to be very, very careful. Scene Snake vs. Roots, POV, Orochimaru. Hokage Tower, late night Konoha. Sarutobi's office felt smaller than I remembered. Same desk. Same pipe on the corner. Same faint smell of tobacco ground into the curtains and paper. I slipped through the shadows along the ceiling, dropped down behind the desk, and crouched where I'd once stood as a loyal student. You could almost pretend nothing had changed. Almost. I pressed a small seal tag to the lock on the left drawer. Chakra pulsed through the paper, unraveling the simple trap Sarutobi had woven into the wood. The drawer slid open. Scrolls. A few files. A folded handkerchief, stained dark. I picked up the cloth, turning it between my fingers before bringing it closer. Old blood. Not from a wound. From lungs. The faint bittersweet tang of medicine. The sluggish, sticky feel of organ failure. I chuckled and put it back down exactly where I'd found it. A terminal illness, sensei? I murmured. It seems even gods of Shinobi rot eventually. I'd imagined our final encounter many times over the years. Grand. Bloody. Jutsu tearing the sky as we tried to tear each other apart. The idea of fighting a wheezing old man who couldn't make it up a flight of stairs without coughing was disappointing. This changes the timetable, I thought. I repacked the drawer, relayered the seals to hide my interference, and erased every trace of my chakra. Then I slipped back out into a hallway, gliding between A and BU patrol routes I could still map from memory. Konoha's security had not improved as much as Sarutobi would like to think. By the time I reached the Eastern District, the streets were mostly empty, lamps flickering and throwing long shadows over cracked stone. The scars from the Kyuubi attack were still visible here, uneven walls, patched roofs, architecture that looked hurried instead of proud. I bit my thumb and formed seals. Ninpu, Kuchios, Hayakuhebi no Homon. Smoke puffed around my feet. Dozens of small black snakes uncoiled, golden eyes glittering. Find the masked ones? I told them. The ones who hide underground. They scattered, slipping through drains and cracks. Minutes later, a soft hiss brushed my thoughts. I smiled and moved. The first kunai came from above. I tilted my head, it sang past my ear. 2 root and B dropped down, blades already drawn. Emotionless masks. Dead eyes behind them. I stepped into the first one's guard and sunk my fingers into his eye sockets. Bone gave way with a wet crunch. I let him drop and turned, mouth opening. My tongue shot out, wrapping around the second man's throat. One twist. Snap. I hopped onto a rail, looking down over the maze of alleys and bridges. More root operatives shifted below, trying to hide, trying to flank. Kusanagi slid out of my mouth into my waiting hand with a familiar, comforting weight. I leapt. They moved well. Coordinated. Efficient. Utterly outmatched. Steel flashed. Blood sprayed. Bodies fell. Silence returned quickly, broken only by the drip of red onto stone. A faint distortion on a half-collapsed wall caught my eye, a genjutsu shimmer. I formed a simple seal and pulsed chakra. The illusion faded, revealing a narrow crack leading into darkness. "Trying to hide, senpai?" I murmured, stepping inside. "How cute!" The air grew cooler as I descended. The smell changed, less street, more antiseptic and stone. My summoned snakes guided me through twists and turns, their tiny bodies vibrating messages up my arm when they returned. At one three-way intersection I stopped. Too quiet. No tripwires. No tags. No chakra. Overconfident, or bait, I mused. I slapped my hands onto the floor. Doton, Ishisama no Mayan. The earth shuddered as stone sharks took shape beneath the surface, then shot off down the side tunnels with predatory purpose. Distant screams echoed back. Short. Wet. I smiled and took the middle path. The corridor opened into a large chamber lined with tanks and tables. Half-formed bodies floated in murky liquid. Charts and diagrams were pinned across the walls, stolen bits of my work, copied and mangled. "I wonder if Sarutobi knows you've been playing with these toys, Danzu," I said. Then I saw it. A single tube, set apart from the others. Inside, and I floated, Tomo turning lazily in the dark iris. Sharingan. I approached reverently, tongue tasting the air. Sasuke's scent clung to it, faint under the chemicals. "Only one?" I clicked my tongue. "You greedy old ghoul. Where are you hiding the other?" Speakers crackled above me. "Orochimaru." Danza's voice rasped, thin and brittle. I looked up amused. "Danza-san," I cooed. "It's been too long. How have you been? Still clinging to the shadows? Did you truly think I would allow you to invade my facilities and leave alive?" he asked. "Did you truly believe I had forgotten your last attempt on my life?" "You're still breathing," I said. "I call that mercy. But if it offends you, I can correct it. The only thing that astounds me more than your arrogance is your stupidity," he said. "But it has served its purpose. Luring you here was laughably easy." I ignored him. Chakra flared around my hand as I thrust it forward. The glass shattered outward, shards bouncing off my skin. My snake dropped from my arm to the floor just before the liquid splashed down, slithering away. I caught the eye in my palm, wrapping it in a thin layer of chakra to preserve it, then slid it into the waiting container I'd brought. The seals on the jar hummed when they sensed the new occupant. A heartbeat later, it vanished into a scroll with a twist of my fingers. The walls groaned. Panels slid back, revealing neat stacks of explosives wired with tags and triggers. Lights blinked red. "There is only one thing you may beg for now, Orochimaru," Danza said, voice almost satisfied. "The Shinigami's mercy. Goodbye." The tags flared. "Kukuku." I laughed, hands flashing through a final sequence of seals even as the world lit up. Too little, too late. White light swallowed everything. Seen a necessary sacrifice, POV, Danzu. Root observation bunker, Konoha, same time. The explosion was beautiful. From the hardened bunker overlooking the eastern district, I watched the underground complex tear itself apart. The ground swelled, cracked, and burst as flame punched upward, carrying debris and bodies with it. An entire block collapsed inward. Fire leapt from building to building. Civilians ran, tiny shapes on the monitor's feed, and then disappeared under smoke. Regrettable. But acceptable. I adjusted the radio microphone with my single hand, my face as expressionless as always. "All units," I said, "converge on ground zero. If the target survived, you are to eliminate him immediately." Confirm once the area is secure. Static replied, then a series of terse responses. My eye returned to the main screen. The camera mounted on a reinforced building at the edge of the district still functioned, feeding me a clear view of the chaos. Fire. Rubble. The hole in the earth where Root's toys and one of my more expendable prizes had been. Sacrificing one Sharingan I stumbled. But if Sarutobi stumbled under the weight of this disaster, if the civilians clamored for answers he could not give, if the other elders began to doubt his capacity to protect them, then the trade was more than fair. The tree was rotting. The roots would need to step in. I moved to a small cage by the wall. A crow sat inside, feathers puffed up, a scroll tied to its leg. Go, I said, opening the door. It launched into the night, vanishing into the smoke. There would be investigations. Speeches. Funerals. I would stand behind Sarutobi's shoulder, cane in hand. I lowered, the picture of loyal support. For now. Scene, the survivor molts, POV, Orochimaru. Forest outside Konoha, shortly after. The first breath after clawing out of the earth is always the strangest. Cold air. Dirt in my mouth. The muffled roar of distant chaos. I pushed myself the rest of the way up, shaking soil from my hair and clothes. My skin tingled where new layers had replaced what the blast had taken. Kukuku. I chuckled, glancing back toward Konoha. Even from here, I could see the column of smoke rising from the eastern side of the village, glowing faintly at the base. Almost got me, senpai. I mused. Almost. The snake that had taken my place at the last second was now a smear somewhere under the crater. Hibi Kawarimi had its drawbacks, but it kept me alive. That was all that mattered. I patted the scroll hidden in my robes. Sasuke's Sharingan pulsed faintly against the seals, preserved and waiting. Very worthwhile. I turned away from the village and began to move, chakra gathering in my legs as I blurred from branch to branch. Kabuto would be expecting a report. Akatsuki would need to be misled. And there was still so much to do. Until next time, Konoha, I said softly. Try not to destroy yourself before I get back. Scene storms over rain, POV, Jiraiya. Amigekyo no Sato, rooftop of the Kage Tower, dawn. Amigekyo was as depressing as ever. Low, ugly clouds hung over the village, dumping cold rain on everything. Wind knifed between the towers, carrying the scent of rust and stagnant water. I stood at the edge of the tallest building, cloak flapping, and looked down at the gray mess below. Memories from the Second War tugged at me, old battles, old students, old failures. Jiraiya of the Sannin, a familiar voice said behind me. This is an unexpected visit. I didn't turn right away. Let him come closer. Hanzo the Salamander, I said. Still skulking on rooftops, I see. He came to stand a few meters away, hands clasped behind his back. Armor still polished. Hair longer and whiter. Eyes the same unnatural black with white pupils. He'd once taken on me, Tsunade, and Orochimaru at the same time and walked away. Now up close, I could see the cracks age had carved into him. The way chakra settled heavier in his frame. I am not here to trade insults, he said calmly. If you dare to enter my country in a time of tension, state your business. Quickly. I finally turned to face him, fishing in my vest for what I needed. 4 Amigekyo forehead protectors clinked in my hand. I tossed them at his feet. Your men, I said. They tried to snatch civilians from Fukuoka and the nearby settlements. Chakra sensitives. They confessed under interrogation. Naming Rokushu Aoi, a leaf nuke nin you've been harboring, and someone inside AIM as their backer. Hanzo's jaw tightened just a fraction. His chakra stirred. Inside. He was probably thinking. But not me. Out loud, he said. All I see are the headbands of 4 of my shinobi, killed outside my borders. His chakra flared, pressure bearing down like a thunderhead. The rain seemed to hiss against it. Do you truly think to come to my capital and accuse me on my own tower? He asked quietly. I'm here to warn you, I said. That's all. I met his gaze without flinching. Konoha won't tolerate our people being taken. If it happens again, we'll treat the pact as broken. No matter who you claim is responsible. He stared at me for a long moment. Then, with a short snort, he turned away, looking out over his village. Amigekyo did not order those abductions, he said. Nor do I claim every stray nin who slinks through my country. But you profit from them, I said. And if they drag you into a war, you'll pay the bill. His fingers flexed behind his back. For the sake of old days, he said finally, I will allow you to leave alive. How generous, I muttered. Take this message to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he continued. Amigekyo will honor the non-aggression pact. We will pay no reparations for phantom crimes. We will issue no apology for threats built on the words of dead men. He turned his head just enough to look at me from the corner of his eye. One more thing. For 1 month, no aimed shinobi will step into fire country. Not until after your Chunin exams. I expect the same in return. A cooling off period. A chance to regroup. A chance to plan. Fine, I said. I'll pass it along. I formed a seal. Don't make me come back, I added, and vanished in a swirl of leaves. As I traveled back across the continent, I couldn't shake the feeling that lines were being drawn that none of us would be able to erase later. Scene A. God in the Red Shadows. Amigekyo, Hanzo's office, shortly after. The wood of my desk split under my hand. I stared at the crack for a moment, then let go and flexed my fingers, trying to bleed off the anger. Those arrogant leaf fools! I snarled. To send that boy here with threats on his lips. Ha, Hanzo-sama? My aide stammered from the doorway. Is everything? I raised a hand. Are our guests still waiting? I asked instead. She swallowed visibly. Why, yes, sir. You told me earlier to send them away, but they are still in the antechamber. Should I? I hesitated. Jiraiya's visit had forced my hand. The insurgents led by that self-proclaimed God had been bleeding my forces for months, turning my own villages into contested ground. Now Konoha was rattling sabers at our border. I could not afford to be squeezed from both sides. No, I said. Send them in. She bowed quickly and disappeared. I sat down behind my desk, letting my breathing even out, my face settling into calm. You underestimated him, I told myself. The one calling himself a god. You thought he wouldn't push the great nations this hard. You were wrong. The door opened. A tall, broad-shouldered figure stepped inside, ducking under the frame. A dark cloak hid most of their body. The hood cast their face in shadow. I couldn't make out their features, only the sense of a sharp, heavy presence entering the room. They closed the door behind them without a word. I measured them in silence, then laced my fingers together. All right, I said slowly. I'll humor you. My eyes narrowed. Let's hear what you have to offer. Chapter 15. Storms on the Horizon. Scene when the storm learns the fox's name, POVEI, the Yandame Rakage. 2 days later, Kumobikyu no Sato. The storm pylon always calmed me, even when my temper didn't want to be calmed. I stood in front of the one-way window in my office, looking out over the thunderheads that wrapped themselves around the highest peaks of Reiko no Kuni. Stone, steel and lightning, those were our bones. The generators hummed below, feeding power into Kumo's veins, and still I couldn't shake the heat prickling under my skin. So much had shifted on the continent in just a few months. Too much. I paced once, twice, big hands absently tugging at my gray mustache and beard. When I heard footsteps and a familiar, loud humming outside the door, I forced my face back to neutral. So you've come then, I muttered. The door slammed open without waiting for permission. Yo bro, how'd you do? Been a while since I laid eyes on you. B flopped into the chair in front of my desk like he owned it, boots landing right on top of the reports I'd been pretending to read. How many times have I told you to cut that rhyming crap when we're alone? I growled. It's bad enough you torment the fools you hang around with. I am your brother and your rakage. Show some respect. And if you must rap, at least get good at it. Sorry, no can do. Rappin's who I am, big bro, not you. The grin he shot me was all teeth and no shame. Sometimes I wondered if the only reason he was still alive was because I remembered exactly how dangerous he became when pushed wrong. Jinchuriki weren't like normal ninja. Pushed too hard, at the wrong angle, and things broke in ways even a kage couldn't fix. I slapped his feet off my desk anyway. I called you here for a reason, I said. You're the strongest shinobi in this village besides me. I won't be Raikage forever. You know as well as I do how short our lifespans usually are. Not this again, man, spare me the talk. We both know I ain't built for your Hokage walk. He crossed his arms and tilted his sunglasses, but I heard the quiet bitterness buried there. We both know I'm just your weapon, your tool, he added flatly. Every time I try to take a vacation or talk to a woman, you freak out. So why bother pretending you want me anywhere near that chair? Before I could answer, I felt chakra moving in the corridor outside, 2 signatures I knew, and 2 I didn't. Be straightened a fraction, head tilting in that way he had when listening to the beast inside him. Your brats are here, he said, dropping the rhyme for once. And they brought a souvenir. Enter, I called. The door opened to a strange little procession. Karui and Omoi supported a pale, wounded woman between them, russet hair hanging limp around a face gone almost gray. Her right arm was bound up in filthy, blood-stained bandages braced with slats of wood and metal. Every step looked like it hurt. Karui's short, spiky orange hair was damp with sweat, her sleeveless mesh and jonin vest smudged with dirt. Omoi, all short blonde hair and dark skin, looked more tense than usual, lips pressed thin. Behind them stood Samui, cool, composed, coat hanging open over mesh and curves she took a perverse pride in ignoring. I remembered the redhead at once, Magoichi Yakumo. Old noble clan, big mouth, decent jonin, until 4-leaf genin took her apart in Hakumai no Kuni. Samui, I said, voice dropping. What is the meaning of this? Sarutobi told me 4 of our number were captured in those mines. Yet here I see one of them standing in my office. Samui bowed slightly. Raikage-sama, she said, calm as ice. Our team was returning from reconnaissance when a storm blocked our route. We detoured through the ravine and encountered a Leaf A and BU cell in diamond formation. I recognized Migoichi-sen among their prisoners. We intercepted and eliminated the squad and retrieved her. I grunted. Clean work. No witnesses, no proof. You did well, I said. Konoha is none the wiser, and if they suspect us, they still have nothing they can prove. Consider this a tiny victory to balance the embarrassment Yakumo and her clan have already dropped on our heads. One less head I have to buy back in ransom, I thought darkly. Yakumo flinched at that, but my patience had worn out the moment I saw her face. How dare your clan act independently and make a move on the Byakugan without my approval? I demanded, slamming my fist into the desk hard enough to make it creak. You failed miserably and lost to genin. You nearly incited a war with Konoha in the middle of the most tense standoff the shinobi world has seen since the First War, and you did it behind my back. Raikage Dano, I know you're upset. I don't want to hear excuses. I snapped. Karui, Omoi, take her to interrogation. I want every name of every idiot in her family who helped plan this farce. They swallowed, nodded, and started to drag her away. Even Karui didn't smart-mouth me, which told me how angry I sounded. Samui, I said without looking away from Yakumo's pinched face. Inform ANBU to arrest and arraign every Migoichi from 12 and up on suspicion of mutiny. I will not tolerate this kind of idiocy endangering us all. Samui's eyes widened for a fraction of a heartbeat, but she bowed. Yakumo bucked against Karui and Omoi's grip. Wait. I found out something worth more than any Byakugan, she blurted. Please hear me out, Raikage Dano. B shifted, rolling his shoulders as he stepped in front of the doorway and blocked it with his bulk. Come on, bro, don't be thick, he said, slipping back into that sing-song tone. We should hear out this reckless chick. Annoying or not, his instincts were usually sharp. I folded my arms and turned my back on them all, eyes on the storm beyond the glass. Fine, I said. If you're wasting my time. Leaf has a Jinchuriki, she shouted. The whole room froze. Even B stopped fidgeting. Of course Konoha would keep a trump card tucked away. With their bloodlines, their legends and their ridiculous numbers, another monster in their arsenal was the last thing anyone needed. If they'd managed to tame one of the 9, the balance of power shifted even further in their favor. In 2 steps, I closed the distance, bunched my hand in the front of Yakumo's torn clothes and lifted her clean off the floor. What did you say? I growled. You had better not be lying about something like this, Yakumo. I am not, she choked. I know what I saw. He was one of the genin who beat me. He had whisker marks, sharp teeth, and his demon's power was blood red. It was hot like fire and fouler and more sinister than anything I've ever felt, even Killer B-sama's aura. B went very still beside me. That's the QB, he said quietly. Hachi says only that bastard's chakra burns red like that. My stomach dropped. QB, I repeated. The fox. B suddenly threw his head back and laughed. To underestimate those Leaf be a crime, he rapped. They got the QB whose power outshines mine. I ignored the sting in that and snarled, hauling Yakumo closer. Did you get a name? I demanded. What did he look like? Blonde, blue eyes, she gasped. Naruto. His name was Naruto. Naruto. My mind flipped through old reports. Blonde, noisy brat in Konoha, Minato's son, taken as Hatake Kakashi's apprentice. I'd had my spies mark him as a possible future asset, nothing more. Uzumaki Naruto. Kyubi's vessel. Kakashi's student. Worse and worse. I threw her back into Karui and Oma's arms. Take her to NBU. I want her debriefed thoroughly. Every detail she remembers about that fight goes in a report, and that report goes on my desk yesterday. They bowed and moved to obey. Samui shifted, then cleared her throat softly. Reikage-sama, she said. What about the orders regarding the Migoichi clan? Not cancelled, I said. Karui Omoi, your orders about her stay the same. Samui, put the mass arrest on hold for now. Once ANBU extracts the list of who pushed this idiocy through, I want those fools gathered in the village square. I will make an example of them so no one repeats this stunt. The 3 jonin left, dragging Yakumo's protests down the corridor. B and I were alone. Naruto, Naruto. Why does that name ring a bell? I muttered. B just watched me with that faint little smirk that said he'd already put the pieces together. Then it clicked. Uzumaki Naruto. That's the kid my spies flagged as Kakashi's apprentice. I growled. This is bad. If he combines the fox with whatever tricks Kakashi stole with that Sharingan, that boy becomes far too dangerous for even you to handle carelessly. B lifted his swords from where they hung on his back, something in him sharpening. Go find Yujito, I ordered. Training starts now. I don't know what game Konoha is playing, but they've already taken a bite out of Kumo once. If they set their sights on us again, I want them to choke on us, QB or no QB. On the inside, I swallowed something bitter. I can't taunt Hiruzen after this, I thought. He's holding the strongest piece on the board. If I misstep, he'll sacrifice that boy for his village and burn us for it. I'll swallow my pride, pay his damned reparations, and wait for a better opening. B and I locked eyes. We both felt it, a sudden spike of massive Yuki flaring from the direction of the old city, where Yujito had been sparring with a patrol team. B didn't wait for the order. He smashed the window with his shoulder and leapt into the storm, swords ringing as he raced toward the Nibi's chakra. Scene, the Hokage who won't blink, POV, Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, Hokage Tower. The complaints, petitions and veiled threats were stacked on my desk in neat, accusing piles. 53 dead civilians. 89 wounded. More than 150 people homeless. Half the eastern slums turned into a crater, with the rest scorched or cracked enough to collapse next time it rained. The Abirame matriarch had come first, calm and icy behind her glasses as she asked why her scouts hadn't been informed routes still kept bases under civilian housing. The Nara clan head had followed, tone deceptively lazy as he walked me through casualty projections if a similar blast happened closer to the market. Inazuka-tsum had just yelled. And my Jonin. Last night's emergency meeting had been long and ugly. Half the room wanted to blame Amigekyo or IWA, the other half whispered Danzo's name and glanced at me as if waiting for permission to say it out loud. They wanted answers, culprits, something they could hit. I didn't have anything I could give them without tearing our own foundations apart. And until we know for sure whether it was an external attack or sabotage from within, squads are on rotating patrol around all known underground installations. I finished telling Kakashi and Anko. We're still digging through the debris. So far the only thing everyone agrees on is that the blast came from below. Anko's jaw clenched. Rude, she muttered. I didn't answer. Not out loud. I put my pipe between my teeth and watched the two of them over the smoke. Kakashi's one visible eye was grave despite the lazy posture. Anko's shoulders were stiff, but her report from Yuki no Kuni lay on my desk. Solid, precise work. The armor you retrieved from Doto's corpse, I said, bringing us back to something I could praise. And the fact that you eliminated the key researchers among the surviving Yukinin. That will cripple Kumo's attempt to back-engineer chakra armor. I'm very pleased with both of you. You may have prevented a serious shift in power in their favor. I let myself smile at them, just a little. Kakashi, you may go. Naruto and Tenzo have been waiting for your return. Don't forget the task I've entrusted to you. His eye curved in that little half-smile. Right, he said, and vanished in a swirl of leaves. I turned to Anko. You did very well, I told her. You exercised more restraint than I dared hope. I'm proud of you, Anko. Continue your personal training, and keep to your assignment regarding Sakura. She ducked her head, the corner of her mouth twitching up. Yes, Hokage-sama. She had barely stepped out when the door opened again without so much as a knock. Danzo, I said, my voice going cold even before I turned to look at him. What is the meaning of this? My aide tried to stop him in the doorway, but the old warhawk simply ignored her and hobbled inside, cane tapping with infuriating patience. I have information that cannot wait, he said. Of course, if Konoha's security is unimportant, I can wait outside. I bit down a little harder on my pipe. That's very kind of you, I replied. In that case, you can wait outside anyway, just like everyone else. I'll be with you in a moment. His single visible eye narrowed, but after a heartbeat he swallowed his pride and backed out, closing the door with a firm click. I exhaled slowly, set my pipe down and rubbed at the bridge of my nose. I was just about to summon him myself, I admitted to the empty room. For once, his timing isn't terrible. When I called him back in, he moved more stiffly than usual, lowering himself into the chair across from me like a man settling into an argument he'd planned for years. I know it was one of your secret compounds that exploded under the Eastern District, I said before he could speak. 53 civilians dead, dozens injured, entire streets flattened. Jonin are at each other's throats trying to decide if it was AIM, IWA or you, and the civilian council is demanding to know why they weren't informed routes still existed at all. Just what the hell were you thinking, Danzo? His lips twitched. It's ironic you'd blame me, Hiruzen, he said. It was your own weakness that spared Orochimaru back then, and your complacence that allowed him to walk into our village and commit this heinous crime, as you put it. Orochimaru would not dare set foot in Fire Country with Jiraiya on his trail. I snapped. Not like this. Not with such a blatant blast. My former student is not a fool. Actually, another voice cut in, dry and tired. As much as I hate to admit it, he's telling the truth, sensei. I turned toward the window. Jiraiya sat on the sill, long white hair whipping in the breeze. He hopped inside and dusted off his cloak as if he'd merely come in from a stroll. I was tipped he was in High no Kuni on my way back from AIM, he said. By the time I reached Konoha, I lost his trail. But he was here. And he left a right mess behind for you to clean up, as usual. Danzo reached into his cloak and produced a stack of photographs, dropping them onto my desk. As you can see, Hiruzen, he said, your blindness regarding your former pupil hasn't changed in 14 years. Orochimaru was here. I discovered him and took the measures necessary to defend our home. Which is more than I can say about you. My fingers tightened around the glossy paper as I flipped through them. Grainy images of a pale man, snakes, pieces of my village's underbelly I'd tried to forget. I set them down with a slap. I see, I said quietly. I admit I underestimated his tenacity. But that brings a different question. Why would Orochimaru risk himself to raid one of your bases? Danzo shrugged, bandages rustling. I cannot imagine, he lied smoothly. After all, you disbanded my organization years ago. All that's left are a few empty storage rooms and hallways. He took far too much pleasure in the way my jaw clenched. Once again, he'd arranged things so I knew he was lying and still couldn't prove it. What did you want to present to me? I asked, forcing myself back on track. Speak quickly. My patience is thin, and Jiraiya has a report of his own. He produced a small scroll this time. An intelligence report from one of my contacts in Iwagakure, he said. Kitsuchi has commissioned an abnormal amount of weapons and armor. Training curricula have been expanded, and retired veterans are being quietly recalled to active service. I unrolled the scroll, scanning the codes and shorthand. It fit too well with the patterns my own ANBU had flagged. I failed to see why this concerns me more than the last 5 alerts about Iwa's ambitions, I said. Kitsuchi has been testing his borders for years. I highly doubt he's foolish enough to march into Hai no Kuni while our forces are primed, and Kumo is still itching to pay him back for razing their border towns 6 months ago. Now wait a moment, Sensei, Jiraiya said. I hate siding with Danzo, but I wouldn't brush him off so fast. Kitsuchi's pride runs deep. He's rebuilt Iwa's strength over the last 15 years. My sources say he's increased food stockpiles and long-term logistics too. And you remember how humiliating it was for them when Minato killed thousands of their men at once. His gaze flicked toward the window, in the vague direction of where Naruto usually trained. And they've never forgiven us for sheltering the last Uzumaki remnants, he added. Danzo raised a brow, as if surprised Jiraiya would back him. I sighed and tapped ash into the tray. If you two insist, I'll deploy more scouts near the border, I said. But I will not blink first and drag us into a war on the basis of assumptions. I refuse to be the first aggressor and give everyone else an excuse. Truly you cannot be that naive, Danzo said, the word naive loaded with 30 years of resentment. Iwagakure has 2 Jinchuriki. Even if Jiraiya led our armies, we'd eventually be crushed if they unleashed both. Hashirama divided the Biju power among the great nations, but Konoha is the only village that refuses to use its container as a weapon. Perhaps now you will let me shape that boy into what he ought to be, before it's too late. Jiraiya's chakra spiked like a storm cloud behind me. My answer hasn't changed and it won't, I said, meeting Danzo's gaze. Naruto is Minato's legacy. He deserves to live as a person. I will not betray my successor's last request any more than I already have. Kakashi is one of our best jonin. Naruto is receiving excellent training. What exactly is your problem? My lungs chose that moment to seize up. I leaned forward, coughing hard into my hand. The metallic taste bloomed again on my tongue. When I pulled my hand away, the faint trace of red was already fading in my palm, but I saw Danzo's eye flick toward it. My pipe suddenly felt very heavy. We both know his training is being stunted by your sentiment, Danzo said quietly. His power would be most useful to this village if he focused on the Kyuubi's abilities. Spare me the speeches you give the clan heads and your teammates. Your compassion will become a liability to us all. Jiraiya stepped closer, tension radiating off him. Watch yourself, Danzo, he growled. He's still the Hokage. Just because he tolerates your insolence doesn't mean I do. Danzo dismissed him with a scoff. You're both fools, he said. Kumo's kunoichi who fought Uzumaki escaped because your A and B were incompetent. She knows what he is. It won't be long before they try to capture or kill him. Who wouldn't fear the container of the strongest of the 9? Jiraiya's eyes widened, then narrowed. Is that confirmed? He asked. Danzo gave a tiny, satisfied nod. I wanted to deny it, to say Kumo wouldn't dare provoke the fox, that the current stalemate would hold because everyone feared what total war would cost. As you said yourself, I told Danzo, seizing on his own argument and turning it. No one wants to face the Kyuubi again. Not Kumo, not IWA, not anyone. No Kage is eager to gamble their people on that. How blind can you be? Danzo exploded. I'd seen him angry before, but not like this, not in years. Orochimaru strolls into your village and you barely flinch, he snarled. IWA is arming itself to the teeth, Hanzo has sealed aim off, Takigakure is wiped from the map, and still you cling to business as usual. You even plan to open our borders for the Chunin exams. Jiraiya looked away, jaw tight. If he wasn't willing to defend me on that then. He sighed. As much as I hate to admit it, he said, he has a point. I haven't seen this many coincidences cluster together in nearly 24 years. Not since the last war. I don't like it, but I think you should cancel the exams, sensei. Anything else is basically inviting the enemy inside the walls. The words cut deeper than any kunai. To have Jiraiya stand beside Danzo, of all people. I kept my face smooth by force. Your concerns are duly noted, I said at last. But I will not be addressed in this tone by anyone. I am Hokage. I will protect this village as I always have. I folded my hands on the desk to hide the faint tremor. You're both blowing things out of proportion, I continued. The events you mention are concerning, yes, but not unprecedented. And if things do spiral, Konoha still holds enough political weight to broker a ceasefire. I'll use that before I throw our genin into a meat grinder. I shook my head. We've already promised our daimyo and allies will host the exams, I said. If I back out now, I embarrass Fire Country, cripple us financially and give our enemies a fig leaf to call us cowards or aggressors. That would make your paranoid predictions come true faster than anything else. Danzo's face settled back into stone. If that is your final word, he said, then there's nothing more to discuss, Hokage-sama. He turned to leave. Jiraiya moved, blocking him with an arm. Not yet, he said. I'm going to need your resources, Danzo. Both of us stared at him. There've been rumors in IWA. Jiraiya went on, eyes not leaving mine. That Katsuchi has declared Naruto's death and the extinction of the Uzumaki clan a matter of national honor. They'll send someone eventually. I need to know who and when. Root's network goes deeper into IWA than mine does. If we work together, we might have a chance of catching the hit before it lands. Danzo inclined his head slowly. Unlike some people here, he said, I will do whatever it takes to protect Konoha, even cooperate with rivals. He left without another word. The door clicked shut behind him. I turned to Jiraiya. Why did you support him? I asked quietly. After everything you know about his methods? You just handed him more political capital to throw in my face. He met my eyes without flinching. Because you forced my hand, he said. I think you've lost your edge, sensei. That you don't believe in yourself anymore. The only reason you ignore these warning signs is because you can't stomach another war. Excuse me? I asked, voice like ice. He slammed his hands down on my desk. You went behind my back and brought the Hibi clan back into Konoha, he snapped. You took in one of Orochimaru's failed experiments and called it a high-level summoning clan to protect us. You know as well as I do he never wastes resources. That girl is a ticking bomb and you didn't even summon me by Toad to ask my opinion. You knew I'd fight you. I am Hokage, I replied. I did what I thought was right. We needed a clan capable of field-wide summoning in case of invasion. That's bullshit and you know it, Jiraiya shot back. You did it because you wanted to give her a second chance. Because you believed in her. Just like you believed in Orochimaru until the end. You ignored the risk because your heart got in the way, like always. I took my pipe out, mostly so I didn't throw it at him. You were the one who refused to become Godame, I reminded him. I begged you more than once. If you don't like my decisions, take my seat. I'd make a terrible Hokage and you know it, he said. I'm a spy, a sage, a seal master, not a diplomat. But that doesn't mean I'll let you drift like this. You're our leader. Our wall. Right now you're pretending the tide isn't rising. He straightened. So here's how it is, Hokage-sama, he said, putting a harsh edge on the title. I'll follow your orders where the village at large is concerned. But when it comes to Naruto, I won't hold back anymore. You've exposed him. These exams are a perfect cover for anyone who wants him dead, and I'm done trusting that your patience will save him. He stepped up onto the windowsill. You know, he added softly, out of the three of us, I'm the one who always listened to you. Even now, I told you everything in front of your face. I've never done anything behind your back. And you still hold that one mistake I made in aim against me. His mouth twisted. Tobirama-sama would be ashamed of you, sensei, he said. He taught us to face hard truths, not pretend they weren't there. Then he was gone in a whirl of leaves. I held myself upright until I was sure no one was looking. Only then did I put both hands over my face. I'm sorry, Jiraiya, I whispered into my palms. But I can't drag us into war on shadows. Not again. Emotion nearly ruined me once with Orochimaru. I won't let it do so twice. Hate me if you must. You'll understand one day. The papers on my desk stayed exactly where they were. The crater in the eastern district did not. Scene trial by water, POV Naruto. Training field 22, Naruto POV. I'd never known water could hit so hard. I was standing on the lake with my legs shaking, soaked to the bone, lungs burning. Every time I tried to focus on the surface tension and the flow like Yamato Taicho had shown me, another wall of water tried to knock me off my feet. Your motions are too stiff, he called from his perch on a branch. You're forcing it. Water won't obey you like that, Uzumaki. You need to flow with it. Easy for him to say. He wasn't the one getting smacked around by surprise waves. I panted, hands on my knees. But I'm trying, Yamato-sensei, I complained. I don't get what I'm doing wrong. He dropped lightly onto the water next to me, barely making a ripple. Listen, he said. Wind can be forced with will and intent. You already learned that. You cut and tear with it. Water doesn't respond to that in the same way. He crouched, sweeping his arm in a smooth arc. The lake rose with the motion, curling around his hand as if he were tracing its shape instead of ordering it. Then he twisted, and the water drew a lazy spiral around his body before he cupped it between his palms. You don't enslave water, he said. You guide it. Too much chakra, and it explodes out of your grip. He let a pulse of chakra go. The liquid between his hands burst outward in a spray. Too little, and it slides away like this. Another subtle change, and the water just fell apart and soaked his gloves. You need balance. Respect it, and it'll move for you. Push it, and it'll slip through your fingers. I stared down at the surface under my sandals. But that can't be all there is, I said. When we fought Zabuza in Nami no Kuni, he used the moisture in the air to make mist and Mizubunshin. He didn't need a whole lake. Yes, Yamato Taicho said. There are shinobi who can pull enough moisture from the air or their own bodies to form water. But they're rare. It requires an exceptional affinity and control. You have a strong wind nature and only moderate water affinity. It's not impossible, but it's unlikely. His attention shifted. I felt it too, a tiny flicker of chakra in the trees. He tapped a knuckle casually against his thigh in a Morse pattern only A and B used. I pretended not to notice. I'm not saying you can't reach that level someday. he finished aloud. Just that for now, focus on learning how water feels. I wiped my hair back, annoyed, thinking of Mom's notes, and how much more natural her descriptions felt than his diagrams and theory. I opened my mouth to say so. That's when the lake behind me lurched. Chakra flared, water roared, and I spun just in time to see a massive wave rearing over me. Suiton Daibakufu no Jutsu! There was no time to think. I threw both hands up, ripping chakra into the air around my arms. The familiar screech of wind filled my ears, sharper than any kunai. I shoved forward with everything I had. Futon! I shouted, not even bothering to name the technique. A roaring blast of air slammed into the oncoming water, splitting it in two. Two huge sheets of lake surged past me instead, crashing down on either side. Cold spray soaked me from head to toe. I barely had time to sag with relief before Yamato Taicho's heels smashed into my guard. I went skidding backwards across the surface. What are you doing, Yamato-sensei? I yelled, dropping into my white wind tiger stance automatically and scanning the trees. He'd already vanished. Is this another test? I added. How is this supposed to help with Suiton? The only answer I got was a wooden fist exploding towards my face. Are you serious? I yelped, diving aside as Yamato's arm extended, turned to wood and split into a rain of thick branches. They chased me like homing missiles, forcing me to leap and twist until I ended up stumbling onto one of them and riding it like a log in a flood. I clenched my hand into a claw and slashed sideways, gathering wind. Futon Kaze! The crescent of air shrieked away from my fingers and carved straight through him. And he exploded into a hail of splinters. Moku Bunshin! I groaned, even as I felt his chakra to my left. Tiger Seal. Katon, Gokaki no Jutsu! The air went dry and hot. The giant fireball rushing toward me sucked the oxygen out of my lungs. Fire beats wind, I thought, panicking. Stupid. If I use wine now, I'll just make it worse. I don't have time to experiment with his way, I have to. Feel the water with your chakra and bind with the liquid. Mom's words from the scrolls. I slammed my chakra down and let it pour outward. Feel it. Pull it. Let it engulf you. I pushed my awareness down into the lake, searching for something cool and heavy in the middle of all the panic. I felt the heat on my skin, smelled smoke, heard the roar. I waited. Waited until something cold pricked at the center of my chest and the tips of my fingers, until the chakra didn't feel like mine alone anymore. Let it explode. I clapped my hands together. Water leapt. Two walls surged up on either side of me, rushing together to meet the fireball. The impact hissed like 1,000 snakes. Steam exploded in every direction, turning the world into scalding fog. I cracked one eye open. Everything was white and hazy, but I was still standing. Someone clapped. Ma, a familiar lazy voice drawled. I had a feeling you'd pull it off if you were cornered. You've always been like that, Naruto. My head snapped around. Kakashi-sensei? He stood at the edge of the lake, one hand in his pocket, the other holding a bright orange book. Ika. Of course. He snapped it shut and raised the other hand in a little wave. It's been a while, he said. Looks like Yamato-san has been taking good care of you. You almost killed me! I shouted, pointing at him. I don't see you for weeks. I get almost murdered by crazy Kumo ninja, then you come back and try to roast me? Kakashi shrugged. What did you expect? He asked. A tearful hug and a heartfelt speech? I'm not Guy, Naruto. Besides, I thought you'd learned by now that my methods are unconventional but effective. Unconventional is thinking outside the box, I yelled, still shaking. Not incinerating your student because of a hunch. A hand clamped on my shoulder. Are you questioning Kakashi-senpai's methods, Genin? Yamato asked pleasantly. I gulped and turned. His scary face wasn't Jonin level like in the stories, it was worse. How did someone make their eyes frown like that? And no, Yamato-sensei, Kakashi laughed softly behind me. Calm down, Yamato-san, he said. Naruto and I have a special bond. Complaining is part of the charm. He tucked Ika away. I'll admit the fireball was a bit much, he added, but you needed a wake-up call. A wake-up call, I repeated flatly. From life? There's no easy way to say this, he said, turning serious suddenly. You've become entrenched in your thinking. Ever since you got good at wind, you reach for it first every time. Just now, you hesitated before switching to water. Those seconds could have killed you. I opened my mouth. He held up a hand. Let me finish, Naruto, he said. There are some basic types of shinobi. Some rely on pure power, huge chakra pools, overwhelming force. Think Hanzo of Amigakure. I thought of that giant salamander armor Jiraiya-sama had once described and nodded. Then there are the clever ones, Kakashi went on. Those who win by outthinking everyone around them. People like Shikamaru. Shino. They don't need overwhelming power if they can always be one move ahead. At the mention of Shino, my stomach twisted a little, remembering what had happened on the last mission. Kakashi's eye narrowed just a bit, catching it. I looked away. You want to become Hokage, he said. Among those who reach that level, there are two rarer types. Some are geniuses in one or two areas, so talented they become almost unbeatable in that field. Sandaime-sama with ninjutsu, Minato-sama and his fuinjutsu and space, time, Tsunade-sama with medical arts and monstrous strength. He paused, I creasing fondly. The others are the versatile ones, he said. Powerful and diverse. They don't rely on a single trick, they carry a whole toolbox and pick what fits. Jiraiya-sama is like that. Shodai-sama was, too. He looked straight at me. I think you belong in that second group, he said. You're not a genius in one narrow field. You're clever, stubborn, and you have ridiculous chakra. If you lean only on brute force or one element, some genius with enough power will kill you. I won't have that. You're my precious student. My face heated, which was honestly annoying. It was hard to stay mad when he talked like that. So, he said, ruffling my wet hair, our first job is to teach you emotional control. Then we broaden your horizons beyond elemental ninjutsu. You have a unique advantage with Kagebunshin. Used creatively, you can outmaneuver almost anyone with sheer numbers and versatility. I nodded slowly. I think I get it, I said. I'll try harder, Kakashi-sensei. Yamato-sensei. Good, Kakashi said. We've got a lot to do before the exams. You'll be splitting time between Team 10 and us, so we'll have to rely on clones more than I'd like, just until this is over. Up in the trees, I thought I heard a faint rustle, someone else moving, chakra carefully masked. Whoever they were good. If it was an enemy, Yamato would have already buried them in wood. I decided not to think too hard about it. All right, I said. Let's. Again, Yamato cut in, pointing at the lake. From the top. This time, feel first, move second. I groaned. Scene, ghost in the tree line, POV, Jiraiya. Later, watching from the trees. From my branch high above the lake, I watched Minato's boy laugh, argue and bow his head under Kakashi's hand. He'd grown up tall, blue eyes bright even when he was exhausted, shoulders already starting to fill out like his father's. Rough edges everywhere, but the core. You'd be proud of him, brat, I thought. Even if you'd yell at me for waiting this long. Kakashi talked about versatility and emotions. Yamato drilled water into him with that Kame-NBU precision. Between the two of them, they were trying to do what Hiruzen wouldn't. Enjoy this while you can, Naruto, I murmured under my breath. Eat, train, argue with your friends. I'll watch your back from the shadows for now. But once they're done with their part. My fingers itched for a pen, for ink and scrolls, for all the toad contracts and seals I'd been saving. I'll take over, I decided. It's past time your godfather did his job. Scene, Blue Fire vs. Blood Faith, POV Niyujuto. Several minutes later, Old City, outskirts of Kumogakure. The old city always felt haunted. Broken skeletons of buildings rose out of the rubble, half swallowed by weather and time. The wind howled through empty windows, carrying the scent of stone dust and old lightning. This was where the Hachibi had rampaged decades ago. Where the Nidain Reikage had beaten it down and condemned some infant to carry its weight. Sometimes I wondered whether I would have chosen this fate if anyone had offered me a choice. Right now, though, I didn't have time for philosophy. Blue Yuki burned around me, furiously hot and cold at the same time. My claws flexed, tails of flame-like chakra lashing behind me as my heart hammered. Two figures stood ahead of me amidst the rubble. One was tall and stitched together, masked, eyes like a moneylender's, cold and calculating. The other was shorter, wild silver hair and a three-bladed scythe bigger than I was, eyes glowing a sick violet that reminded me unpleasantly of fresh bruises. "I hate your voice, bitch." The silver-haired one laughed, voice grating. "Your heathen arrogance offends Jashin-sama." He slammed his scythe into the cracked street, grinning like a lunatic. "Don't interfere, Kakuzu," he snarled. "I've got to appease my god!" An iron-hard hand landed on his shoulder. "No," the stitched man said. "We're too close to Kumo for your idiotic rituals. We do this my way this time." The zealot's grip tightened on his weapon. "I will do what I must for Jashin-sama," he hissed back. "Either help me subdue her quickly or I'll start with you." They were arguing in front of a glowing Jinchuriki with murder in her eyes. The insult burned more than their words. "Nibby," I thought, feeling the cat stir in my gut. "Let's show them how big a mistake that is." Her answering purr rolled through me, a rumble of delighted malice. Blue fire roared higher, forming an almost tangible cloak around me. My pupils narrowed into slits. The world sharpened, every crack and pebble and heartbeat suddenly clear. "You picked the wrong prey," I snarled. "Both of you." I slashed my claws. A wave of azure flame burst from my hand, racing across the broken ground. The silver-haired fanatic jumped sideways, laughing, as the blast left a smoking crater where he'd just been standing. He zigzagged toward me, moving faster than his bulk had any right to. I met him halfway, blue fire trailing like a comet. Tendrils of Yuki whipped out around me, trying to snag him, but he danced and ducked between them, scythe flashing. I fainted high, then drove a flaming fist into his face. Bone cracked. He went flying. "Ha ha ha, is that all you've got?" he howled as he tumbled backwards, more delighted than hurt. Something heavy slammed into my ribs. I coughed, breath knocked from my lungs, as one of the stitched man's arms shot out, stretching far beyond human limits. The fist that had hit me snapped back, black threads writhing. The next one smashed into my face. Stars burst behind my eyes. I staggered, heels grinding rubble. The ground in front of me exploded as the scythe embedded itself where my chest had been a heartbeat before. I twisted, ripped my wrist on the chain as I grabbed it. "Got you!" I gritted out. I cupped my other hand, Yuki gathering like molten glass, forming a bright blue sphere. "Die!" Pain slashed across my bleeding hand as chakra surged down the chain toward me. The zealot pulled with impossible strength, dragging me off balance even as my own attack detonated along the length of metal. Both of us went tumbling, wrapped in fire and smoke. I barely had time to brace before another voice cut through the chaos. "Atsugai." The word was flat, almost bored. The air itself turned into blades. Wind screamed against my skin, armor shattering, flesh tearing. The world became a tunnel of pain and noise as I was hurled backward into a heap of broken stone. I lay there for a second, seeing nothing but sky. I tried to move. My side was a mess of meat and dripping blue flame, ribs grinding when I breathed. "Still alive?" I thought crazily. "That's something." "Let's go, Haiden," Kakuzu's voice said somewhere beyond my ruined hearing. "Kumo will have felt that. We haven't got long." "Shut up, you heathen!" Haiden screeched. "I've got her blood now." I forced my eyes open. He stood in the rubble, blood-slick scythe chain wrapped around his arm. He was drawing a circle on the broken ground with his own blood, grinning wide. Something about the shape made my skin crawl. I tried to push myself up. My arms shook. My vision tunneled. Move! I ordered my body. Get up! Get up! Everything hurt. Every breath was like knives. He finished the circle. Drew a triangle inside. Stepped into it, and shuddered as black markings spread over his skin like ink, turning him into a walking skeleton. He produced a thin metal spike and raised it over his own abdomen. My heart stuttered. What the? Lightning crashed from the sky. A massive thunderbolt slammed into his body, blasting him clear out of his circle. The ground shook. I flinched, then forced my head toward the source. A tall, broad-shouldered silhouette stood atop a cracked pillar, one sword lowered, still crackling. Leave the kitty alone, you freak! E's voice boomed, full of swagger and fury. Now your survival's looking pretty bleak. Relief almost hurt more than my wounds. Killer B. I managed, voice raw. He was already unsheathing another sword, crossing the two in front of his chest. Lightning crawled along the blades, bright white that bled into something nastier, putrid and bubbling, the Hachibi's chakra mixing with his own. This is bad. Kakuzu muttered from somewhere behind the rocks, face turning toward us. Hachibi. He grabbed what was left of Haiden by the collar. The immortal was screaming profanities, already knitting back together. I tried to push myself up again. My legs refused. Pathetic, I thought, furious at myself. I'm supposed to be a weapon and I'm lying here like. Be moved. 1 second he was on the pillar, the next he was almost on top of them, swords flashing in mad, impossible patterns. Lightning trailed behind him in jagged lines. I saw his blade slice through Haiden's torso like a knife through paper. Saw Kakuzu yank his partner's halves away with those horrible black threads. Saw tags glint around me on the broken stone. My eyes widened. Killer! I tried. The world went white. B landed in front of me, wrapping himself around my battered body as the explosive tags detonated. The blast stole what little air I had left, heat and pressure slamming into my back through his. Idiot! I thought dimly. You'll. Then everything vanished into black. Scene, steam and soft spots, POV Naruto. Ichiraku ramen stand. I staggered out of Ichiraku feeling like a boiled noodle someone had wrung out and hung up to dry. Being double-teamed by Kakashi and Yamato was exhausting. Yamato was relentless in a quiet way, picking apart every sloppy motion and chakra stumble. Kakashi went for the big hits, philosophy, surprise fireballs, terrifying lectures about future Hokage qualities. I'd earned that ramen. I stretched, joints popping, then shook my head hard enough to spray little droplets of water everywhere. Now, Naruto, a teasing voice said. I know you're desperate for a date, but the whole soggy dog look isn't really working for you. I blinked and turned. Ino-chan? She stood there in her training outfit, a little dusty and sweat-slicked, hair pulled back. She looked tired, but her eyes were bright. Come on, I whined. Cut me some slack. I've been training all day with two crazy sensei. Can't you show a guy a little sympathy? She rolled her eyes. TCH. I call it like I see it, Naruto, she said, but there was laughter hiding in her voice. I handed up, whining her name and sticking out my lower lip. She cracked first, snorting before breaking into soft, bell-like laughter. Eventually we calmed down and just looked at each other. We'd been spending more time together since the mission. Training, missions, hanging out with Shikamaru, visiting Choji. It shouldn't have felt awkward. It did. So, I started. Nah, Naruto, she said at the same time. We both stopped, then laughed nervously again. She bit her lip, then grabbed my hand suddenly. My heart did a weird little hop. Uzumaki Naruto, she said, trying for her bossy tone even though her cheeks were pink. Will you go out with me? I gaped. For a second, my brain just blue-screened. I'd thought about asking her out more than once. Joked about it. Imagined it. But actually hearing her say it. W what? I squeaked. You mean like now? She nodded, chin tipped up. Well? She demanded. Yes or no? It's not that hard, even for you, Naruto. Say yes, you idiot. Something in me screamed. Sure. I blurted. Yeah. Yes. I rubbed the back of my neck, heat crawling up my ears. Where do you want to go? She arched an eyebrow and started tapping her foot. Honestly, she huffed. It's the guy's job to pick the place. And before you say anything, if you suggest Ichiraku for our first date, I will personally castrate you. I stared at her, offended. But you asked me out. I protested. So what? She shot back. Are you saying you're only going out with me because I asked, and not because you want to, Naruto? Her voice cooled. I gulped. Women are scary, I thought. That's not it, I said quickly. Of course I'd want to go out with you. Any guy would. You're pretty and smart and cool, and we get along great, it's just… I flailed, completely out of my depth. I've never done this before, I admitted. I don't know any of the rules. Not like you do. Her blush deepened. For a second she looked pleased. Then she smoothed her face out and put a hand on her hip. All right, she said. Since you're clueless, I'll teach you the basics. Oh, good. Lessons. This couldn't possibly go wrong. First date know-how number 1. She declaimed, raising one finger. The guy takes the girl somewhere he chooses and pays. But you asked? I stopped myself when I saw her eyes narrow. Right. Got it. Know-how number 2. She went on. The couple gets to know each other. Likes, dislikes, hobbies. Don't we already know all that? I asked. We've been hanging out for months. We've been on missions together. I already know your favorite flower and your favorite color, and that you and Sakura used to. Her eyes went from blue to murderous blue. What I mean is, I backpedaled, that we already talk a lot, so, She looked away, clearly irritated, but also sort of unsure. Heh. Maybe I wasn't the only one who didn't totally know what they were doing. Whatever, she sniffed. We'll just start from scratch. Do you have a problem with that? Nope, I said quickly. No problem. We started walking. So, I tried. What's your favorite color? She glared. We kept at it for a while, running through questions we both already knew the answers to. Favorite foods. Hobbies. Flowers. Training. Her answers got shorter. Mine got flatter. This sucks, I thought. She's miserable, I'm miserable. I like talking to her when we're just us. This feels fake. Finally, I couldn't take it. Ino-chan, I said, stepping in front of her and blocking the path. I can't do this. She stiffened. My heart lurched. I mean, this pretending thing, I blurted. I like you the way you normally are. Loud and bossy and laughing. I like when we argue and mess around and visit Choji, and when you yell at me for being an idiot. That's why I wanted to go out with you. I took a breath. I don't get why we have to act like strangers, I said. Why can't we just be us? Have fun and see what happens? She stared at me, eyes wide, cheeks flushed bright red. For once, she didn't have a snappy comeback ready. You really don't get how this is supposed to work, do you? She muttered. Nope, I said honestly. But I know what doesn't work. And this rules stuff doesn't feel like you. There was a pause. Then she huffed and looked away. All right, she said finally. But only because I'm dying to know what this place you wanted to show me is. Relief flooded me so hard my knees almost gave out. Right. I grinned. Come on. I grabbed her wrist out of habit and started tugging. Hey! Hey! She yelped, digging in her heels. Don't drag me! I stopped and looked back, confused. What? You're not supposed to drag your date like a sack of rice, she scolded. I'm not Choji. But you drag me all the time, I pointed out. That's different, she said primly. I'm a girl. I opened my mouth. Closed it. Decided that was an argument I wasn't going to win tonight. Can I at least hold your hand? I asked instead, quieter than I meant to. Her expression softened just a little. She slipped her fingers into mine. That's better, she said. We walked. The tension bled out of us the further we got from the market. Once we dropped the only talk about each other rule, conversation felt easier. Ino gossiped a little about customers at her family's shop, about a new hairpin design she was experimenting with. I told her about Yamato's insane tree hands and how Kakashi had nearly turned me into barbecue. Oh, Ino-chan, how was your mission? I asked after a while. You were all excited before I left. You came back and you didn't seem like yourself. Her face tightened. It was hard, she said. I can't talk about most of it. It was a nasty situation. We ended up fighting a jonin. Choji got hurt. I squeezed her hand. How bad? I asked. Bad enough he'll be in the hospital for a month, she said. But he's alive. Thanks to Shikamaru and Sakura and some luck. I swallowed my first reaction at the mention of Sakura. As long as he's okay, I said. Hey, we should go visit him together sometime. Bring him real food. Hospital stuff is gross. She smiled, small but real. He'd like that, she said. I've only managed to go once. We turned down an older, quieter street, buildings getting more worn, fewer lights in the windows. This part of the village still bore scars from the Kyuubi attack. You could see it in the cracked foundations and patched walls. The little clearing I'd found sat at the very edge of the eastern district, right before the trees thickened. A narrow river curved around it, grass soft and cool underfoot. Wildflowers sprouted in patches, nothing fancy, but colorful. Tonight the moonlight hit the water just right, turning the whole surface into broken silver. I stepped aside so she could see. I found this place when I was late for a training session, I said, suddenly nervous. There were a lot of flowers and stuff, and I know you love them, so I thought maybe you'd like it. She just stared. I said. Do you like it? She covered her cheeks with her hands, smile blooming so wide it had to hurt. It's beautiful, she breathed. You idiot. Then she hugged me, hard enough to knock the wind out of me a little. My brain did its best impression of a firework. Hey, I mumbled into her hair. I'm still not sure if this fits your rules or ow. Our noses knocked together when she leaned back, trying to kiss me and misjudging the angle. We both winced. So much for a perfect moment, I thought. Ino frowned for half a second, then huffed and grabbed the front of my jacket. Shut up a bit, Naruto-kun, she muttered, eyes flicking to my mouth. You talk too much. I shut up. Her lips were warm and soft, and tasted faintly of dango. For a second I forgot how to breathe. My hands moved on their own, sliding around her waist, pulling her closer. She trembled against me, fingers bunching in my jacket like I might slip away. We stayed like that longer than I could count in my current brain-melted state. When we finally broke apart, both of us were panting and red and staring. I'll walk you home, I said, voice a little hoarse. She nodded quickly. Good, she said. You'd better. We didn't talk much on the way back. We didn't have to. Our hands found each other again, and that was enough. Nothing was the same as it had been that morning. For once, that thought didn't scare me. Seen steam and soft spots, POV, Deidara. Dawn, Kusa no Kuni. The bog stank. Mud sucked at my sandals with every step, frogs croaked somewhere in the reeds and fat flies circled sluggishly. I swatted one away from my face, scowling. Remind me again why we're walking through this shithole, yeah? I grumbled. Who in their right mind hides out here, Sasori Dana didn't even glance back at me. The segmented tail of his puppet body shifted instead, nudging me aside as he came to a halt. Someone running from every major village for the last 6 years, he said. Yudakata picked this place because ninja hate it. Eyes forward, Deidara. He's close. I snorted and flipped my scope down over my right eye anyway, letting the green grid flicker to life. Chakra traces glowed faintly among the trees. Whatever, I said. He's still just some drifter. Even if he's the Rokubi, he's one man. Art'll deal with him, man. Try not to blow up the entire country, Sasori muttered. Swamps burn poorly. Before I could come up with a suitably clever reply, a voice floated down from above. Why are you following me? It asked. I thought you ninja types would have learned by now. Your little tricks don't work on me. We both looked up. He sat on a branch with one leg dangling, the other drawn up to his chest. Loose aqua kimono, navy trim, silk pants already stained with mud. Bare feet. Hair like a wild brown hedgehog and eyes half hidden by bangs. When he lifted his head, those eyes opened fully. They glowed an eerie, wrong white. I whistled. Your hunch was right, Sasori Dana, I said, tilting my head and letting the scope zoom in on his chakra. Lines of text flickered past my vision, all screaming the same thing. That's Yuki. Host and all. One of the 9 So it seems, Sasori said. He let his puppet cloak fall away, revealing the hunched shape of Hirako in full as he stepped forward. I'll offer this once, Utakata, he said. Come quietly and spare yourself a pointless fight. I dipped one hand into my clay pouch and grinned, fingers already feeding my palm mouths their meal. Utakata's lips twitched into a too-wide grin. I told you, didn't I? He said, to himself, almost. That my dinner would be talkative. When he looked at us again, his pupils were gone. Only that blazing white remained. Yuki erupted around him in a storm of light, the air humming with it. Sonic ripples formed and hung in the air like shimmering bubbles, trembling with contained noise. Behind him, the silhouette of tails took shape, pale and gelatinous. Rokubi, I breathed. A slug with a taste for people. Great. The Biju is an omnivore, Sasori said calmly. Rumors say this one's host developed a taste for human flesh thanks to partial insanity. Try not to let him bite anything important. Kakuza hates reattaching limbs. Utakata tilted his head, eyes focusing on me with unnerving intensity. How can I not eat you? He asked. Humans are parasites. We consume everything, then excrete poison into the world. Consider this justice. I eat you, and your bodies feed the earth you ruin. He laughed, low and wrong. I'll shit you out as something useful, he added. For once. The bubbles around him vibrated, sound waves spiraling tighter inside them until I could feel the pressure under my skin. 3 pale white tails solidified fully, more flickering into existence. Messy, I muttered. But interesting. Perfect canvas, son. I flicked my wrist. Tiny clay snakes dropped from my sleeve into the muck, disappearing beneath the sludge. The hand mouth on my palm grinned. Try not to bore me, yeah? I said, forming the tiger seal. Utakata's grin only widened as he dropped lightly from his branch, Yuki-charged bubbles swirling around him like a deadly halo. Then the swamp sang. Scene, Ashes of the Temple, POV, Uchiha Itachi. Several hours later, forests of Hino-kuni. The crow found me as we crossed into Hino-kuni. It wheeled once above the canopy, then dropped down to land neatly on my outstretched arm. Kisame watched it with a shark's half-amused curiosity. What of yours, Itachi-san? He asked. I untied the tiny scroll from its leg and unrolled it, letting my eyes skim the coded message. You just couldn't resist, could you, Orochimaru? I thought. My brother's eyes weren't enough. Come, I said aloud. He's close. The crow took off again. I burned the paper between my fingers, embers scattering on the breeze. Kisame hefted Samahata onto his shoulder, grin widening. Do try to leave me a piece, he said. I've got my own score to settle with that slippery bastard. I didn't answer. The trees blurred around us as we increased our pace. Hours later, the forest broke. Smoke stung my nose before we reached the tree line. The fire temple lay in ruins ahead of us, its once proud walls reduced to smoldering rubble. Flames licked at fallen beams, and the air reeked of burned wood and charred flesh. Only the fountains and the encircling moat still flowed clear, water glinting obscenely bright against the blackened stone. In the center of the wreckage he sat. Orochimaru lounged on a half-collapsed step as if he'd merely stopped to rest, pale limbs draped over his knees. Beige robes, black bodysuit, that ridiculous purple rope at his waist, all exactly as I remembered. At his feet lay a corpse, a boy, hair matted with blood, one arm missing, expression frozen in pain. The freak child with the monster arm, if the rumors were to be believed. Orochimaru's tongue flicked out, snaking over his lips as he regarded us. Itachi. Kisame. He cooed. You're late. I've been waiting. I knew he'd send you two after me. Kisame sneered, slamming Samehada's tip into the cracked stone. Don't be like that, Orochimaru, he said. It's never too late for a party. Especially when the main course is snake sashimi. I loosened the clasp of my Akatsuki cloak, letting it fall slightly open. The Sharingan spun to life, the world sharpening into layers of chakra and intent. You should have stayed under your rock, I said. This is the end. Not even your associate in that tree can save you. His yellow eyes gleamed. Kukukuku. Perceptive as always, Itachi-kun, he said. I thought it would be rude not to provide some entertainment for Kisame-san as well, since you and I have unfinished business. You can come out now, Masashi-san. A gust of wind screamed past us. Kisame cursed as he raised Samehada, the sword greedily drinking in the slicing air that would have cut him in half. A tall man landed opposite him, blade extended from an already extended strike. Scars crisscrossed his face. Black hair shot through with silver-framed dark hazel eyes that sharpened as they locked onto Kisame. His long katana gleamed, impossibly slender and yet holding firm against Samehada's monstrous bulk as Kisame met the blow. I don't know how you survived last time, old man, Kisame growled, grin widening. Or why you're helping this creepy bastard now. But I'll make sure you stay dead for real. Masashir bared his teeth in answer. Sounds like fun, he said. Bring it on, kid. They lunged at each other, bodies blurring into motion. Steel rang on scales as they vanished into the chaos of their own private battlefield amid the ruins. And then there were two, Orochimaru murmured. He rose in a fluid, boneless motion, hands already coming together in a seal. His chakra coiled, heavy and foul. I mirrored him, steps light on the cracked stone. I've been waiting for this day a long time, he said, smile stretching too wide. Time you learned your place, Itachi. The air between us crackled with killing intent. I met his gaze without blinking. Try me, I said. Then we moved. Chapter 16, Black Flames, Cold Nights. Chapter 16, Black Flames, Cold Nights. Seen black flames, broken eyes, POV Itachi. The instant Orochimaru and I move, the ruined fire temple disappears behind a wall of motion and chakra. Of course he starts talking. Typical Uchiha tactics. He drawls, tongue almost tasting the air. Your first choice is always fire. I don't bother answering. He's not entirely wrong. My hands blur through seals. I leap, spin, and fill my lungs. Fire pours out in short, controlled bursts, each exhale turning to a roaring orb of flame. Katan, Hosenka no Jutsu. The small fireballs rain down, but the real threat is the metal hidden among them. Kunai and Shuriken ride the flames, angles calculated, trajectories pre-planned. In midair, I flick another kunai, altering one of the hidden paths, one line aimed not where Orochimaru is, but where he'll have to move. The ground bulges under his feet. Doton Bashi Shikajo. Soil hardens into stone and spirals up around him, forming a spinning cylinder. Fire and steel slam into rock, detonating in a boom that washes heat over my face as I land. I'm already moving. Kunai whistle back out of the flames, shadow clones of steel, multiplied by chakra. Kunai Kage Bunshin. The air becomes a net of metal, converging on the spinning stone shell. His barrier fractures, chunks exploding away. And Itachi-kun. His voice purrs right behind me. I pivot, but not fast enough. His fingers spear forward, aiming for my throat. My body explodes. The world becomes white, heat, pressure, bunshin bakuho. The exploding clone blossoms in a red mushroom of flame and force that rips trees out by the roots. From a branch at the crater's edge, I watch the blast roll past, cloak whipping. He reforms out of the broken earth like a corpse pulling itself from a grave, pale and smiling. Tsuchikawarimi, I note silently. You anticipated the clone. He opens his mouth too wide. A green snake head pushes out, then he swallows it back down like it's nothing more than a taste test. Disappointing so far, Itachi-kun, he says. I expected more. Perfect. My Sharingan spins, locking onto his pupils. Earlier subtle genjutsu weaves bounced off him too easily. He was ready for them. This time I pour more chakra into my gaze, Tomo whirling. The moment our eyes meet, I pull. Reality stutters. He freezes mid-smirk, body going rigid as the illusion takes hold. To him it will feel seamless, real, inescapable. I drop from the branch, blade already in my hand as I cross the distance. This is the end, Orochimaru. I raise my sword for the decapitation. His head snaps toward me. Mouth splits open, and that green snake erupts again. Kusanagi lunges out of its jaws like a white streak. I twist. The legendary blade misses my eye by less than a finger's width, tearing a burning line across my temple instead of piercing my skull. Warm blood runs down my face as I ride the momentum, redirecting the slash and bringing my own blade down. He slides under it bonelessly. My kunai drives for his face. His hand intercepts, palm turned into a sheath. Steel sinks into flesh, but he doesn't flinch, he just clamps his fingers around my wrist. Deadlock. We're close enough that I feel his breath on my cheek, warm, damp, wrong. What's wrong, Itachi-kun? His voice purrs. I thought you said my fate was sealed. I yank my kunai free, spraying his dark, viscous blood across my face. It stinks, acrid, chemically wrong. My vision blurs for a second, a wave of nausea rolling through me. Poison. Snakes erupt from his sleeves, lunging for my arms. I slam my forehead into his face, then spin, heel smashing into his jaw and sending him flying back. I wipe the blood from my eyes. The stinging doesn't stop. Engaging him up close is inefficient. He's already forming seals when he lands. I see the pattern and counter, fingers twitching through my own sequence. Suiton, he says. Katon, I answer. A roaring torrent of bubbling water explodes from his mouth, Hamatsu Reppa, just as my Katon Gokakyu no Jutsu erupts toward him. Fire and water collide, the impact turning the world into hissing steam. Visibility drops to zero. My feet hit the rushing water and I ride it, feet skating up a tree trunk. Chakura hums under my skin. The nausea spikes. I cough into my hand and feel the metallic thickness of blood. Now? I grit my teeth and force my body to obey. Illness, poison, strain, irrelevant. I spring higher into the canopy, leaving a shadow clone at mid-height, already weaving a long chain of seals. I position myself above, hidden in the leaves. The steam shreds under a gust of wind, his wind, futon, some slicing variant. I see the chakra pattern a heartbeat before it hits. My clone below finishes its sequence and inhales. Katon Karyu Enden! A continuous dragon of fire roars across the ground, dense and hot enough to melt stone. Orochimaru answers with a blur of seals and slams his hand onto the ground. Ninpo Kuchios, Muzi Hibi no Ihei. Smoke erupts. The fire dragon hits it, then splits around a massive crimson-scaled serpent that coils protectively around him. The carrier Enden wraps the snake, flame licking at armored scales as the summon hisses. From my vantage point, I see what he can't see yet. I drop. My kunai plunges into the exact point between armor plates at the base of the snake's skull. The armored serpent shudders and vanishes in a burst of smoke, leaving Orochimaru exposed and blinking. My left eye burns. Tsukuyami. The Mangekyo flares, Tomo bleeding into a three-pointed star. Reality peels away. His world turns black and red. In this space, he's pinned to a stake, my blade in hand. Here I control time. Here I am God. For the next 72 hours, I tell him, you will be pierced over and over. I draw the sword back. He laughs. The crimson sky fractures. A flare of pure white light erupts from his chest, then from his wrist, traveling up to a string of crystalline magatama hanging from it. The brilliance sears across my constructed world. The illusion space shakes like glass in an earthquake. Then it shatters. Pain detonates in my left eye. I'm back in reality, choking on steam and snake stink, tsukishine in my skull. Something cold coils around my ankles, my wrists, snakes, tightening with bone-breaking force, lifting me off the ground and spreading me out. Orochimaru stands below, unharmed, arm lifted to show me the necklace of tear-shaped gems glinting against his skin. Kukuku. I bet you're wondering why you feel so weak and sick, he says, circling me like a vulture. Or how I escaped your precious Tsukuyami. His sleeve pulls back to show the magatama clearly. First, your blood is contaminated now. When you slashed my hand, my modified blood touched yours. Hibi clan strain, Itachi-kun. Venom tailored for Shinobi, slow, subtle. It eats at your control, your stamina, your focus. From the moment it hit your skin, this battle was over. He taps the necklace. As for your little illusion, Shodame's necklace, the Yasukani no Magatama. The Hyuga traded it to him centuries ago. It anchors the mind. Any genjutsu touching me is dragged here. He taps his head. And I choose whether it stays. Your god's space was very impressive, for as long as I allowed it to exist. So that's it. He raided the Shodame's grave a second time. He steps close, smiling up at me, snakes tightening around my limbs until I feel bones creak. Your clan, always so arrogant about your eyes, he whispers. Madara Fugaku, you. In the end, all of you cling to that same power. And just like the rest, you fall. I shut my right eye, centering myself. Fine. If genjutsu is off the board, then we remove the board. I shove chakra into my right eye. It strains, protests. The Mangekyo pattern swims under my lid, lines burning. Orochimaru's face twitches. He senses the spike, posture suddenly sharper. Stop him! He snaps. The snakes constrict, trying to crush my ribs, my arms, anything to break my focus. Pain screams up my limbs, my fingers go numb. Blood leaks down my cheeks from both eyes now. I open my right eye. Amaterasu. Black fire erupts where my gaze lands, his outstretched hand, the necklace, the blood-slick palm. The flames cling like tar, devouring flesh, cloth, chakra. Orochimaru's smirk breaks. He screams, actually screams, voice ripping out of him as the fire races up his arm. He moves fast. Faster than I've ever seen him move. Kusanagi whips out of his mouth, blade flashing down. He amputates his own arm at the shoulder. The severed limb drops, wrapped in black flame, Magatama melting with it into slag. For a heartbeat, triumph cuts through the pain. Then the snakes crush my wrists. My control shatters. The black flames flicker and die without my focus to feed them, leaving only char and the stink of cooked flesh. Orochimaru staggers back, panting, clutching the bleeding stump. Even as I watch, flesh writhes and crawls, his obscene regeneration knitting muscle and skin, but it's slower now, sloppier. You little bastard, he hisses, eyes wild. You cost me an arm, and the necklace. I'll have to change bodies early. Again. He straightens, breathing evening out, yellow eyes narrowing with a different kind of hunger. But perhaps I can still salvage something. An eye for an eye, yes? You destroyed my trump card, I'll take yours. Sasuke will need a match set, after all. He steps in front of me. I try to move, but the venom, the damage, the shattered focus all pile up. My limbs might as well be stone. A hand clamps over my face, rough, calloused, fingers digging into my cheeks. Something warm and slick, his tongue, wraps around my head, holding it in place, forcing my right eye open. The chakra around his other hand tightens, blue-white and sharp, as his fingers reach toward my eye. I don't get to see the moment it happens. I only feel it. The world explodes into white pain, brighter than any genjutsu, louder than any scream. Somewhere distant, I hear someone howling. It takes me a few seconds to realize it's me. Then there's nothing but the sound of my own screaming and the taste of blood in my throat. Scene 10,000 Cold Nights, POV, Kisame. Meanwhile, I've never liked bogs. Too much mud, not enough ocean. But when the snake freak says, "I'll handle the Uchiha, you take care of my guest," you don't complain. Not when the guest is Fujitsu Masashiro, former leader of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. My old sensei. My old execution target. His sword glints in the gray light as he moves, long and narrow, dark metal etched with faint kanji. Juchi Yamasu. 10,000 Cold Nights. I know that blade better than anyone alive. He tries to take my head off with it immediately. I raise Samahata to meet it. The impact rings through my arms, the shark skin wrapping hungrily around the edge, scales twitching at the taste of his chakra. He grins at me, old scars pulling tight across his face. "You still telegraph your first swing, Kisame." I snarl back, every inch of me suddenly 20 years younger. "You're still too cocky for a fossil, Masashi-sensei." He draws back, sliding Juchi Yamasu along Samahata's length. Chakra floods the blade. Kanji along the flat flare, drinking in the surrounding air. Wind. He flicks his wrist, and a compressed blade of air shrieks out from the sword, futon riding on steel, fast and thin. I twist my shoulders, it slices past, parting the swamp water beside me in a clean line. "TCH. Out of all 6 of you," he says conversationally, feet barely touching the soggy ground as he closes in again. "You were almost the most cunning. I expected you to figure this out already." Metal meets meat as we clash again, Samahata grinding against Juchi Yamasu, sparks of stolen chakra jumping. "You mean the part where you let us kill you?" I grunt, forcing him back a step, then letting him slip past as I spin and swing at his ribs. "Yeah, figured that out when your name started popping up in underground reports again." He ducks low, stabbing Juchi Yamasu into the mud at his feet, sending chakra down. Doton. The ground surges. A cresting wave of earth rises between us, towering over me. "Did you really think I fought 6 Jonin-level swordsmen in Nami no Kuni by accident?" he calls from behind the wave. I hurl Samahata. The sword spins end over end, chewing straight through the earthen wall in a shower of rock. I jump onto the collapsing stone and ride it, sprinting off the breaking crest and grabbing Samahata as it tears free. "Sway-tun, Baku Sway Shoha!" I clap my hands together. Water erupts from my chakra points, geysers bursting from the ground until the bog becomes a lake, then an inland sea. My kind of battlefield. Masashiro stands on the surface like it's a village street, Juchi Yamasu angled down. The now wet blade pulses once. The kanjis shift again. The air crackles. "Right-tun. Interesting," he muses. "You got bigger. And louder." Lightning wraps the sword, dancing along its edge. He draws in a slow breath, then carves a line through the air. A spear of lightning lances across the lake, splitting the water under it as it comes for me. I raise Samahata. The blade snarls as it feeds, scales drinking in the right ungreedily. The rest blows past, exploding a tree behind me into splinters. Juchi Yamasu really is unfair. I plant Samahata's point into the lake and start weaving one-handed seals. "You're still talking too much, old man," I say. Chakra rushes out of me and into the water. The lake surges up around my feet. "Baku Sway Shoha." I expand it further, higher, until the waves rise like walls, climbing and climbing, 400 feet and counting. The sky darkens with spray and shadow. Masashiro stares up at the looming water with something like approval. "Not bad, boy. Not bad at all." I finish on the ram's seal. Sway tun, Susanoo no Kataki! The wave in front of me folds backward, dragging the whole mass with it. For a breath, the world holds, a mountain of water poised to fall. Then it does. The tsunami roars forward faster than most shinobi can run, devouring trees, stone, everything. I catch one last glimpse of Mashisha bracing himself, Juchijamasu leveled straight at the coming wall. Then the wave swallows him. The backlash nearly knocks me off my feet. Even riding the very top of the crest, I feel the raw power of it in my bones. When the water finally crashes down again, the fire temple ruins are far behind me. I'm left standing on a new lake, breathing hard, Samahata humming happily at my side. Sensei, if that doesn't kill you, I'm gonna be impressed. I mutter. Then I hear it. A scream. Hi. Ragged. Familiar. That's Itachi. Shit. I take off across the water, chakra flaring under my soles as I run. Trees blur past as I head back toward the temple. By the time I reach the clearing, the stone is scorched, bodies are gone, and Orochimaru is half submerged in the ground, one arm missing completely, blood soaking his clothes. He's swallowing some kind of grotesque white capsule, his body already starting to sink fully into the earth. Itachi is on the ground. I barely recognize him. His right hand is clamped over the right side of his face, blood pouring between his fingers. Both eyes are a mess of red, tears and blood mixed. The snakes around him have vanished, but he's shaking, breathing in shallow, broken gasps. Orochimaru meets my eyes as the earth swallows him up to the neck. He grins. Then he's gone. Damn it! I snarl, rushing to Itachi's side. I slide an arm under his shoulders, lifting him carefully. Oh, Itachi! You're too badass to die like this, you know. He doesn't answer, but his jaw clenches, as if even unconscious he refuses to show weakness. I can feel the wild, unstable chakra under his skin, the poison threading through it. His right eye socket is a bloody ruin. I grit my teeth and stand, hefting him like a child despite his weight. Orochimaru, you bastard! I mutter, turning and sprinting away, Samahata slung across my back, partner in my arms. We're not done! Not by a long shot. Seen the sword that won't sink, POV Kisame. Cold. Wet. Heavy. That's the first thing I get when I claw my way back to consciousness. The weight of a lake trying to crush my bones, and the aching throb in my right arm where everything from shoulder to elbow feels like it's been hit by a mountain. I open my eyes slowly. I'm deep underwater, wrapped in a ball of spinning chakra and compressed current, the last second barrier I formed when the wave hit. The world outside is murky, bits of shattered forest drifting by like ghosts. Not bad, Kisame. I murmur, voice muffled by the water. You really have grown. The sphere collapses as I let go of the technique, lungs burning as I stroke upward. I break the surface with a gasp, coughing up water. My right arm hangs uselessly at my side, shoulder a knot of lightning-sharp pain. Juchijamasu is still in my left hand. I laugh at that, short and rough, then wade through broken branches until I can stand on half-submerged rubble. This is not over, foolish apprentice, I say to the empty air, rolling my neck until it cracks. When I restore Kirigakure, when I drag the rod out of her depths, you will be the first I hunt down. I sheath the blade awkwardly one-handed, then grab my right wrist and jerk. Bone pops back into socket with a jolt that makes the edges of my vision go white. I ride it out, breathing slow. 10,000 cold nights at my side. A decade of war and hiding behind me. One more storm coming. I smile. Samahata is mine by right. I tell the distant horizon. And I always take back what is mine. Seen thick skulls and thin illusions, POV, Kakashi. Meanwhile, training field 22, Konoha. Genjutsu training is always ugly. Watching your own student stagger under it is worse. Naruto drops to one knee again, sweat plastering blonde hair to his forehead, chakra flickering raggedly around him as he claws his way out of another illusion. Tenzo sits in a tree above, mask off, watching with that unnervingly flat ANBU focus. This isn't working. I say quietly, leaning against another branch, Sharingan covered for once. He's not breaking them the way you and Ibiki wanted. He's just enduring. Tenzo doesn't look away from Naruto. He's improving. Slowly. But I agree, it's not the kind of control we hoped for. Below, Naruto pushes back to his feet, legs shaking. He glares up at Tenzo. Again, he pants. Stubborn kid. At least he'll be harder to trap and load to mid-level genjutsu. I mutter. If sheer thick-headedness counted as a bloodline, he'd already be S rank. A voice drops down from the trees behind me, warm and rough. You're wasting your time, Squirt. I don't startle. Much. How long have you been there, Jiraiya-sama? I ask, looking back over my shoulder. The toad sage is perched on a branch like some oversized white-haired crow, arms crossed, expression unusually serious. Long enough, he says. And you're wrong about him. Oh? I tilt my head. He's just like I was. Jiraiya goes on. Stubborn as an ox. You're not going to fix his emotions with torture sessions and lectures. If he kept his sanity through 12 years of being treated like plague, some fancy illusions won't change him now. Down below, Naruto finally notices him and stares openly. Tenzo catches my signal, 3 quick taps against the bark, and shins away in a swirl of leaves, duty done for the morning. Jiraiya drops down beside me, then steps forward to meet Naruto halfway. You can tell Hiruzen, he says over his shoulder, voice cooling noticeably, that I'm finally living up to my responsibilities. I hear the missing honorific, and the weight under the words. Something happened between the two of them while I was gone. I nod once, tug my hatay down over my eye again, and fade away in a shin of my own, leaving Godfather and Godson alone in the training field. Scene, Erokyufu, Naruto POV. Several moments later. When Tenzo-sensei disappears, I know something big is up. He never leaves me alone in the middle of a session. Especially not when I'm one more genjutsu away from face planting. I turn toward the new chakra I've been feeling, trying not to squint too obviously. The guy from the council meeting. The one with the huge summoned toads and all the history books Irika made me read. Jiraiya of the Sannin. Up close, he looks even weirder. Huge white mane, red lines on his face, clothes that scream. Old pervert. His chakra feels heavy. Deep. Calm, even with that goofy smirk tugging at his mouth. Hey, he says, waving lazily. What's with that look, kid? I know I'm awe-inspiring, but staring at me like that's a bit unsettling. I wasn't staring at you, old man. I blurt, then wince. Jiraiya-sama. And if you're here to put me on some chopping block again, I swear I didn't do anything this time. His smirk twitches. Oh? Why so defensive? I haven't even told you why I'm here and you're already denying involvement. That's suspicious. I glare. I just told you. He cuts me off with a sigh and crouches until we're eye level. Up close, his eyes aren't goofy at all. They're sharp. Old. I'm here to take over your training, Naruto, he says. My brain blanks for a second. What? I glance around, expecting Kakashi-sensei to pop out with some lazy explanation. Nothing. But what about Kakashi-sensei and Yamato-sensei? I demand. They just, what? I get tossed around like a kunai between you guys now. Che. So many questions, he mutters, rubbing the back of his head. Do you know how many people would pay good money just to have me say their name, brat? You should be thankful, not. When you've spent your whole life being Fate's chew toy. I snap. You get suspicious. Yeah, I've heard of you, you're a legend and all that, but you never gave me the time of day before. So why now? That gets him. His shoulders slump a little. The playful aura drops. I don't blame you for doubting, he says quietly. Hell, I'd feel the same in your sandals. But the fact is, I promised your parents I'd look after you before they died. The word parents hits harder than any genjutsu. Your parents, he repeats. They named me your godfather. Kyufa. I'm here to start making good on that. For a second, everything goes white and red at once. Heat crawls up my throat. So let me get this straight, I say, voice shaking before I can stop it. My parents told you to take care of me, and it took you 13 years of my shitty life to remember I exist? That about right, Jiraiya-sama? He grabs my collar. Killer intent slams into me like a wall, thick and bare and angry. For a second I forget to breathe. Don't you think I know that, kid? He snaps, eyes suddenly blazing. You think I'm happy about this? He lets me go and I stumble back, rubbing my neck. I trusted Hiruzen-sensei when he said he'd take care of you. Jiraiya goes on, voice rough. I thought that meant you'd be raised right and happy, not just kept alive. If I'd known this is what he had in mind, I'd have kidnapped you myself and handed you to people I trust. I swallow hard. The anger drains a little, replaced by something else. Confusion. Hope. Something sharp and ugly I don't have a name for yet. He already explained. I mutter. About the fox. About why my life sucks. Because I'm stuck with that bastard. So why are you mad at him? He protected me. He did, Jiraiya says. And I'll give him credit for that. Being a Jinchuriki is usually a death sentence for your humanity. You're not a mind-wiped weapon. You're not a rampaging monster. That's partly thanks to him. He pokes my forehead with 2 fingers. Partly thanks to you, stubborn brat. My eyes sting. I look away. Then, what's your problem? I ask. You said he messed up. Jiraiya sighs long and deep. I'm not going to dump all my grievances on you, he says. Not yet. Just know this, I thought you'd be loved. Or at least not hated. I thought your father's son would grow up knowing who he is. The word father sticks in my ears. He was your student, I say slowly. The 4th. A muscle jumps in Jiraiya's jaw. Yeah, he says. He was. Silence stretches between us. Why? I hear myself ask. Why me? Was I really just the only unlucky kid born that night? Look, he says. I'll tell you, because you deserve it. But Kami, help me, if you repeat any of this to anyone, and I mean anyone, before I say otherwise. His chakra flares. It's like standing under a waterfall made of killing intent. My legs lock. I nod quickly. Minato chose you for 3 reasons, Jiraiya says. First, he wasn't going to ask anyone to make a sacrifice he wouldn't make himself. If a child had to hold the fox, it was going to be his. Minato. Second, you were the only newborn who survived labor that night. Not that he would have used another even if there was one. And third, he looks down at me with something heavy in his eyes. I think he wanted you to have that power, he says. To protect Konoha. To protect yourself. Minato made a lot of enemies. Some of them would do anything to erase his legacy. Or steal it. My throat is tight, but I manage to rasp. So, the old man kept me alone to protect me? Yeah, Jiraiya says. From the outside world, at least. From IWA. From Kumo. From anyone who'd see Yandame's son and reach for a kunai. It all clicks. The glares. The whispering. The way no one ever said Uzumaki with anything but disgust, and how nobody ever said Namikaze around me at all. I feel weirdly calm. So what do I call you? I ask. Jiraiya-sensei? Kyufa? He snorts. Brad is fine. But sensei in public won't kill you. A laugh bubbles out of me before I can stop it. Fine, Ero Kyufu. I say. What cool stuff are you gonna teach me? He actually grins at that. Now you're talking. He bites his thumb, runs through a string of seals faster than I can follow, and slams his hand to the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu. A massive red toad with black markings appears in a cloud of smoke, a huge scroll clamped in its mouth. It sets the scroll down. Jiraiya flips it open, revealing rows of names. Right at the top I see it. Namikaze Minato. Sign next to your father. Jiraiya says softly. In blood. Then your handprint. If you're going to be my student and Minato's heir, you summon toads. That's the rule. My hands are shaking as I bite my thumb. I press the cut to parchment, right? Uzumaki Naruto. Next to Minato's name in rough strokes, then slam my palm down, leaving a bloody handprint. The scroll vanishes in a puff of smoke as the big toad disappears, taking it back to Mount Myaboku. Summons later. Jiraiya says. First, I'm introducing you to the one who beat basic discipline into me when I was your age. He grins. I suddenly feel cold. He'll do wonders for that temper of yours, I promise. Another bite to the thumb. Another blur of seals. Ninpo Kuchios, Fukasaku. Smoke erupts between us. When it clears, there's a tiny green toad in a cloak standing there, white hair, white beard, big droopy eyes narrowed in irritation. Jiraiya-chan, he snaps. What did you summon me for in the middle of my meditation? And when there's no battle, at that. Hey, Pa, Jiraiya says, rubbing his head. He's actually sweating. This is Minato's kid. The new summoner. He needs your help. Fukasaku eyes me up and down. He's a bit young for senjutsu. He mutters. Even you didn't start until your 20s. I was thinking the other thing you did to me. Jiraiya says, grin turning evil. The restraint, meditation, and battle calm method. The old frog's face splits into a matching grin. Oh, that, he says. That'll be fine, as long as you promise to visit Mia and Mom more. She misses ya, Jiraiya-chan. Every instinct I have screams that I've just made a terrible mistake. Seen the demon frog and the bodyguard, Naruto POV. 4 days later. I was right. Fukasaku-sama is a demon. A tiny, green, deceptively polite demon with a cane that hits like a boulder. 4 days. 4 days of being trussed up in weighted ropes and rocks, told to stand still and empty my mind, while he prowls around me like a vulture. Every time I twitch, he cracks me across the shins. Every time I fidget, the ribs. One time I sighed and he hit me in the face. I heal fast. That doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. Again, he croaks as I wobble, legs shaking under the absurd amount of weight. Why yes, Fukasaku-sama. I wheeze. Jiraiya just laughs from his perch on a nearby boulder, writing something in his stupid orange book. Aerokyufu. I growl as I finally get a day off and stumble toward training ground 10, still sore. You sure this counts as training and not torture? This is the real stuff, kid, he says cheerfully. If you can keep still under that and not lash out, staying calm when some freak tries to kill you will be easy. Easy, he says. At least I get a break today. Joint training, he said. With other genin cells. I haven't seen most of my friends in days, except Ino and Shikamaru during team drills, and Hinata in the hospital. I reach the field, expecting a crowd. There's only one chakra signature sitting there, quiet and familiar. Hinata. She's propped against a tree in a loose kimono, cast on her arm, bandages peeking from her sleeves. She looks up when I land and gives me a small smile. Hi, Naruto-kun, she says. Were you summoned as well? Yeah, I say, dropping down beside her. But aren't you supposed to be recovering? Like in bed, not here where Guy-sensei can throw people through trees? She winces slightly, shifting her cast. Otu-san said I should join Niji and I and my team for a training drill. I'm not supposed to fight. Just observe. But Kurenai-sensei said I have a role. Before I can ask what role, a chakra presence brushes against my senses. Subtle, like mist. Kurenai-sensei, I call, turning toward it. She steps out from the trees with that small, knowing smile, and Shino drops down silently beside her. I'd recognize his chakra anywhere now, the Kikai make it distinct. You sensed us? She asks. Not all of you, I admit. But Shino's kinda obvious if you know what to look for. If he's here, Niji and Kiba can't be far, right? Shino inclines his head in acknowledgement. We still haven't really talked since Hakumai. The way he avoids my eyes says plenty. Kurenai's gaze softens on him for a moment, then turns businesslike. We're in the middle of a training drill, she explains. Naruto, you are acting as Hinata's personal shinobi bodyguard. Hinata, you are the client to be escorted from here to training area 52. She nods toward the forest. Some of your comrades will attempt to intercept you. If they render Hinata unconscious or capture her without harming her seriously, they win. If you get her to the destination, you win. Who's hunting us? I ask. Her hand goes to the radio earpiece in her ear. Client collected, we're moving, she says into it. Bloodhound, take point. Silver Eyes, rear guard. Be careful, Guy will be leading the opposition. Don't let his appearance deceive you. My gut sinks. Psycho Green Beast. Great. She looks back at me. Remember, Naruto, your first priority is Hinata. Don't let personal grudges override that. I think of a red-haired girl with dead eyes and a chain around my throat, and my jaw tightens. I get it, I say. Hinata comes first. I lean closer to Hinata and murmur a quick plan. Her eyes widen, then she nods. 10 shadow clones pop into existence around us with a puff of smoke. Some of you go ahead and scout, I tell them. Others hang back and be ready to intercept. I'm not losing a client on some stupid drill. We move into the trees. Scene: crimson eyes, orange wall, POV, Sakura. The forest smells like wet leaves and sweat. Lee and Tenten move ahead of me, Guy-sensei's ridiculous green back flickering in and out of sight as he charges toward where Kurenai-sensei's group was. My chakra thrums, coiled tight, hunting. Leader Beast, target is moving 43 degrees east. I say into the radio, voice perfectly calm. 2 signatures. Hyuga and Uzumaki. My other voice laughs in my head, high and cold. Crimson eyes, crimson eyes. I told you he'd be the most fun to chase. I know. I think back at her. Shut up and let me work, or we both get chewed out. Niji Spearkugan can see through genjutsu, Tenten says from my left, worry in her tone. And Kurenai-sensei's illusions mean we can't trust what we see around her. How? Lee-kun, you distract Niji. I cut in. You're the only one who can keep up with him full on. Tenten, keep the Aburaim busy. Explosive tags, misdirection. Don't get anywhere near his bugs. And you? Tenten asks. I smile. I'll take the Inuzuka and his mutt, I say. Then I'll slip behind the chaos and assassinate the client. Uzumaki and I have unfinished business. My chains are already coiled under my sleeves, links humming faintly with chakra. Danzo-sama's ninjato ride easy at my hips. Guy's chakra flares nearby, loud as a gong. Kurenai's answer is a sharp twist of genjutsu, then the two of them crash together, sound of fists and feet smashing into wood and stone. Niji's vision range just narrowed. My darker half notes. He's focusing on Guy. Time to move. We split. Lee rockets forward with a shout about youth and rivalry, green blur heading straight for Niji. Tenten veers off to the right, already unrolling scrolls. I pull a veil of chakra over myself, specialty genjutsu bending light just enough to dull my outline. Not perfect invisibility, but better than nothing. Then I move. Kiba's scent hits me first, dog, sweat, arrogance. He and Akamaru are moving fast, but not fast enough. I drop a blood-stained strip of cloth onto a kunai and flick it into a tree in his path, then wrap my chakra around his senses, nudging smell, sound, the feel of the air. When he lunges at nothing. The actual me hits Akamaru from the side with a clean kick, sending the pup into a tree with a whimper. Kiba jerks in midair, eyes widening as he realizes. Genjutsu, he growls, forming the Kai seal to dispel it. My chain is already around his wrists when his senses return. Cold metal snaps tight, chakra conductive links locking him to the trunk behind him. I step in, 2 fingers chopping the back of his neck in a precise strike. He slumps, eyes rolling back. 1 down. I murmur. I don't let myself enjoy it. This is a drill. Not a purge. Not yet. The buzzing starts a second later, angry and thick. Kikeichu. Shino's noticed. I toss a smoke pellet at my feet and expand a pulse of chakra just under my skin, disrupting any genjutsu kurenai might be laying across the field. Not my sensei, not my rules. In the gray haze, I hear steel and carapace, bugs scattering. My electrified chains flick out, lightning nature chakra jumping from link to link, frying any insect stupid enough to land on them. Tenten's explosions boom somewhere to my right. Lee and Niji's clash is a flurry of impacts and shouted names of gates. Uzumaki is ahead. I can feel him. Loud chakra, steady now in a way it didn't used to be. I cut through the underbrush and nearly slam into a wall of orange. 10 Narutos. They stand across the branch like a barricade, all of them in that weird white, wind tiger, stance, all of them grinning at me. Long time no see, Sakura. The one in the middle says. If you're still obsessed with killing me, I'm afraid we can't help you much, being clones and all. Cute, I say. Move. Sorry, he replies. Client first. You know how it is. I hate that he's calm. 2 clones transform into giant Fuma shuriken, another grabbing them and hurling them. My chains snap out, wrapping around my arms as I pour right on into them. Lightning arcs from the links into the spinning blades, disrupting their chakra and sending them crashing aside. I dash in, ninjato flashing. You know, the left clone says as I cut down 2 of them, both popping in clouds of smoke. You should worry less about me and more about Niji-san. What? A palm slams into my side with the force of a hammer. For an instant I see white eyes, calm and cold, then the impact sends me off my feet and into the dirt. Chakra points singing where he struck. My body wants to get up and lunge at the orange wall again. My orders say otherwise. Kurenai's bored voice crackles in my ear. Target reached destination, she says. Exercise over. I lie there for a second, fists clenched, breathing hard. You focused on him again, my inner voice snickers. Mission failed, crimson eyes. Shut up, I whisper. But she's right. I hate that she's right. Scene one thing at a time, POV Naruto. Hinata and I step into the small clearing that marks Training Area 52 just as Kurenai's voice comes over the radio. Target reached destination. Exercise over. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Hinata deactivates her Byakugan with a soft sigh, shoulders relaxing. You did well, Naruto-kun, she says quietly. Your clones stalled her. I wanted to punch her into next week, I admit. But mission. Hinata smiles, faint but genuine. That's what makes the difference. Between a child and a shinobi. We wait there until the others straggle in, some limping, some soaked, some trailing smoke. Gai-sensei is beaming, Kurenai looks exhausted but pleased. Lee is bruised but glowing, babbling to Niji about flames of youth. Tenten is picking bug carcasses out of her hair. Kiba is sulking with a throbbing lump on his head, Akamaru perched on his shoulder. Sakura arrives last, eyes tight, jaw clenched, chains coiled carefully out of sight. Anko-san watches from a tree branch above, eyes sharp and unreadable. We'll debrief later. Guy booms. For now, know this, your teamwork was splendid. There is much flame in all of you. I tune him out, just a little, and glance at Sakura. She pointedly looks away. Fine. There will be other missions. Other chances. Right now, I've got a godfather, a sadistic frog, and a very annoyed fox to deal with. One thing at a time. Chapter 17, Rifts and Confessions. Seen the Price of Vision, POV, Nagato. Akatsuki's hidden base, River Country, Nagato. Itachi looks even smaller when he bleeds. I stand over him in the dim light, looking down through the eyes of the god path. Tubes. Paper seals. Conan's careful handiwork wrapped around his wrists and ankles. One eye hidden under thick bandages. How is he doing, Conan? I ask. She doesn't look up from the chart she's made. His will to live is strong. she says. I've cleansed the pathogens from his blood. The damage to his wrists and ankles is manageable. The right eye is gone. He'll need time to adjust to the loss of three-dimensional vision. With proper rest and treatment, 3 to 5 weeks. 3 to 5 weeks. An acceptable delay. An annoying reminder. I should have heeded his warning when Orochimaru defected. I say. I hear Yahiko in my voice when it tightens. Immediate steps must be taken to correct that lapse. So the snake finally got his hands on the Sharingan? Madara's voice bleeds out of the shadows before his body does. He peels away from the darkness, black yukata, hakama, sword, one-eyed mask. He moves as if the cave belongs to him. In his mind it does. He looks down at Itachi, and even through the mask I can feel the sneer. So it would seem, I answer, turning my back on him deliberately. Orochimaru's interference is greater than anticipated. I will erase him. His transgressions against Akatsuki will not go unanswered. That, Madara says, would be foolish. My shoulders tighten. The God Path's body is still, but anger stirs in the real one, back in Amigakure. He's gone. Madara goes on calmly. Back into his warrens. You will not catch him now. If you chase him, you risk revealing yourself, and you gain nothing. Not acting would be foolish. I reply. He knows too much. He moves against our plan. I will not allow him to exist unchecked. Madara's single eye narrows. When it serves the plan, we remove him, he says. Before that, he's more useful alive than dead. We stare at each other. Rinnegan against Sharingan. Two versions of power born from the same story. Finally, I incline my head a fraction. Very well. I yield for now, I say. I still taste the words like poison. But when the opportunity comes, I will exterminate him with extreme prejudice. That is not a debate. That is a decree. I turn and leave, Konan falling in beside me as she always has. In the ritual chamber, the walls hum with prepared seals and the memory of chakra. Someday, 9 statues will stand here. Someday, 9 monsters will be chained. Not yet. Setsu, I say. He flowers from the floor at my feet, half white, half black, 2 mouths on one stem. Leader-sama, the white half says. Unknown forces have entered Amigakure. They're supporting Hanzo's loyalists. The loyalists are pushing out your people. The black half growls. The infiltrators are strong. Too strong for the current cells. Hanzo, relying on outsiders. Pathetic. Who are you inviting into my country? I think. Into Yahiko's grave? All units go to ground. I order. Immediately. No more attacks, no more raids, no more assassinations until I say otherwise. You will vanish. Zetsu blinks. You're retreating? The white half asks cautiously. I am observing, I correct. Whoever Hanzo has hired will show themselves. Then I will decide whether they are enemies to crush, or tools to bend. The tension in the world is rising. IWA gathers forces. Kumo sharpens its defenses. Kirigakure whispers of rebellion against its good aim. Storms are where gods are born. Yahiko wanted peace. I will give it to him. Dripping red if I must. Go, I tell Zetsu. When he melts back into the stone, I turn away. Seen even a god can bleed, POV Itachi. Same base, infirmary alcove. I let my eyes stay closed until Madara's footsteps stop beside the bed. I know you're awake, Itachi, he says. Enough games. Games. If this were a game, I might have played my pieces differently years ago. I open my left eye. My right socket throbs under the bandages, a dull, hollow ache. My hand lifts, slow and clumsy, to touch the wrappings anyway. Madara-sama, I say. I did not expect you to fail, he says. His tone is flat, but each word lands like a kunai. To think you lost to someone beneath you makes me question the wisdom of sparing your life back then. Beneath me. Orochimaru's face rises in my mind, eyes bright with hunger, arms stretched toward my eye. and then black fire. I underestimated one variable, I admit. I did not anticipate Orochimaru unearthing the Yasukani no Magatama. Its power to twist intent was significant. My fingers tighten on the bedding. Was that not the same treasure that bent you to Senju Hashirama's will? I ask quietly. In the era of chaos? His eye flashes. My decision to ally with Senju is beyond your understanding, he says. He doesn't deny the Magatama. I am surprised it resurfaced. I assumed it died with Hashirama. It is gone now, I say. I destroyed it with Amaterasu. He stills. Only for a moment, but I have spent my life reading the smallest movements of others. It is enough. Perhaps keeping you around was not a complete waste of time, he says. You heard my discussion with Pain. You understand the command. Whatever grudge you hold, you will not act against Orochimaru without my order. Disobedience is not an option. Understood, I reply. But I confess, I add, I find your restraint interesting. Especially when you hide behind one-eyed masks. Is there some link between that and your decision to leave Orochimaru alive, Madara-sama? His chakra spikes. If I could still see red, I would expect it in his gaze. You should be careful where you pry, boy, he says softly. With your health so fragile, any accident would be unfortunate. Akatsuki would be inconvenienced. He turns, cloak whispering, and steps back into the shadows he loves so much. Duly noted, I murmur. The pain throbs in the empty socket. The loss of my eye is real. The taste of failure is real. So is the crack in Madara's armor. The cost was steep. But in a world like ours, no information worth having comes cheap. Seeing the old man draws a line, POV, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage Tower, Kanahigakure. If I stare at one more report, I might set the whole desk on fire. I rub at the bridge of my nose and look up at the three jonin in front of me, Kurenai, Guy, Kakashi. Even Anko's report doesn't bother me as much as the way they're all very carefully not looking at each other. So, I say, let me see if I've understood this correctly. Kurenai flinches, just a fraction. Guy's hands tighten at his sides. Kakashi's eye doesn't move, but I can feel his attention sharpen. First, I say, focusing on Kurenai, you chose to include Hyuga Hinata, whom I explicitly benched, into this exercise of yours. Against my direct orders. I let that hang before I shift my gaze. Then, you made her the center of a skirmish between inexperienced genin. You placed an injured heiress in the middle of a battlefield as a stationary target. I look at Guy. Where she could have been further injured. Or killed. Guy's shoulders, usually so broad and open, hunch inwards. And, I continue, turning to him fully, you two decided to fight each other personally, at jonin level, in the midst of that same crowd of genin. For training purposes. My eyes move last to Kakashi. As for you, I say quietly, you allowed Naruto, whose emotional control is still questionable, to participate. You placed him opposite the teammate who hates him, and tied his success to protecting a wounded friend. Without his own team present. He meets my gaze to his credit. I fold my hands atop the desk. I am, I say, very disappointed. You are supposed to be my most reliable jonin. My elite. I expected more caution, more foresight. Silence stretches. Whose idea was this? I ask. Kakashi breathes out. Hyuga-dano, Kurenai, Guy and I were all approached, he says. Jiraiya-sama asked us to help run the exercise. He wanted to assess the genin, identify gaps, and adjust training before war comes. He monitored from a distance. My jaw tightens around the pipe I haven't yet lit. Of course it was you, Jiraiya. I think. You just couldn't leave it alone. That does not address Naruto's inclusion, I say aloud. Nor does it explain Hinata's presence, or the timing without Team 7 in full. Kakashi nods once, accepting the hit. There was a second objective, he says. Jiraiya-sama has been teaching Naruto emotional regulation methods he used when he was young. We wanted to test Naruto under pressure with real stakes, not empty drills. As for Hinata, he thought including her would help her healing, chakra exercise, social reconnecting with her peers. He hesitates. I agreed with the logic, Hokage-sama. He finishes. Logical. Yes. Also reckless. Also mine to approve. What are you doing, Jiraiya? I wonder. Are you so convinced I will fail that you must move without me? Aloud I say. I understand your reasoning, but understanding is not the same as approval. There are factors you and Jiraiya are not aware of. Political constraints, external pressures, the thinness of our ANBU coverage. I cannot have my Jonin improvising war games in my own village without notice. I set the pipe down. I don't trust my fingers to keep it steady. Here is what will happen, I say. You will each write a full report on the exercise. Individual performance, team performance, recommendations. They will be on my desk by sunrise. They nod. Furthermore, I add, and now I make sure to look each of them in the eye. From this moment, you will not change your training methods, cross-train teams, or run large-scale simulations at the request of anyone, including my former students, without my explicit permission. I pause. That includes Asuma. I say. Make sure he is informed. And you will inform Jiraiya as well. I will not have my authority bypassed through the back door. My hand trembles, just a little. I curl it into a fist under the desk. I am old, I think. But I am still Hokage. Am I clear? I ask. Yes, Hokage-sama, they answer. They file out. Kakashi lingers half a heartbeat, as if he wants to say something, then lets it die and leaves. When the door closes, the office feels larger. Emptier. Has your mistrust of me truly grown this deep, Jiraiya? I wonder. Have I really fallen so far in your eyes? I look at the stack of work awaiting me, budget for additional patrols, evacuation drill proposals, ANBU redeployment plans. Beside them, requests for more funding for festival stalls and stadium decorations for the exam finals. The village wants a spectacle. I want a shield. And above it all, a boy with a demon in his stomach and my student's hands on his shoulders. I need to pick a successor. I think, opening the next file. Soon. Before the gap between what Jiraiya wants and what I can give tears Konoha apart. Until then, there is ink, and paper, and the weight of the hat. I pick up my brush. Scene, rotten shell, sharp fangs, POV, Uzumaki Karen. Underground base between tea and rice. I can taste his chakra before I even open the door. It's thicker than usual. Darker. It sticks to the walls like slime. Orochimaru-sama. I call. My voice comes out smaller than I want. A hiss answers me, long and sharp. Karen. Don't hover. Come in. I step inside and the pressure hits me fully. His chakra flares, and my lungs feel like they're being squeezed by invisible hands. He's sitting on the low pallet, hunched, one pale hand clamped over the stump of his right arm. The robe he's wearing is soaked through with blood and sweat. I can see where the skin around the stump is already going wrong. Discoloration. Tiny cracks where his real chakra is burning through flesh that was never meant to hold this much power. I left instructions, he says. Even strained, his voice slithers. I told you to have a vessel ready when I returned. Why am I still in this ruined shell? My knees hit the floor before I realize I've fallen. Orochimaru-sama, Kimimaro, isn't stable. The illness, he can't withstand a transfer yet. His eyes narrow. I told you I will not use Kimimaro until he is intact. He snaps. I do not repeat myself. If he is unfit, why did you not bring me another option? I swallow. My mouth is dry. Some of the test subjects escaped while you were gone. I say. We couldn't contact you, like you said, and... Suigetsu, Genryumaru, Setsuna, Gakido, they fled. Such a small word, for such a large failure. For a moment I think he'll lash out. Instead, he chuckles. That is all? He says. You fret too much, Karen. I don't. He knows I don't. But I shut up and listen. Take Kimimaro and Yugo, he orders. Track down Genryumaru, Setsuna, Gakido. Bring them back. I will select one. The others will be educational. My stomach flips. Educational. For who? Them or us? What about Suigetsu? I ask because I have to. Orochimaru smiles. It's the kind of smile that makes lesser people run. I know exactly where that child is going, he says. He no longer fits my plans. But he may amuse a potential ally. Consider it a gesture of good faith. I feel my pulse spike. We don't say that ally's name in this room if we can help it. Not unless Orochimaru wants to. And Karen, he adds. His chakra thickens, coils around my throat like a lazy snake. The next time you fail to follow an order, do not attempt to hide it. I have little patience for being lied to. I bow until my forehead touches the floor. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. I back out of the room as soon as he lets the pressure slip. The door closes behind me with a soft scrape, and I realize I'm shaking. Sometimes devotion feels a lot like fear. Scene: pain is a harsh teacher, POV, Orochimaru. Same base, later. Pain is an old friend. This is something else. I watch my fingers twitch on the edge of the palette, the stump of my right arm throbbing in an ugly, uneven rhythm. The host is breaking down faster than it should. Losing a limb always accelerates the decay. Messy, I think, clenching my jaw. I allowed him to get too close. I breathe through another wave of phantom pain. I can still feel Itachi's fingers closing around my wrist, the pull as my arm separated from my body. The shock of seeing black fire roaring toward the Magatama. I would laugh again if it didn't hurt so much. The door opens. Kenji, I say, even before he bows. You're late. He's middle-aged, balding. One of a dozen faces I use for errands that need to look unremarkable. You summoned me, Orochimaru-sama, he says. I reach for the scroll at my side with my remaining hand. The fuinjutsu on it glows faintly, layer over layer of protection. You will go to the border town of Tsuno, in Tsuchi no Kuni, I tell him. There is an inn there, run by a woman who calls herself Hakana Chizuru. You will give this to her. No one else. After that you will return. He takes the scroll with both hands, gaze lingering on the seals only long enough to recognize they are far above his clearance. As you command, he says. When the door closes behind him, I let my lips split into a grin. The Sharingan is mine now. I have tasted the Magatama's power and burned it away. I have reminded Itachi what it feels like to bleed. I have reminded Akatsuki that Orochimaru does not stay under anyone's heel for long. Karen is tense. Zetsu moves. Madara watches. The board is crowded. Good. After so long in the dark, I think, chuckling low in my throat. You will all see me clearly soon. Pain lances through my arm again, sharp enough to make my vision blur. I ride it out. First, I will patch this shell. Then I will hunt. Then I will shed this skin for a better one. And then? Then I come for what I'm owed. Seen warnings in the dust, POV, Danzu. Deserted living quarters, Konoha outskirts, Danzu. The cane's rhythm is the only sound. Tap, drag, tap. My hip aches. My arm aches. My patience wears thinner every day. Amigekure is shifting. My last report said the uprisings were stabilizing after 3 years of chaos. Now I hear whispers that someone has turned the tide for Hanzo's loyalists. Kirigakure is restless. A Godame Nizukage facing insurgents. Useful, perhaps, when the time comes. Dangerous if ignored. But it's Tsuchi no Kuni that gnaws at me. My entire network in Iwagakure, gone in weeks. Katsuchi, Yandame Tsuchikage now, is not his father. He's given his intelligence core teeth and permission to bite down on every foreigner in his borders. Efficient. Paranoid. Annoying. I tighten my grip on the cane. I feel the chakra before I hear the voice. Heavy. Familiar. Irritating. Jiraiya, I say, stopping mid-step. To what do I owe this pleasure? Two bodies hit the ground in front of me. My root, or what's left of them, groan in the dust. You seem tense, old man. Jiraiya drawls, dropping from a balcony above. He lands behind me, and his hand clamps down on my crippled shoulder hard enough to send a shard of pain down my ruined arm. What do you want? I ask. I keep my spine straight. I do not bend. I have bent enough for Hiruzen's vanity. War is coming, Jiraiya says. You know it. I know it. His fingers dig in deeper. I hear something grind in the joint. I'm here to warn you, he says, voice suddenly flat. I won't tolerate any of your shit, Danzu. Not with the village. Not with Naruto. Ah. There it is. I almost laugh. I don't know what you're talking about, I say. Everything I have done has been for Konoha's sake. Someone has to balance Hiruzen's sentimentalism. Keep this village grounded. He slams me to the stone before I can brace. My cane skids away. The impact rattles my bones, but I keep my expression cold. I never have and never will buy your bullshit, Jiraiya says, looming over me. His chakra presses down, all sharp edges and old anger. So listen carefully, old man. If I see your hand anywhere near sabotaging Konoha's chances in what's coming, if you so much as brush my godson the wrong way. He leans closer. I will hunt you and your root down with extreme prejudice. He turns away, lifts a hand in a mockery of a casual wave. Stay loyal to the Konoha you claim to love, and we won't have a problem, he says. Try anything else, and you'll find out just how creative I can be. Then he's gone, in a swish of leaves and dust. I lie there for a moment, looking up at the strip of sky between two broken roofs. Arrogant child, I think. You have no idea what this village really needs. I reach for the cane. My fingers don't quite close the first time. The second time, I manage. The root operatives on the ground groan again. I ignore them. If they survived, they can crawl home. Regardless, I think, dusting off my robes. You're not entirely wrong. War is coming. Hiruzen is tired. The civilians in the council think they can juggle festivals and fortifications and come away with both. They are wrong. I limp on back straight. We both want Konoha's survival. I concede to Jiraiya in the quiet of my mind. You would burn your life for it. I am willing to burn other things. I allow myself a thin, cold smile. And my plan is already in motion. Seen the fox, the box, and the idiots POV Asuma. Training Field 43, Kanahigakure, Asuma. I take a drag, let the smoke curl out slowly, and watch my brats recover. Ino and Naruto are sitting near the riverbank, shoulders just close enough to touch that I'm not sure if it's intentional. Shikamaru is flat on his back, arms folded behind his head, eyes on the clouds like the world hasn't been kicking his ass all morning. It has. I made sure of it. They needed it. Fukuoka changed them. It always happens somewhere, the moment when the nice clean lines from the academy textbooks get drowned in blood and panic, and the realization that death is not an exam question. For Ino and Shikamaru, it was nearly losing Choji and having to rely on Sakura's methods. Ino went straight to Inoichi afterward. She moves differently now. Her throws are tighter. The genjutsu she's weaving into her support work is rough, but it's there. She actually thinks before she charges. Shikamaru went to Shikaku. The kid's shadow work has sharpened in weeks. He's still lazy, still muttering, troublesome, every other sentence, but I'm seeing little training scars appear on his hands that weren't there before. Choji's catching up as fast as he can. In the meantime, I needed someone to plug the gap. Naruto dropped into place like he'd always been meant to sit there. I don't know everything Kakashi, and if the rumors are true, Jiraiya have been drilling into him, but I've seen the results. He doesn't flood the field with clones anymore just to show off. He uses them like extra hands, extra eyes. 5, 10 at most. Testing, probing, disguising, then pulling back before they're destroyed so he can read the feedback and adjust. Add that to whatever strange taijutsu he's patched together, the wind tricks, the raw stubbornness, and I have to admit, when he moves with Ino and Shikamaru, they look like a team, not three kids hoping the enemy trips. The problem isn't them. The problem is everything around them. Civilians on the council are still arguing about lantern budgets, while a Wagakure arms up and rumors of war ride the wind. The daimyo nods and smiles and approves emergency funds, and somehow those Ryo keep sliding toward tournament hospitality instead of evacuation routes. Hiruzen's trying to hold it together. He's tired. Jiraiya's circling. Tsunade isn't here yet. I take another drag, watch the end of the cigarette glow, and let my eyes drift back down. Naruto's tapping the ground. Ino's watching him. I can't hear every word from up here, but I catch the tone. Naruto-kun, what's bothering you? His shoulders jump. He lies. Badly. Even from this distance I can tell. She doesn't buy it. Good girl. I shift forward on the branch, ready to drop in if this goes somewhere it shouldn't. A chakra signature brushes my senses and stops me. Heavy. Familiar. Older than mine and louder. Jiraiya lands on a nearby tree without announcing himself. Of course. Young ones, huh? He says, voice low. Jiraiya-sama. I murmur. He's about to, Hokage-sama said. Hiruzen told you not to listen to me. Jiraiya cuts in, not unkindly. I know. Kakashi told me that particular bit of wisdom. He watches the kids in silence for a moment. I hope this ends well, otherwise, as Shikamaru says, it'll be troublesome. Scene choose me anyway, Naruto POV. A little time later. Training field 43 always smells like damp grass and sweat by noon. Asuma-sensei had finally called a break after beating us into the ground all morning. Shikamaru immediately collapsed in the sunny patch he'd been eyeing since we got here. Ino dragged me to the shade by the river like it was the most natural thing in the world. We ended up sitting so close our hips touched. Under normal circumstances, that would have been the only thing my brain focused on. Today, my thoughts were too busy chewing holes in themselves. I kept tapping the grass with my fingers. Stupid habit. I tried to stop. My hand just started drumming harder. Naruto-kun, Ino said quietly. What's bothering you? Her voice wasn't teasing. No fake drama. Just concern. I jerked a little. And nothing, Ino-chan. Just thinking about stuff. Lame. Even I could hear it. She turned fully, blue eyes narrowing. Liar. I winced. You've been weird all week. She went on, poking me in the chest. Distant. You drift off in training, you flinch every time someone mentions the exams, and you keep looking at me like I'm going to explode. So spit it out. I swallowed. My mouth felt like I'd eaten sand. It would have been easier if she wasn't this sharp now. If Ino was still the shallow girl from the academy who only cared about hairstyles and Sasuke's profile. But somewhere between Fukuoka and her training with Inoichi, she'd started seeing people instead of just looking at them. And she was looking straight through me. It's not something small, I said. If I tell you, I can't take it back. And if you hate me after, I can't fix that either. Her expression flickered. Is this about us? She asked. If you're going to say you don't like me, just say it. Don't make it sound like you're confessing a war crime. That stunned enough that I finally met her eyes. Ino, I said. If I didn't like you, I would have pushed you away when you kissed me. Instead of... He'd crept up my neck. You know. Definitely not a kanai. A flush climbed her cheeks. Then what? I looked away. Up. Anywhere but her face. Last week, Inoichi had called me into a small, quiet room and shut the door. He'd made tea. Then he looked me dead in the eye and told me if I was serious about his daughter, I owed her the truth. Kakashi had agreed later, I crinkled but voiced serious. Jiraiya hadn't even pretended to argue. Enemies will find out, Gaki. Better your friends hear it from you than from their corpses. Shino's face flashed in my mind, cold and distant, the moment he'd stepped back from me in that meeting like he was removing himself from contamination. I squeezed my eyes shut. Ino-chan, I said. You remember what they taught us about the Kyuubi? She blinked. Wrong opening. I pressed on anyway. That Yondaime-sama killed it when it attacked, I continued. 13 years ago. Yeah, she said slowly. Of course. That's a lie, I said. The words sat between us, heavy. A bijou can't be killed, I went on. Only sealed. That's what he did. She stared at me, eyes searching my face, waiting for the punchline. I sighed, tugged at the hem of my shirt. Just don't scream, okay? I muttered, more to my nerves than to her. Shikamaru's trying to nap. Her mouth twitched, but she nodded. I stripped off my jacket and undershirt in one go, letting the afternoon air hit my skin. Then I formed the tiger seal and pulled chakra up from my core, feeding it into the sealing matrix Sarutobijiji had shown me once and Jiraiya had made me study until I could see it in my sleep. The black lines bloomed across my stomach, swirling into the familiar spiral, kanji locked around it like teeth. Ino's hand flew to her mouth. The Kyuubi wasn't destroyed, I said quietly. It was sealed. In me. Since the day I was born. For a second she didn't move. The world got very, very loud, the rush of the river, Shikamaru's lazy breathing, the distant calls of birds. So that's what this is, she whispered. A cage? Pretty much, I said. The seal pulsed once under my palm, like it resented the word. I ignored it. I'm what they call a Jinchuriki. Human sacrifice. Fancy way of saying box dot. She swallowed, eyes flicking from the seal to my face and back again. I could see the moment Sakura's old words clicked into place in her head. Monster. Crimson eyes. Kyuubi brat. Ino's breathing hitched. She scooted back a little, one hand digging into the grass. And there it was, the part I'd been waiting for. The flinch. The distance. My muscles coiled, ready to bolt. I didn't know where I'd go, just away. Anywhere away from that look. Her eyes went wet and furious at the same time. So all this time, she choked out, you were carrying that around and you didn't tell me? I flinched. I'm not allowed to tell anyone, I said quickly. It's supposed to be a secret. So you weren't lying to me in the forest, you were just lying to me now? She snapped, voice rising. You idiot! Do you think so little of me? You kiss me back and then spend a week acting like I've got the plague and you don't even try explaining? Wait, what? No, that's not. My back hit the tree. When had I moved? No, she'd grabbed my collar and dragged me forward, face right in mine, eyes blazing. Were you planning to just pull away and hope I got bored? She demanded. Or what, Naruto? I'm not good enough to handle this. Or is this your dramatic way of breaking up with me without ever actually? What? No! I yelped. It's not that at all. Oh gods! She gasped suddenly, color draining from her face. You're not dumping me because you're into guys, are you? My brain stalled. What? Ino, I said, hands flailing. Ino, I swear I am not. Because if you are, it's fine. She barreled on, completely ignoring me. It's not fine, but I'll deal with it. I knew it. All the decent ones are either married or... Ino! I shouted. She snapped her mouth shut. I took a deep breath. I am not breaking up with you, I said very clearly. I am not gay. I am terrified you're going to hate me for something I didn't choose. That's it. That's the whole stupid problem. Something in her eyes softened. Just a fraction. Before either of us could add another stupid sentence to the pile, my body locked up. Arms. Legs. Neck. Even my tongue. I knew that feeling. Oh, for the love of... Shikamaru's voice drifted over, dry as a desert. You two are way too troublesome to be left unsupervised. I couldn't move my head, but my eyes slid sideways. Shikamaru was sitting up now, hands in the rat seal, shadow stretched from his into mine. Let him go! Ino snapped. Shikamaru! Shut up and listen, Ino, he said, sounding more awake than I'd heard him in days. Naruto, you too. You're both being idiots. Hey, we said in unison. Case in point, he muttered. He looked at Ino first. You heard what he said, he told her. He's not the fox, he's the box. If you punch a scroll that has a summoning on it, you don't blame the jutsu for the bruise. You blame the idiot who made the seal. My throat went tight. Shikamaru turned his gaze on me next. And you, he added. Ino's not made of sugar glass. You've seen her punch. She doesn't exactly shatter in a stiff breeze. You really think she'd fold from information after all our missions proving otherwise? I was trying not to get her hurt, I said through stiff lips. By hurting her on purpose, he sighed. Genius! He released the seal. My body loosened all at once. I sagged back against the tree and rubbed my face. Look, he said, lying back down with his hands behind his head again. Naruto's a Jinchuriki. The fox is in his gut. He's not the fox. Ino likes you, you like her, we're all going to die in a war anyway, so can we please not spend our remaining free time on pointless drama? Ino stared at him like he'd slapped her. Then she swung back to me. Her eyes were still wet, but there was no fear in them now. Just hurt. You absolute idiot, she whispered. I braced for the hit. The slap still stung, but it hurt less than the ones I'd imagined. Did you really think, she demanded, voice shaking, that finding out you've been carrying that thing since you were a baby would make me hate you? I didn't know, I said honestly. Shino found out and walked away. Half the village spent my childhood pretending I didn't exist. I didn't want to watch you do the same. Her face twisted. You stupid, stupid boy, she said, and then she was suddenly on me, arms going around my neck so hard it knocked the air out of my lungs. I froze. Then, slowly, my arms came up around her. I don't hate you, she said into my shoulder. Her voice was muffled and furious and shaking. I hate that you had to carry it alone. I hate that they decided a baby should be a cage. But you? I told you I like you. I don't go around kissing people I hate. My chest hurt in a different way now. After a moment I managed. So, you're not going to run screaming to the village? She pulled back enough to glare at me. If anyone else says a word to you about being a monster, I'll show them what a real nightmare looks like, she snapped. I am a Yamanaka. Do you have any idea what my clan can do to people's heads? I did. I'd sat through those lectures. It was strangely comforting hearing her weaponize it on my behalf. Behind us, Shikamaru made a disgusted noise. Great, he muttered. We're all going to hell together. How troublesome. I laughed. It came out a little broken, but it was real. Thanks, Shikamaru, I said. He waved a hand without looking over. Just don't start making out right next to me, he grumbled. I'm trying to watch clouds. Ino and I both flushed. We didn't move apart though. Scene rings and red flags, POV, Sakura. Training Field 11, Kanahigakure, Sakura. Metal on metal. Again. 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 Lee's staff whips through the air, 3 sections singing, and Tenten's chainstaff snaps up to meet it. Sparks jump. My teeth hurt just listening. You're overextending again. I called down from my branch without really thinking about it. If you don't fix that angle, you'll tear your shoulder. Lee doesn't even pause. I will endure any pain for the sake of youth, he shouts. Niji will not defeat me again. Tenten finally just collapses. 1 minute she's spinning, the next she's on her back in the grass, staff dropping from limp fingers. Break, she gasps. If you don't stop right now, I'm using this thing on you. Lee blanches. Tenten-chan! I drop from the tree, landing lightly, and catch his eye before he can wheedle her into another round. If you beat Tenten into the ground, you won't get your rematch with Niji. I tell him. Even you should be able to do that math, Lee. He deflates. Why, you're right, Sakura-chan. I must value my precious teammate's strength as well, he declares, then rushes to help Tenten up. She shoots me a grateful look over his shoulder. I shrug. I didn't mean to get used to them. But Lee is impossible to ignore, and Tenten is quietly stubborn in ways I understand too well. Once they hobble off toward the village, Lee still babbling about the flames of youth while Tenten mutters about hitting him with the staff anyway, the silence rolls back in. Our silence. You see that? Inner me sneers. Even those two idiots get to laugh and cling to each other and dream about rematches, and everyone smiles and calls it youth. I close my eyes, inhale, and feel the familiar heater coil up under my skin. Meanwhile, Crimson Eyes walks around like some kind of hero, and nobody cares how many bodies he walked over to get there. I snap my eyes open. The chain snakes out before I've even finished the thought, chakra humming along it. It slams into the nearest tree. Bark explodes. The trunk shudders. I yank it free and swing again, other chain following, carving another gouge. It isn't fair. I snarl, breath coming faster. He doesn't have to try. People just like him. Like he's something worth liking. I do exactly what I'm told, and what do I get? Monster. Crazy. Tool. The chains fall slack. I ball my fists and slam them into the shredded bark. Pain flares up my fingers, knuckles splitting, skin tearing. It's better than the buzzing in my chest. It's my fault. I gasp. Mom's Kamino's were in Danza's hands because I thought I could fix things. Because I wanted to be strong enough to stop him, to avenge Sasuke-kun, to make things right. I hit the tree again. And again. If we just stayed home. Inner me hisses. If we'd listened to her, never gone to the academy, never met Sasuke-kun, never seen Uzumaki's face. My hands give out before my anger does. I sag forward and rest my forehead against the battered trunk. Mom's going to die in one of Danza's cells. I whisper. He's going to use me and throw me away, and it's my fault for stepping on the path in the first place. A twig snaps behind me. I whip around too fast. My feet slip in the pine needles, and I end up on my ass in the dirt, hands useless lumps of pain. My, a smooth voice says. That was quite a confession. There's a silver-haired teenager standing at the edge of the clearing as if he's been there all along. Glasses. Standard issue clothes. Totally forgettable face that my instincts hate. Who the hell are you? I demand, wiping my face with my sleeve. Blood, sweat, and snot smear together. Attractive. He bows slightly. Yakushi Kabuto, he says. At your service. Yeah, I doubt that. I grind out. What do you want? Such hostility, he says. No wonder you've become such a pariah. Personally, I'd be more polite to someone who knows what happened to your mother. My stomach drops. What? I ask. My voice isn't mine. It's thin. Shaky. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small ring. The metal's bent, stone cracked, but I'd know it anywhere. Mom's engagement ring. The one she never took off. She died 3 weeks ago, he says. In the lower quarter explosion. Her holding cell was directly above the main blast. They found this in the rubble. I thought you might like to have it. You're lying, I whisper. Danza would have, he never gave me proof of life. Never. Just orders. Threats. Why are you telling me this? I ask. My throat burns. If this is some screwed-up loyalty test, you can forget it. I'm not betraying. He laughs softly. No test, he says. I have a plan. It requires someone inside Root who still remembers how to think. You're the only one I know who isn't fully broken. He turns the ring between his fingers, and I want to rip it away and throw it, and cling to it, and shove it down his throat, all at once. When the time comes, I'll contact you, he says. You'll have a choice to make. I'd be dead before I finish the thought. I snap. Danza will kill me if he even suspects I hesitated. He shrugs, already half turned away. Because, he says, I'm the only one who can get you out of Konoha alive. Then he's gone, stepping back into the trees like a genjutsu fading. I'm left alone with my busted knuckles, the ruined trees, and the ring in my palm. It's warm, from his hand or mine. I don't know. Inner me is very, very quiet. Scene, interesting specimens POV Kabuto. Forest edge, a distance away. By the time I stop, the sounds of the clearing are gone. I lean against a tree, push my glasses up the bridge of my nose, and let myself smile. Interesting. I murmur. Harino Sakura. Rude asset. Emotional instability, yes, but not the kind Danza prefers. Too much raw anger. Not enough numb obedience. Perfect. I replayed the scene in my mind, slotting her reactions into mental drawers. Grief, rage, that mix of denial and vicious clarity when the ring hit her palm. Yes, I decide. She'll do. I think of Orochimaru, laughing alone in his chamber, clutching the stump of his arm. I think of Jiraiya's chakra washing over the village, of Akatsuki's slow movements on the horizon. And now you're meddling with the Jinchuriki too, Orochimaru-sama. I think. Drawing Akatsuki's eye to yourself? My job is to serve him. My habit is to survive. Better safe than sorry. I say softly. You'll forgive me this one small contingency, won't you, Orochimaru-sama? The Uzumaki's file is clear in my head. High Chunin level overall, Jonin level chakra, dangerous when provoked. Weaknesses, emotional attachments, a certain tendency towards self-sacrifice. Collateral, I list to myself. Yamanaka Ino. Yumino Irika. Ichiraku Tuchi and I am. All neat lines on a scroll. All leverage if needed. I turn toward the deeper forest. Time to find my puppet. And that concludes part 4 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed the point of Divergence Uzumaki resonance principle, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to EliadS, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.